Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
With the yellow flag raised, the checkpoint's lockdown lifted after 5 minutes, control returning to the inspectors. Cheng Ye first opened the isolation gate, letting the four brothers, eager for treatment, pass through, then picked up his communicator to make a call. Sister Luo, don't worry, work's going smoothly here. Nothing's happened. Yeah, something happened to Station Chief He. I'm stuck on duty till tonight. Hearing about He Fei's incident, Luo Xiaoxue was shocked. He was a veteran inspector, a generation above Lu Bai and Cheng Long. How could something happen out of the blue? Be extra careful. With a new hydrophilic infected entity, the manual I gave you might not help. Stay cautious. Don't worry, I'm in quarantine zone A, checking vehicles. Only one came all morning. At this rate, I doubt another will show up by evening. Cheng Ye naturally didn't mention spotting an unknown infected entity on his first day and getting into a fight. With the situation volatile, no one knew what might happen next. Better to talk face-to-face tonight to avoid worrying Luo Xiaoxue. He hung up the communicator. Cheng Ye wanted to dig for more on the central checkpoint, but unlike Lu Bai, he'd spent 2 months focused on inspector exams, building no reliable connections. To survive in the checkpoint, you need your own people, your confidants. Glancing at Raven and Owl outside the isolation gate, Cheng Ye felt they'd be good candidates to cultivate. They were efficient and understood the checkpoint's dynamics. But with his footing still shaky, building a loyal team felt like a castle in the sky. This shift is for getting familiar. After my first field mission, I can start thinking about building my own crew. Climbing up will need their support. The rapid inspection station was fraught with danger, but offered a fast track to merit. Most crucially, it had charging stations, allowing quick energy replenishment for search opportunities. In just half a day, Cheng Ye had changed his mind, reluctant to return to checking drifters. That job was tedious, requiring endless probing and questioning. Even if he pulled a Garcia, skimming entry fees, it'd only net a few coins a day. At the rapid inspection station, the first person inspected offered a 600 happiness coin bribe and a piece of meteorite iron. The ancients weren't kidding. Greater danger, greater reward. Glancing at the crowded Zone B and the empty Zone A, Cheng Ye calmed his mind. Central main checkpoint. The temperature hit its peak, sunlight baking the ground into a steamy haze. Drifters at the gate peered curiously inside. In the isolation zone behind the checkpoint, a dense crowd of nearly 1,000 gathered, mostly heavily armed guards, the scene highly unusual. At the center was a desiccated corpse, skin clinging to bones, curled on the ground like shriveled tree bark. Investigate. Get to the bottom of this. Ding Yishan stared at the corpse, his face twitching uncontrollably, before standing abruptly, his expression dark. He Fei's death didn't need much investigation. The state of the body screamed accident. By protocol, duty station chiefs shouldn't inspect isolation zones, but last night's rain flooded the area. For some reason, He Fei insisted on checking on the drifters. He walked right into a hydrophilic infected entity, a new strain absent from the database. Within seconds of contact, it drained him into a husk. Such a ludicrous death. Who could believe a veteran of over 20 years, who'd killed countless infected entities, would meet such an absurd end? Ding Yishan couldn't help but think of himself. With new infected strains flooding toward Happiness City, even a duty station chief wasn't safe. Didn't that mean he, the head station chief, could lose his life here any moment? From today, the central main checkpoint inspection level rises to 4. Any abnormal data, isolate immediately. No one but guards enters the isolation zone. The north and south subcheckpoints raise to level 3. 2 or more abnormal data points, straight to isolation. No unauthorized releases. Ding Yishan's voice was heavy. Checkpoint inspection levels range from 1, lowest, to 5, highest. Historically, only winter's dangers warranted level 3 or higher. Summer typically stayed at 1 or 2. Raising to level 4 in midsummer made the guards and inspectors' hearts sink. Also, starting today, the checkpoint adopts a wartime reward system. Merits accrue based on inspections and infected entity kills. I'll request the City Defense Bureau's Chief Liu to activate Intervault rewards. Work hard, earn more. Kill more, take more. I don't want anyone freeloading at the checkpoint, understood? Yes, sir. The crowd responded in unison. The heavy atmosphere lightened, eyes glinting with eagerness. Wartime rewards, usually reserved for infection tides, were unexpectedly triggered by Hefei's death. This was huge. Merits could be exchanged for incredible rewards. For regular checkpoint guards, a big merit could mean promotion to inspector, a life-changing leap. Who wouldn't be tempted? Harlan organized a study session. All non-duty inspectors present relearn hydrophilic infected entity protocols immediately. Send exam. Fail 3 times, demote 1 rank. Fail 5 times. Mandatory field missions of difficulty 4 or higher. Understood. After issuing orders to fully mobilize the checkpoint, Ding Yishan left, panting like a rabid wolf unable to find prey. Sir, your temper today isn't good for your recovery, said a middle-aged man, Achuan, who'd followed Ding Yishan closely, speaking softly as they exited the crowd. Achuan, you've been with me nearly 20 years. We fought for this station chief role together. Don't you know why I'm pissed? Ding Yishan sighed subtly. Winter's not here yet, and Hefei's idiocy has forced an early East-West showdown. I tested Harlan earlier. He backed off, but who knows if he'll keep yielding? Achuan paused. Sir, if the Western faction exploits Hefei's death and the vacant chief seat to pressure us, I can take out Harlan, buying a buffer period for both sides. Ding Yishan stopped abruptly, his throat bobbing as if to speak, but he only managed a strained smile, patting Achuan's shoulder. Let's head back. It's not time for you to risk your life. If we start this, there's no turning back for East and West. Station Chief's office. Located behind a central checkpoint, a 3-story building stood, styled not like modern architecture, but an old-era tea house. The first floor was Ding Yishan's office, the second a meeting room for inspectors, and the third a private game room, off-limits to others. Ding Yishan climbed to the 3rd floor, entering a room near the stairs. The decor was simple, a mahjong table in the corner, a traditional Cantonese tea table at the center. He meticulously prepared tea, but before the aroma could bloom, Achuan pushed the door open, ushering in 4 men. Come sit. Ding Yishan gestured, guiding them to the tea table, then cut to the chase. Hefei's dead. The duty station chief's seat. Who in the station do you think can take it? The 4's breathing quickened, exchanging glances, their eyes burning with ambition. If Cheng Long hadn't met misfortune, Ding Yishan wouldn't need to ask. The answer would be clear. But there were no ifs. I didn't call Thunder Tiger to hear your 4 thoughts. Ding Yishan's fingers traced the teacup. Speak freely now. After a pause, the 4 stood and left the way they came. Ding Yishan's gaze was complex until Achuan returned, prompting a sigh. Achuan, what do you think of those 4? Achuan shook his head. Sir, I'm not suited for. No need to hold back. There's no one else here. Besides, you might become an inspector soon. It's time you learn the game. Then, Achuan paused, then said gravely, none match Cheng Long, Zhou Changhai, and Xiao Yuan are cunning but lack boldness. They'd struggle to command respect. Xiao Yunfei and Lin Bao are fierce but too rough. Even if promoted, they can't ease your burdens or stabilize the station. So it's tough. Ding Yishan mocked himself. What a twist of fate. When Cheng Long was around, we Easterners kept the Westerners pinned. Now he's gone, and the situation's collapsed this far. He suddenly recalled something. What about that kid Cheng Long left behind? Cheng Ye, was it? He went to the rapid inspection station today, right? How's he doing? I'll check with the guys below. There should be news. Achuan hurried downstairs, returning with a tablet, his expression odd. What? Sir, Cheng Ye went to the North Station. Huh. Ding Yishan's eyes twitched, tea rippling in his cup. Who gave him the guts to go there? Sir, it's hard to explain in a few words. You'll understand after watching this. Achuan handed over the tablet, showing 2 grainy videos. He's clashing with those kids? Ding Yishan noted, recalling Cheng Ye was about their age, even younger, so some reckless behavior wasn't surprising. But what followed made his expression turn strange. These tactics, Ding Yishan narrowed his eyes, caught off guard. Compared to the pale, bookish young man in his memory, the youth in the video was vibrant, exuding an unfamiliarly strong presence. In the second video, seeing Cheng Ye kick Al aside, heft a flamethrower fearlessly, and calmly pull Al away as guard arrived, Ding Yishan's expression grew stranger, rewatching the clip 3 times. A new infection source? Yes, researcher Qin Feng provided initial data. It's unmatched in the database. How'd he spot the infection? No idea. Should I notify him to write a report after his shift? Achuan shook his head honestly. Killing was easy. Spotting infected entities was hard. From the videos alone, Cheng Ye's performance surpassed many inspectors. Ding Yishan hesitated, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. With the current situation, let's keep attention off him. He's on Western turf. Doing too much or too little is a problem. But this kid surprised me. He'd once considered arranging an accident for Cheng Ye to clear the way for Achuan. After moments thought, Ding Yishan's face showed no emotion. Downs is principled, from the same generation as Cheng Wu. He'll look out for the kid, so we don't need to interfere. Next week, when he's at the South Station, go on my behalf to test his mettle. Understood. The drainage work in the main district was still ongoing, leaving the streets in disarray. The study session had to be relocated to an abandoned grand theater in the suburbs. While the staff cleared the venue, Harlan pulled out a stack of lists from a file folder. The lists were densely packed with names of instructors retired from the Security Bureau, as well as warriors who had retired due to injury, illness, or other reasons. Go invite the people on the list. Aim for 300 for now, and have them take turns giving lectures, Harlan said. He marked a few key names with a check, paused, and specified the compensation. Security Bureau instructors will be paid 10 contribution points per lecture. Retired warriors from the Blood Dragon, Cross, and Happiness Legions will each receive 8 points. Everyone else gets 5 contribution points. Keep the accounts clear and report them to the station for public funding. The staff acknowledged the order and immediately began contacting the listed individuals. At exactly 4 p.m., the study session started on time in the abandoned Grand Theater. After a brief opening speech by Deputy Station Chief Harlan, the first instructor took the stage to recite the response protocol for hydrophilic infected entities. However, the audience below showed little interest, as this rote teaching method offered minimal help for the current situation. After all, the casualties nowadays were caused by new infection sources not recorded in the database, rendering outdated response strategies obsolete. For the inspectors currently on duty, have them rotate in for training tomorrow and hold an assessment 3 days later. As for the test questions, Harlan paused, his tone suddenly sharpening. Within 15 days, they must identify and kill an infected entity while on duty. So strict? Several inspectors in the back row felt their hearts sink, especially those who usually slacked off, their foreheads instantly beating with cold sweat. Fortunately, Ding Yishan had previously set a rule that demotion required failing 3 times, giving them a 45-day buffer period. Once the study session was arranged, Harlan stepped outside, only to be quickly approached by someone. "Dario, what's up?" Station Chief Ding Yishan just summoned Cloud Leopard and met with him for about 40 minutes. "What about Thunder Tiger?" Still at the East Station, didn't go. Didn't go? Harlan was momentarily stunned, a trace of unexpected amusement flashing across his face. "Good." Ding Yishan brought this on himself. "Station Chief, do you think Ding Yishan noticed Thunder Tiger has been getting close to us lately?" Dario Haven trailed closely behind Harlan, his voice hushed. To become a duty station chief, one had to first reach the rank of 5th Stage Inspector. Currently, aside from the station chief and deputy chief, there were 2 duty station chiefs and 6 fifth-stage inspectors at the checkpoint. 4 belonged to the eastern faction, 2 to the western faction. Deputy Station Chief Davidson at the North Station was 1, and the other was Dario, Haven himself. He's not blind, he noticed long ago, but what can he do about it? Harlan sneered. Back when Ding Yishan hadn't risen to power, didn't he also cozy up to our western faction to outmaneuver those other fifth-stage inspectors? The fight for duty station chief is coming up, so we won't make a move yet. Let's see what he says. After all, those 4, including Cloud Leopard, aren't pushovers. If he can't maintain balance, his faction will fall into chaos first. No rush then. Dario was slightly disappointed, but could only nod in agreement. By the way, Station Chief, an Eastern Inspector reported to the North Station today. Is that Cheng Ye? Harlan raised an eyebrow. His memory was sharp. From the start of the year until now, of the 4 trainee inspectors of the station, 3 had passed the onboarding assessment, but only Cheng Ye had earned his graduation certificate in less than 2 months. That speed ranked second in the checkpoint system's history, only half a month slower than Harlan's own record as a deputy chief. The difference was that Harlan had set his record during an infected tide, while Cheng Ye had come close to it in non-combat conditions. Their approaches were polar opposites. I recall his combat talent was particularly poor, yet he's bold enough to show up at our North Station. More than bold, that kid's not simple. He's clearly there to make a statement at our North Station. In a few words, Dario recounted what happened at the North Station that morning. Hearing how Cheng Ye exploited psychological weaknesses to outweed a group of brainless second-generation heirs in a few moves, Harlan showed no reaction, even feeling amused. As the chief examiner for the trainee assessment, he knew better than anyone Cheng Ye's intelligence. If Cheng Ye had actually been bullied by those spoiled brats, hoping to inherit inspector status, Harlan would have questioned his own judgment of character. But as Dario continued, Harlan's expression soon shifted. You're sure he only asked a few questions and determined the target was an infected entity, stayed calm in combat, and even save an observer? Yes, I reviewed the full video. His performance. Dario thought for a moment and described it as effortless. In the video, Cheng Ye showed no fear, whether proactively firing his weapon, counterattacking, or retreating, all executed decisively. Damn, where's the video? Bring it to me. Harlan shook his head, his mind flashing to a few days ago when Ding Yishan specially approved 100 bullets for Cheng Ye. Could he have misjudged? Was this kid a double threat in both brains and brawn? The tablet was quickly brought over. Harlan furrowed his brow and pressed play, even rewinding the progress bar twice, finally confirming Dario's assessment. Indeed, effortless. TCH, the Eastern faction's generation has gone awry, yet they still produced a gem like this. Arrange for someone to approach him and see if we can pull him to our side. Compared to Ding Yishan's hesitation, Harlan's decisiveness was almost startling. But he's an Easterner, so what? Isn't Thunder Tiger an Easterner too? Harlan looked surprised, sizing Dario up and down. Haven't I told you several times? In faction struggles, the key is knowing your opponent's background. Chung Long is Chung Long, and he's himself. This kid grew up in the inner city his whole life, untouched by station politics, with no loyalty to the Eastern faction. The only trouble is Liu Bai, but Ding Yishan's foolish enough to send Liu Bai to the hydroelectric station. If we don't recruit him now, are we supposed to wait until he's entrenched? You think this kid's naive? I bet he knows Ding Yishan sent him to the rapid checkpoint with ulterior motives, so he deliberately chose our North Station as his entry point, which gives us an opportunity. What about Garcia? Dario's mind raced, realizing Harlan was going all in to secure the station chief position. He's barely out of critical condition, still lying in the infirmary. If we recruit Cheng Ye, let him come protest to my face when he's able. Harlan waved dismissively. Do as I say. It won't take long. Once the Eastern faction falls into disarray, I'll have ways to ensure you secure the duty station chief position. Yes, station chief. The prospect of becoming duty station chief lit Dario's eyes with wild excitement, brushing aside any further doubts. Ordinary inspectors scraped by their whole lives, risking death at the hands of infected entities. But becoming a duty station chief meant escaping the bottom rung and gaining a shot at climbing higher. Why was Harlan fighting Ding Yishan so fiercely? Everyone knew the reason. Happiness City's transcendent baptism, held every 6 years, was in its 5th year. If he didn't fight now, he'd have to wait another 6 years. In the last cycle, Ding Yishan held the upper hand, and Harlan chose to step back, yielding the transcendent baptism. But Ding Yishan squandered it, missing his chance to awaken, making blunder after blunder, losing key players like Cheng Long and several core inspectors just to curry favor with Happiness City's higher-ups. This time, Harlan would not sit idly by. The current faction struggle was merely the opening act. The real storm would hit when winter arrived, or even next spring, sweeping through with full force. When that time came, every inspector from 5th stage to 1st stage, even trainees, would be caught in the storm's wake. Night fell, and streetlights flickered on. Warm yellow light bathed the quarantine zone, pushing back the inky darkness creeping in from the wasteland. A drizzle began to fall. Occasional lightning tore through the clouds, illuminating the distant city ruins and sparking howls from mutated beasts. This damn weather. Lee Mateo sent off the last group of people, watching as guards escorted them into the isolation zone. He straightened up, rubbing his sore shoulders. How many people had he sent to isolation today? He forgot to count, but it was at least 200, all highly suspicious. 7 minutes until clock out. Checking the time on his defense comm, Lee Mateo stood, sauntering toward the iron netting between zones A and B, planning to chat with Cheng Ye to kill the remaining time. Inspector Cheng, you're living the easy life here. Lee Mateo sighed, gripping the grid barrier. I was run ragged in Zone B today, while you in Zone A only had one vehicle all day. Is that so? Cheng Ye was doing push-ups on the ground, responding without looking up. I saw you send people to isolation without even asking questions. Doesn't seem too busy to me. Catching the implication in Cheng Ye's tone, Lee Mateo paused, then laughed carelessly. You don't get it. I've been at the checkpoint for over 20 years, seen isolation ward riots, survived infected tide invasions, and endured endless faction struggles. Yet here I am, chatting with you like it's nothing. What's my secret? It's simple. I'm careful, cautious enough. Is that right? Cheng Ye stood, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. The two had chatted a few times during breaks today and were now somewhat familiar. Besides Liu Bai, this old inspector was the first friend Cheng Ye had made at the station. Compared to Liu Bai's recklessness, Lee Mateo's caution was practically etched into his bones. In the morning, he sent every 4th person to isolation, but after the inspection level rose in the afternoon, it became every 2nd person. To Cheng Ye, it seemed like Lee Mateo was picking lucky ones for the isolation ward based purely on gut. I know what you're thinking. Why is a coward like me at the rapid checkpoint, right? Relishing Cheng Ye's thumbs up, Lee Mateo grinned cheekily. It's simple. Don't underestimate that inspector badge in your hand. Focus on raising its rank, and once you hit a certain level, as long as you don't court death, you practically can't die. Finally finding a topic to bond with Cheng Ye, Lee Mateo exuded a veteran smugness. Back when your father was around, he wouldn't give me the time of day, always looking down his nose at me, barely sparing a glance. Who'd have thought his son would be praising me now? Cheng Ye couldn't be bothered to retort. This guy's skin was thicker than anything he'd seen, tougher than the quarantine zone's iron netting. But just as he was about to ask about the inspector badge ranks, a clear bell rang through the checkpoint. Looking up at the watchtower, he saw the yellow flag, hung all day, finally being taken down. Finally made it through. Lee Mateo yawned, rubbing his arms. 12 hours straight, they ought to pin a model worker medal on us. Before he finished, he glanced into the distance, then turned and urged, "Clocked out, and you're still standing there? Really aiming for that medal. Move it, let's go, go." Following Lee Mateo's gaze, Cheng Ye saw a beam of light piercing the darkness through the rain. The light swayed closer, and from its speed and brightness, it clearly wasn't a Jinbei van, but a vehicle capable of high-speed travel. Strange. Who'd show up right at clock-out time, perfectly coinciding with the bell? Let's go, go, go. If it were 7:59, Cheng Ye might have waited, but past 8 o'clock, he wasn't an idiot. After all, infected entities were 10 times more likely to appear at night than during the day. But just as he opened the isolation door to leave, Raven rushed up. "What's wrong?" "Sir, the incoming vehicle sent a signal to the station. It's someone from the Cross Legion." "What? The Cross Legion?" Happiness City has 3 major legions. Each fulfills a unique role, forming 3 interlocking lines of defense for survival. The first line, the Blood Dragon Legion, focuses on sweeping and deterrence, patrolling the surrounding areas year-round to weave a dynamic defense network. Through frequent operations, they reduce the threat of infected entities, excelling in mobile warfare and surprise attacks. The second line, the Cross Legion, is primarily stationed near the hydroelectric power station, protecting core infrastructure like nearby industrial factories to ensure the city's energy and production lifelines remain secure. The third line, the Happiness Legion, guards the Happiness Wall, equipped with elite forces and a systematic defense network, forming a comprehensive, ultimate defensive line. Could something have happened at the hydroelectric station? Cheng Ye's heart skipped a beat. To maximize energy efficiency, Happiness City's large factories are mostly built near the hydroelectric station. If something went wrong, it was either an infected tide ambush or an armed attack from another sanctuary city. But with the combat strength of Happiness City's 3 legions, the latter hadn't occurred in nearly 20 years, making an infected tide the more likely scenario. Of course, there was also a worst-case scenario he dared not entertain. Opening the Civilization Collector panel, he glanced at the charge level in the top right corner, now at 54%. Cheng Ye felt slightly reassured and calmly instructed, "Raven, pass the order. The guard team delays shift change and comes to assist with the inspection. Owl, follow me inside. If anything seems off." "Understood, sir," Owl replied, instantly grasping the issue. If the Cross Legion was returning on official business, they should have reported to the inner city remotely and notified the checkpoint in advance. But now, they were approaching a high speed, only signaling the checkpoint via their vehicle. Recalling the recent deadly incident at the Central Main checkpoint, it wasn't hard to imagine what might be approaching. A vehicle full of infected entities? A newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers. "You've got some guts, kid." Lee Mateo had already packed his bag, but seeing Cheng Ye sit back down at the alloy desk, he let out a low sigh and quickened his pace. By the time the vehicle entered the diversion channel, his figure had vanished into the rain. "Guts, huh?" Cheng Ye narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through the rain, locking onto the slowly approaching vehicle. It wasn't the usual Jinbei van, but a new model he'd never seen before. Its design resembled a compressed Hummer, long and flat, with angular lines forming a boxy silhouette. The metal body gleamed coldly under the lights. The vehicle stopped steadily before the iron netting, and the passenger door popped open with a bang. A massive man ducked out. Wearing the gray-blue uniform of the Cross Legion, he was broad-shouldered and thick-backed, like a standing grizzly bear. Standing well over 2 meters tall, his presence was utterly intimidating. Despite Cheng Ye's recent rigorous training, which had honed a bit of ferocity, seeing this grisly stomp through the puddles still made his breathing uneven. Damn, even if Wastelanders' genes were reverting to primal states, how could they produce such a monster? Cursing inwardly, Cheng Ye's hand instinctively rested on the Bison 9mm combat pistol at his waist. Even infected entities born from the same infection source varied in strength. The stronger the host, the more terrifying the mutated monster. The infected entities named in books were often once powerful wasteland warriors, never obscure nobodies who turned into scourges. "Wait, The stronger the person, doesn't that mean I could search for stronger skills? The thought of searching for skills eased Cheng Ye's apprehension, replaced by a spark of excitement. There are no such formidable figures in the isolation ward. In the Wasteland, opponents wouldn't cooperate. Only now, seated at the inspection desk with the authority of an inspector, did he have a chance to search the strong while weak. As long as the target wasn't infected, the odds of obtaining a good skill were high. Owl, standing nearby, clearly noticed the change in Cheng Ye. Seeing the inspector shift from fear to excitement, Owl inexplicably grew bolder too. Having chosen to be an observer and aiming to climb the ranks, following someone like Cheng Ye, compared to a slacker like Li Mateo, offered a real chance for merit and advancement. What was there to fear? Halt! Cheng Ye grabbed the megaphone, his voice cracking through the rain like a whip, aimed at the grizzly. I'm Wu Rue, second-level squad leader of the Cross Legion. We've communicated with the checkpoint. Sorry to trouble you with overtime, Inspector. Wu Rue announced himself, standing obediently outside the alert line. Overtime's no issue, it's just past 8. I need to know why you rushed back without notifying the inner city. There was an incident. One of my team members was injured by an infected entity and needs treatment in the inner city. What? Owl, holding his gun in a vigilant stance, was shocked. Was that an acceptable excuse? Being attacked by an infected entity sounded as casual as tripping on the road. I can vouch for him. He hasn't been parasitized by an infected entity. Please, Inspector, show some leniency and give my brother a chance to live. You vouch for him? Cheng Ye tapped his fingers on the desk, shaking his head slightly. You know the checkpoint's rules, don't you, Captain Wu? Understood. Wu Rue's throat bobbed, his heart sinking. As an Easterner, he chose the North Station to avoid being hassled by Easterners at the South Station with their strict rules. Even if he had to pay a bribe at the North Station, it was fine. But no one expected the Zone A inspection post at the North Station to be manned by an Easterner. And this young inspector wasn't as easy to deal with as he appeared, displaying a calm and seasoned demeanor, like a veteran checkpoint operator. Save my brother, and the entire Red Guard squad will owe you our lives. Bring the person up. Let me see. With the conversation reaching this point, inspecting the wounded was unavoidable. As Cheng Ye pressed the isolation door button, he unholstered his Bison 9mm combat pistol and placed it on the desk. Just then, Raven returned with 10 duty guards in a hurry, and the checkpoint's atmosphere grew tense. Good. Wu Rue turned and walked to the armored vehicle. A light drizzle fell, raindrops pattering on his face, leaving wet streaks. The armored vehicle's side door opened, and 4 soldiers in Cross Legion uniforms quickly carried out an injured man on a stretcher. Hiss! Almost simultaneously, everyone gasped. The wounded man's left leg was completely gone, severed at the hip, leaving blood-soaked bandages. From his abdomen up, a ghastly wound tore to his shoulder, flesh splayed outward like a rag ripped by claws. Could he be saved? Sensing Cheng Ye's doubt, Wu Rue explained again. The inner city has special bioregeneration technology. It's just an external injury with an 80% chance of survival. Bioregeneration technology? Cheng Ye marveled silently, another term absent from his memory. Strangely, despite such severe injuries, the man on the stretcher managed a faint smile toward him. What's with him? A special talent from his reverted genes. His pain perception is 1/10 that of a normal person. The response came not from Wu Rue, but from the wounded man on the stretcher, who should have been barely clinging to life. This guy could still speak on his own. Name? Dai Zun. Age? 29. How'd you get injured? If you can't explain clearly, Captain Wu can speak for you. No problem. It feels like a minor scrape to me. The pain's long gone. A faint smile crossed Dai Zun's pale face. An infected entity infiltrated the battery factory, parasitizing a worker and hiding in the feed pipe. I crawled in and killed it. That fierce? Cheng Ye's eyelid twitched. He didn't know how wide the feed pipe was, but it was certainly a confined space. Going in without support was practically a suicide mission. Everyone else, step back. I need to check the wound. Back off. Wu Rue gave Cheng Ye a deep look, waved to the others, and the 7 retreated to the alert line. The isolation door slammed shut, and 10 guards simultaneously aimed their weapons at Dai Zun on the stretcher. Damn, this Inspector Cheng's got some nerve. Realizing Cheng Ye was putting on rubber gloves to closely inspect a high-risk suspected infected entity, the guards gasped. They'd never seen such a bold inspector. Of course, Cheng Ye was a bit nervous himself, but the word special talent lit a spark. He opened the panel and, after a moment's hesitation, gritted his teeth and decided, go for it. At that moment, the Civilization Collector panel showed Wu Rui's cooperation level at 54%, barely enough to search for LV.1 skills and unlikely to rise further. But Dai Zun's cooperation level was unprecedented, soaring to 94%. It was the highest cooperation level Cheng Ye had ever seen. LV.2 skills. If I can search for that pain reduction talent, it'd be incredible. Maintaining 1/10 pain perception long-term wasn't ideal, as it dulled awareness of external dangers, potentially weakening combat ability. But skills were different. Once acquired, Cheng Ye could equip or unequip it at will, reaping the benefits of reduced pain without the risk of impaired perception. Brother, you need to fully cooperate with me, or I can't guarantee. Cheng Ye crouched, nodding toward the guards behind him. He didn't need to hint further. Over a dozen red laser dots already targeted the stretcher. Any overstep by Dai Zun would trigger an immediate physical exorcism. Tell me you want to live, right? Absolutely. I don't want to die to some ordinary infected entity. That'd be too unjust. Sweat beaded on Dai Zun's pale face, his atoms apple bobbing. Whatever you say, Inspector, I'll do. Full cooperation. Good. I like your attitude. The cooperation level on the panel ticked up to 97%. Cheng Ye was slightly pleased, picking up the instruments from the desk to start measuring. Temperature, 38.7. Heart rate, 144. Respiratory rate, 17. With each reading, Wu Rui's expression outside the door grew grimmer. Approaching the checkpoint, he had already heard about today's incident and knew it wasn't good. By checkpoint rules, 2 or more abnormal readings meant mandatory isolation. Dai Zun's temperature was definitely above normal, and his heart rate was teetering on the edge of 140. Though there was a 5% measurement tolerance, if Cheng Ye deemed the data abnormal, Dai Zun faced only one outcome. One abnormal reading. Phew! As the words landed, a wave of suppressed exhales came from outside. Simultaneously, the number on the Civilization Collector panel jumped to 98.9%. Just a hair's breadth from 100% cooperation. You're nervous. Even with your pain suppression, I can sense your fear. Relax. I'm not like other inspectors. As long as you're not infected, I can guarantee you'll leave here alive. Cheng Ye said, opening the black case to retrieve the dual-mode vital signs detector and the corrupt light metabolism detector. But as he prepared to start the scan, his movements paused, and a faint smile curved his lips. Dai Zun, 100%, perfect, searchable range. Information, items, skills, LV.1, LV.2. Perfect. The prompt for searchable targets chimed in his ear. Cheng Ye had never found those 2 words so pleasing, so delightful. It was as if a slippery screw had suddenly caught its thread, slowly turning in a rusty nut, each rotation accompanied by the crisp sound of metal friction, sending a thrilling tingle through his scalp. Hold on, I need to calibrate the equipment. After calming Dai Zun, Cheng Ye glanced at the detector but mentally activated the search function. Lines of virtual text flickered on the panel. 5 seconds later, they formed a readable information panel. Dai Zun, LV.1 skills. LV.2 skills. Talent. Iron body. Rare, reduces pain perception, enhances physical resilience, grants immunity to some non-lethal injuries. Talent. Firearm affinity. Common, slightly improves firearm handling. Skills. Cross-Legion Standard / Technique. Common. Cross-Legion Standard Shooting Technique. Common. LV.3 skills. Locked. Question mark. There's even a grading system? Cheng Ye paused, surprised. When searching for LV.1 skills, The panel listed everything in a jumble, overwhelming and hard to choose from. But the LV.2 interface was entirely different, not only categorizing talents and skills, but also indicating quality levels, making their relative strength clear at a glance. For instance, both were talents, but iron body glowed with a faint purple light, marked as rare. Firearm affinity, also a talent, shimmered with white light, labeled common. This is much clearer. No need to guess what a skill does based on its name anymore. Perhaps because Daizun was too young, he hadn't mastered many LV.2 skills, with only 2 Cross-Legion standard skills listed on the panel. Without hesitation, Cheng Ye focused his mind on the highest level skill, Iron Body. Cross-level searching had only a 25% success rate. Yet, inexplicably, he felt certain this attempt would succeed, because Daizun, lying on the ground, wasn't cooperating out of fear or intimidation, but out of a genuine desire to survive, trusting Cheng Ye from the bottom of his heart. A faint purple hue enveloped the entire interface. The panel began to flicker. 1 second later, the Civilization Collector did not disappoint. Search successful. Civilization Collector has successfully recorded Iron Body LV.2 talent. It actually worked? The panel automatically switched, and Iron Body on Daizun's skill list shimmered, flickering as it copied to the equipable skill slot. Uncontainable joy exploded in Cheng Ye's chest. His thoughts seemed to freeze, overwhelmed by a flood of elation. Though he had a hunch before the search, that feeling paled compared to seeing Iron Body appear in his personal panel's equipable skill slot. Inspector, sir. Daizun, puzzled by Cheng Ye's slightly trembling back, grew nervous. Is something wrong with the equipment? No, just give me a moment. The device is starting up. Suppressing his joy, Cheng Ye responded. He closed the panel, took 2 deep breaths, and finally calmed his surging emotions. Whether Daizun was infected no longer required equipment to confirm. But checkpoint protocol allowed no oversights, and skipping steps could raise suspicions. Cheng Ye followed standard procedure, even cutting a tissue sample for testing. After about 10 minutes, Raven returned with the expected news. You're clear. Cheng Ye peeled off his rubber gloves, tossing them into the quarantine zone's trash bin like a basketball shot, then walked over with a smile. Daizun was stunned, doubting his ears until Cheng Ye repeated himself. His eyes widened, and uncontainable joy shattered all attempts at composure. Outside the isolation door, Wu Rui's rigid posture stiffened further. His iron tower-like frame shuddered, and his rough palm swiped across his face, slamming against the iron netting with a dull thud. After so much tension, his heart had been in his throat. Thankfully, the outcome didn't disappoint. Captain Wu, I'm from the inner city too. I'm off duty now, so I'll escort him. No problem, right? Cheng Ye asked at the door. Wu Rui paused for a split second before nodding vigorously. No problem. I'll coordinate now. Take him to Happiness Gate, and someone will meet you there. All right. One more person meant one more round of inspection procedures. As Cheng Ye turned to leave, a voice called from behind. May I ask your surname, Inspector? Cheng. Cheng. Is Cheng Long here? My father. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Rui's face, quickly turning into knowing approval. No way. Cheng Long is famous even in the Cross Legion. Cheng Ye paused, surprised, but kept walking, instructing Owl and Raven to carry the stretcher and follow. They exited through the isolation corridor, Daizun's pale face still etched with the days of surviving a close call. At the exit, Cheng Ye hesitated, then dialed Station Chief Down's number. By protocol, requisitioning a vehicle was within an inspector's authority, but this was the North Station, Western Faction territory. Station Chief, here's the situation. Cheng Ye briefly explained Daizun's case, preparing to justify the vehicle requisition, when hurried footsteps echoed through the receiver. No one expected Downs to rush down from his office in person. Normally, a station chief's direct involvement wasn't unusual, but with a duty station chief's death just that noon, approaching someone not fully cleared of infection risk was far from wise. Station Chief Downs, maybe keep your distance. With a dozen steps to go, Cheng Ye called out a warning. To his surprise, Downs scoffed, quickening his pace with a dismissive look, muttering, "When the checkpoint was founded, I cut the ribbon with your grandfather. You think I'm like Fei?" The checkpoint's founding? Cheng Ye ignored Downs' boasting, but caught a key detail. His predecessor's grandfather was involved in the checkpoint's founding? That impressive? All right, he's not parasitized. I'm authorizing a vehicle. Get him to treatment quickly. Downs crouched to inspect the wound, declaring confidently, then shot Cheng Ye an odd glance. First day, and you're stirring up the station, taking down an infected entity, and now saving a cross-legion member. Even Qinglong back then wasn't this capable. Cheng Ye took it as a compliment, not arguing. But he knew Downs was warning him that his prominence today was excessive. As the saying goes, too much brilliance invites backlash, likely drawing unwanted attention. That said, Downs hadn't considered one thing from Cheng Ye's perspective. I'd love to keep a low profile, but too low, and I'm dead. The Jinbei van roared out of the checkpoint, tires leaving a clear black mark on the ground. Daizun coughed repeatedly from the jolts, blood foam seeping from his lips. "Brother, slow down. We got an injured man here." Cheng Ye couldn't help but remind the driver, who eased off the gas, flashing an awkward smile. Only for urgent missions like this did the higher-ups overlook power consumption. For regular duties, strict standard applied. Exceeding power limits could mean deductions or outright dismissal, much like old air traffic enforcers getting kicked out for exceeding average fuel use. "Buddy, can you still talk?" "I can. Asking you something doesn't break cross-legion rules, does it?" "Inspector, speak freely." Daizun was curious about this inspector, younger than himself. Cheng Ye didn't act like the checkpoint's seasoned veterans, who shirked responsibility and danger, cloaked in stifling bureaucracy. A fearless rookie? Yet, oddly, his actions were remarkably steady, lacking any trace of a newcomer's inexperience. Even Captain Wu Rue followed his orders without feeling suppressed. "My big brother, Liu Bai, is also an inspector. He went to support the hydroelectric station with an inner-city engineering team 2 days ago. Any news on him?" "Liu Bai?" Daizun thought for a moment, then shook his head. "The Cross Legion guards the entire industrial zone, split into 8 sectors. The hydroelectric station is in Sector B, while we guard Sector F, over 10 kilometers apart. But don't worry, as of noon today, the hydroelectric station hadn't been invaded by infected entities." Realizing Cheng Ye was unfamiliar with the industrial zone, Daizun gave a brief overview. Due to the hydroelectric station's fluctuating energy supply, Happiness City ramps up production from early summer to mid-autumn to stockpile enough resources for winter and spring, both for self-use and trade. Each mid-spring, the buffer zone recruits tens of thousands, sometimes over 100,000, workers for the industrial zone. By mid-autumn, when power output drops, workers are sent back to the buffer zone to prepare for winter. Such large-scale personnel shifts naturally attract nearby infected entities, which swarm the industrial zone with relentless harassment and attacks. Too bad I transmigrated after the spring recruitment ended, missing that spectacle. Cheng Ye sighed. Each sanctuary city has tailored survival strategies, and Happiness City's migratory production mode is particularly ingenious, far surpassing other cities. It not only bypasses the challenges of long-distance power transmission, but also cleverly resolves the defensive dilemma between residential and industrial zones. In summer and autumn, peak migration seasons, the industrial zone draws the attention of nearby infected entities, reducing the risk of infection tides triggered by population gatherings. In winter and spring, when migrations slow, industrial zone workers return to the buffer zone, consolidating everyone in one place to maximize survival against infection tides. There's no absolute good or bad, just trade-offs. Without an infection tide outbreak, it's stable, but this year, Daizun sighed. Since the start of the year, infection tide outbreaks have surged several times over. Who knows what level of tide will hit Happiness City this winter? Throughout the day, The accumulated water on the main district's primary roads was finally drained. The Jinbei van cruised unimpeded, and as it approached Happiness Gate, 2 teams of 16 guards greeted it from a distance. "Thank you, Inspector Cheng, for your support of the Cross Legion. Please hand over the wounded to us for arrangements." The lead captain stepped forward, offering a standard modern military salute, then pounded his right fist against his chest to express heartfelt gratitude. Dai Zun on the stretcher tried to mimic the gesture, but Cheng Ye held down his right hand. "Don't push yourself. Remember what Captain Wu said? You owe me a life." "Of course, one call, and I'm there." A faint smile crossed Dai Zun's pale face. Before he could finish, the guards lifted his stretcher, swiftly disappearing behind the massive city gate. In the darkness, countless gazes from the shadows fixed on them, laced with greed and intensity. Some landed on Cheng Ye, giving him an uneasy feeling of being watched. He glared back, and the gazes abruptly retreated. Even the Jinbei van's driver couldn't help swallowing hard, staring longingly at the rapid passage slowly closing beneath the alloy gate. That was the inner city. Countless people struggled their entire lives in the buffer zone, rotting in infection tides, never touching the frame of Happiness Gate. Yet, for some, this endpoint was a starting line they could casually step onto. "Let's go. If it's not too much trouble, can you drop me off at the fertilizer plant workers' compound?" "Convenient. Of course it's convenient." The driver nodded eagerly, reluctantly tearing his gaze away. The Jinbei van made a U-turn in front of Happiness Gate, gradually moving away from happiness. Night, 10 o'clock. The tires rolled over the wet pavement, coming to a slow stop beside the vine-covered iron gate of the fertilizer plant workers' compound. As Cheng Ye's fingers touched the door handle, his peripheral vision caught 2 figures under a street lamp 100 meters away. Squinting instinctively, he saw Luo Xiaoxue on the left and, to his surprise, Zhou Chonghai on the right. Cheng Ye froze, almost thinking he'd seen wrong. Why would a 5th-stage inspector from the Eastern faction at the checkpoint show up at the fertilizer plant compound late at night to meet Luo Xiaoxue? As they approached, the dim yellow streetlight gradually outlined the man's face. A distinctive horse-like face with a jagged scar on the jaw. It was indeed Zhou Chonghai. What was he doing here? The metal door clanged against the van's side as Cheng Ye stepped out, positioning himself about 5 steps in front of them. "Sister Luo, Inspector Zhou." "Hey, Inspector Cheng, off duty?" Before Luo Xiaoxue could speak, Zhou Chonghai's eyes lit up as he approached, acting as if he'd expected him. "Speak of Chow Chow, and he appears. I was just talking about you with Instructor Luo, and here you are." "Instructor Luo?" Cheng Ye's mouth twitched, suppressing his curiosity. "Inspector Zhou, coming here so late, is it—" "Oh, nothing major. There was an incident at the station today, as you know. Station chief, he died." Zhou Chonghai's tone carried a trace of sorrow. "As a 5th-stage inspector, I have to represent the station, visit the families, and explain the situation to ease their worries." "I see. Thank you for your efforts, Inspector Zhou." Cheng Ye nodded lightly. "With Big B on external mission, I was just coming to talk to Sister Luo about the station to reassure her. Didn't expect you to beat me to it. No need to be so formal with me." Zhou Chonghai laughed heartily, stepping closer to pat Cheng Ye's shoulder, his scar twisting with a smile. "Back in the day, your dad and I were brothers in arms on the survey team. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Zhou." "Uncle Zhou?" Unfamiliar with the checkpoint's past, Cheng Ye caught Luo Xiaoxue subtly pursing her lips out of the corner of his eye. Clearly, the brothers-in-arms claim between Zhou Chonghai and Cheng Long held more water than Happiness City's rainfall these past few days. This old guy was shameless. Wait, why was he trying to get so chummy? Something's off. Uncle Zhou's right. Cheng Ye plastered on a perfectly timed smile. "I was thinking we use titles at work, so I didn't realize I'm off duty now. Unlike you, Uncle Zhou, still visiting families late at night. You're a true role model for the station." The compliment carried a hidden barb, drawing a line between work and personal ties. The subtle jab made Zhou Chonghai's smile freeze for half a second. But as a 5th-stage inspector, he was a seasoned operator. Maintaining his smile as if nothing happened, Zhou Changhai turned to Luo Xiaoxue. Instructor Luo, since Cheng Ye's back, I won't intrude. Don't worry, the hydroelectric station's safer than the checkpoint. Thank you for your concern, Inspector Zhou. Luo Xiaoxue nodded politely. They escorted Zhou Changhai to the street's end, watching him climb into a Jinbei van parked in the shadows. Its headlights cut through the night as it drove toward the city center. What was he here for? Cheng Ye paused. With he phased death, is he already trying to pull people for promotion? Within the checkpoint system, advancing from trainee to first stage was a hurdle. It required evaluations from 3 stations, 9 assessment forms, and a B grade or higher on an external mission, with no major incidents. Most inspectors took about 2 years to clear this step. From first stage to fourth stage was another hurdle. It demanded 300 duty rotations at each of the 3 stations, totaling at least 900 days, with no major incidents or the count resets. Additionally, enough contribution points had to be accumulated and a slot had to open. For example, if a 4th stage inspector slot opened and 5 people qualified, the one with the highest contribution points advanced first. Beyond that, reaching 5th stage was beyond ordinary inspectors. By regulation, 2 generations had to have served at the checkpoint, a so-called endorsement. Without this background, even sky-high contribution points were useless. Liu Bai, for instance, was stuck at 4th stage, ineligible to even compete for 5th stage. 5th stage inspectors were also a prerequisite for becoming a duty station chief. You figured it out? Luo Xiaoxue shook her head, exasperated. Not just him. All 4 5th stage Eastern inspectors came today, staggered as if by some unspoken agreement. All 4. Cheng Ye was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected them to start vying for the position the same day. He died tragically. Same kind of talk? Yeah. All trying to get Liu Bai's vote. Did they offer anything? Huh. You know a lot for a newbie. Luo Xiaoxue gave him a strange, teasing look. You made quite a splash at the North Station today. Every one of those 5th stage inspectors mentioned you when they came. No surprise there. Who at the station doesn't know my bond with Big B? Cheng Ye's smile stiffened. Damn, just as Li Mateo said, nothing stayed quiet at the checkpoint. And Raoul's confidentiality was awful. Didn't he say no one would know? Yet, before Cheng Ye even got home, the news had already reached Luo Xiaoxue. They didn't spill details, did they? Not really. Just said you walked into the Western Station, put those second-generation brats in their place, then went into the isolation ward, spotted an unknown infected entity with a few words, and took it down cleanly, proving your skills and boosting the Easterners' pride. Luo Xiaoxue's expression turned playful. Not bad, kid. You're bold. I underestimated you. Cheng Ye hesitated, chuckling awkwardly, not mentioning how he saved a Cross Legion soldier just before clocking out. His day had been eventful. If station chief he hadn't been ambushed by an unknown infected entity, this wouldn't be a big deal. Just an infected in a cage. You didn't see it, Sister Luo, but that thing had a pointy head. Sure, it was bulky, but it looked like it overdosed on B steroids. Hardly normal. As for those second-generation kids, I just spooked them a bit. Didn't expect them to cave so fast. Cheng Ye spun a casual tale, and they chatted under the building. Perhaps he phased death made Luo Xiaoxue realize there was no truly safe place in the buffer zone. Whether at the North or South Station, survival came down to strength, cunning, and a bit of elusive luck. So, she came to terms with Cheng Ye's stubborn choice to go to the North Station. People are strange. Some convictions become clear only in the face of life and death. Cheng Ye couldn't quite describe this shift, only that from the moment he arrived in the Wasteland, everyone had to be ready to face death. The difference was whether you went out in a blaze of glory or lingered in a corner, waiting to die. Sister Luo, I was on duty all day. Tomorrow, I think I'm forced to take a rest day for that study session. I'll head back tonight, yeah? Go on. You think Zhou Changhai's instructor Luo was just for show? Luo Xiaoxue tucked her hair back, a wry smile on her lips. I got to attend the study session tomorrow, too, and give a lecture as an instructor. Perfect. I'll be there cheering you on. Avoiding talk of checkpoint formalities or dangers, they laughed and chatted for a bit. Cheng Ye stood in place, watching Luo Xiaoxue enter the compound until her figure disappeared into the building's entrance, then turned into the heavy night. From a fertilizer plant compound to the Sunrise Electronics factory compound was a good 10-plus kilometers. But as he jogged back, Cheng Ye felt a burning heat, the long-suppressed spark in his heart finally flaring up. Gaining a skill only shortened the gap with the veterans, still miles from genius. But a talent was different. It could bridge the foundational divide, lifting him beyond the ordinary. Iron Body. The two words rolled on his tongue, almost tasting the searing heat. Excited? Of course he was. But no one knew better than him that this was just the beginning. With experience in acquiring skills, Cheng Ye was extra cautious with an LV.2 talent. Before entering the main district, he called Uncle Dawn to ask about nutrient-paste supplies. Perhaps due to the morning's near riot over goods, the Public Works Bureau unusually restocked shops that afternoon, mandating a sale price of 2 coins per unit. Violators faced fines 10 times the excess or loss of selling permits. I got 6 crates. Don't worry, plenty to go around. Good. Uncle Dong's voice seemed off, but Cheng Ye had no time to dwell on it. At the entrance between the suburbs and the main district, sandbags blocked the road tightly, leaving only a narrow gap. Yet, looking up, the dark clouds were slowly dispersing. It didn't look like more heavy rain was coming. Something's wrong. Cheng Ye quickened his pace, his heart sinking. Previous roadblocks were for crowd control, with guards at the entrance merely for deterrence. Now, 6 armed guards stood openly on high alert, with more position behind, their dart gun barrels peeking through sandbag gaps, exuding a chilling keep-out aura. Halt! Seeing Cheng Ye jog over, the guards exchanged glances and stepped forward. Curfew in the main district. No one's allowed in or out. No one. Cheng Ye's face was impassive as he pulled out his badge. Does that include me? The guard hesitated, quickly scanning the badge with his defense comm. Seeing the displayed info, his tense expression relaxed. Inspector, sir, please proceed. You're free to move, of course. What's going on? Not sure. Orders from above. The guard faltered, pointing toward the inner city. Came down suddenly about half an hour ago. Suddenly? No wonder the road to the fertilizer plant compound earlier had no sandbags. Could something major have happened? Passing the barricade, Cheng Ye sped up, sensing trouble. At the compound's entrance, the Big Meat cafeteria was unusually dark early, not prepping tomorrow's ingredients. Its windows were reinforced with iron plates, like preparations for a coastal typhoon. Uncle Dong's shop was lit, but the shutter was half down, leaving just enough space for half a person to slip through. Uncle Dong. Cheng Ye knocked on the shutter. Don't just stand there, get in. The voice carried clear tension. Cheng Ye ducked inside, pulling the shutter closed behind him. The waterlogged counter was back in place, cleared of damaged goods. Uncle Dong sat behind it, 3 guns on the surface. 1 long, 2 short. The long one was an assault rifle, the short's a shotgun and a pistol. The rifle was disassembled, a bottle of gun oil nearby, its sharp smell filling the air. What's this? Cheng Ye froze. In 3 months, he'd never seen Uncle Dong like this. The usual kindness was gone, replaced by a fierce, murderous edge. Station Chief, he from Central Station died, right? You heard. Cheng Ye wasn't surprised. A checkpoint station chief's death in the buffer zone was no small matter. Even if news could be suppressed briefly, with so many eyes, it'd leak within a day or 2. For a retired veteran like Uncle Dong with connections, hearing early wasn't odd. Around noon, attacked by an unknown infected entity. The infected that hit Station Chief he caught? Now, it was Cheng Ye's turn to pause. They'd investigate before announcing. Probably caught, I'd guess. You're not sure, so it hasn't been. Uncle Dong's gaze was deep as an old well, his voice trembling slightly. Last time a station chief died was 13 years ago. After that, the buffer zone was in chaos for 2 months, with at least triple-digit unknown infected entities infiltrating. All unknowns. Don't scare yourself. Cheng Ye's heart jolted, but he reassured, I was on duty at North Station today. If infected entities slipped in, wouldn't I know? It's different. You guard against external threats, but internally. Uncle Dong flipped open his defense comm, navigating to the message interface. Cheng Ye glanced and froze. Winter 4. Ghost at the door suppressed. Meet at the venue. June 28th, 2107. June 28th was today. 2107. Cheng Ye's mind flashed to a moment after sending Dai Zun off. He glanced at his defense comm. It was around 2102, wasn't it? From an old comrade. Uncle Dong wasn't surprised by Cheng Ye's reaction, just sighed deeply. Over an hour ago, Happiness Gate was attacked by infected entities. What? Cheng Ye's heart shook, his first instinct disbelief. But the next second, a chill like needles shot through him, goosebumps rising. His memory rewound. At Happiness Gate with Dai Zun, there were indeed many prying eyes in the dark. He glared some back. Could those gazes have belonged not to ordinary vagrants, but that didn't breach, but plenty of infected likely slipped in? Uncle Dong spoke, his hands steadily assembling the rifle barrel. You know the dark pool principle. For external checks, no one's more professional than you inspectors. But for stirrings in the buffer zone, us old cowards know better than anyone, and we know the consequences. Plenty in the buffer zone envy inspectors' badges, but deep down, everyone knows you're the buffer zone's barometer. Once you start taking casualties, chaos is coming fast. Click. The rifle was assembled. Uncle Dong aimed it briefly, nodding toward a corner by the door. 6 crates. Take what you need, on me as usual. The top crate has a key to this shop. Take it. If things go wrong, hide here. The basement's reinforced, can hold out long enough for you to call the checkpoint for help. Also, under the 4th floor tile in the basement, there are 6 high-explosive grenades, custom-made. They could level the big meat cafeteria next door. Don't use them unless it's dire. You're heading out to hide. Cheng Ye paused, glancing at the door. Sure enough, a long-handled key sat on the crate. Not hiding, settling some unfinished business. Setting down the rifle, Uncle Dong sighed. When you're old, you fear death daily. But at times like this, I'm not afraid. The shop might be closed for a while. Carrying 3 crates of nutrient paste back to his room, Cheng Ye locked the door. The flimsy bullhead lock rattled on the frame, offering no security, only unease. Damn, why's the Wasteland such a mess since I transmigrated? First day of the rapid checkpoint. I'm fine, but it feels like the buffer zone sky is falling. Cheng Ye grumbled, but he knew this mess had nothing to do with him. The chaotic weather predated his arrival, traceable to 13 years ago when a duty station chief died. The old saying held true, natural disasters bring great upheaval. Happiness City's migratory mode worked in summer and autumn, drawing most infected entities to the industrial zone, leaving few to hit the buffer zone with vagrants. But when disasters struck, the mode failed, and relaxed vigilance could spark sudden chaos. Whoosh! A gust rattled the window, creaking. Normally, Cheng Ye wouldn't care, but now it sent chills down his spine. He gripped his waist dagger, recalling those greedy eyes at the gate. This damn buffer zone was anything but safe. No wonder everyone fought to reach the inner city. In peaceful times, it was fine, but danger turned everything into a battlefield. No more. Tomorrow, I'm buying materials to reinforce the doors and windows. Chung Long, a workaholic, lived at the checkpoint, leaving no property. This single room was checkpoint assigned, untouched by its previous owner. Before, Cheng Ye was too focused on assessments to think about fortifying. Now it was a priority. With 3 action points, reinforcing doors and windows should be doable. Moving the table to block the door, Cheng Ye called Luo Xiaoxue to explain. Want to move to my place? Bigby reinforced it multiple times. It's safe. No need. If chaos hits, we inspectors will be on duty. Coming and going could draw infected entities to you and E. Luo Xiaoxue didn't press, knowing he was right. Alone, she'd manage, but with E, frequent visitors were risky. Hanging up, Cheng Ye moved the bed to the door too. If an infected entity tried breaking in at night, it'd wake him instantly. Iron Body, you better be worth it. Thinking it, The civilization collector panel opened, switching to his personal interface. At the bottom, his evaluation hadn't changed. But in the skills slot, a glowing purple frame had appeared. Equip Iron Body. The moment his thought landed, the purple frame flashed, leaping from the reserve to the active skill slot. No reaction for a LV.2 talent? Unlike skills, which flooded the mind with memories and illusions upon equipping, talents were subtle, like beast instincts, with no noticeable change. But no buffs either? Cheng Ye blinked, his gaze catching the window's reflection. In it, his youthful face burned red, as if magma surged beneath his skin. Veins bulged densely from neck to scalp. He looked less human, more like an infected entity, a grotesque, red-skinned beast. What's happening to me? No time to think or feel the changes. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted inside him, like tons of dynamite detonating at once. Far from the calm of equipping a skill, Cheng Ye's vision spun, the world fracturing into blurry light and shadow. It felt like being tossed into a storm's eye, his organs shredded and remade. But did it hurt? No. Was it exhilarating? Hell yes. Indescribable sensations crashed over him, like paddling a kayak through raging waves. Amid the intense impact, strange visions flooded him like a tide. A parched, cracked pond bed, suddenly gushing with clear springs, nourishing every inch of broken earth. The ground trembling, soil churning, a hill rising like a waking beast. Deep in the earth, a tender sprout pushing through rubble, inching upward, breaking the hard surface. Everything was different. Something in his genes seemed to awaken. The uncrossable chasm between the gifted and the ordinary, he'd stepped over it with ease. The changes from Iron Body are even wilder than I imagined. Moments later, Cheng Ye stood, leaning on the bed frame, pale. The strange phenomena faded, leaving only waves of heat rising from him. His pain perception was now 1/10 normal, nearly numb. He'd expected it to feel odd, but instead, it was the opposite. The nerves once tied to pain seemed rewired, sharpening his other senses to unprecedented levels. For example, he reached for the training dagger nearby. The moment his fingers touched the handle, a strange sense of oneness sparked in his mind. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger traced a silver arc, slashing upward. Cold light burst along the motion, sharp as frost. The blade moved with his will, an extension of his arm. An unprecedented thrill surged through him, as if he'd wielded this dagger for decades. Every angle, every forced trajectory was etched into his genes as natural as breathing. Is this the world of geniuses? The enhancement from Iron Body far exceeded expectations. Cheng Ye's eyes flashed with awe as he carefully sensed the changes in his body. Without experiencing it firsthand, it was impossible to grasp this earth-shattering difference. No wonder the S3 virus, as recorded in books, could topple civilizations. A mere talent from genetic reversion had already left ordinary humans in the dust. What about transcendent abilities? They were likely so terrifying they'd split human into entirely different forms. Wait, Daizun's Iron Body didn't seem this strong. Losing pain perception while gaining enhanced bodily awareness. This change was outrageous. Cheng Ye unequipped Iron Body and re-equipped it to test. After 4 or 5 rounds of comparison, he noticed an unexpected quirk. This talent's effect diminishes over time, and it has a built-in cooldown. When first equipped, Iron Body's boost was intense, freeing up nerves to spike body control by 50%, achieving a qualitative leap. But this boost lasted only a minute before steadily fading. Within 5 minutes, the enhancement vanished entirely, requiring the talent to be unequipped to reset. Testing further, Cheng Ye found that re-equipping immediately didn't restore the boost. He had to wait 5 minutes to regain the peak enhancement. Pain neurons are repurposed for information processing. Could it be that the freed neurons can't handle prolonged high-intensity data? Cheng Ye speculated. Though his major was civil engineering, this was covered in high school biology. Pain signal transmission relies on specific neurons. When pain perception drops, their firing rate decreases, theoretically freeing up neural resources from the spinal dorsal horn and thalamic pain centers. Neuron signaling depends on ion channel activity, consuming energy supplied by mitochondria. Under high information loads, mitochondria could exceed their energy and metabolic capacity, manifesting as the boost's gradual fade. Theory's just theory. If my high school knowledge could crack this, genetic reversion wouldn't be so mystical. Maybe I'll search for some research skills later to dig deeper. Cheng Ye shook his head, deciding not to dwell on neurology. Without the control boost, this talent was a double-edged sword. Still, outperforming Dai Zun's original version was a massive, unexpected win. He hadn't planned to keep pain reduction equipped long-term, only using it during extreme training to push his body's limits. In combat, close-quarters fights resolved in under 30 seconds, far from the 5-minute fade. More than enough. Gurgle, gurgle. A familiar hunger surged like a tide. Cheng Ye's face shifted. Without thinking, he grabbed nutrient paste and chugged. As expected, high-level skills or talents triggered adaptive changes at the body's core. Last time, basic power spurred new muscle growth. What about Iron Body? 1 bag, 5, 10, 20 bags of nutrient paste vanished, wrappers littering the floor. From past experience, this much should have eased the hunger. But now, the black hole-like void in his stomach didn't subside. It felt like it was hollowing out his organs. Great, perfect, this is exactly right. More, I can handle more. Faction conflicts were just heating up, and the infected threat loomed. Any trace of luck was snuffed out. This was the Wasteland, and death gave no reprieve. A station chief fell today. Tomorrow, it could be an inspector. Cheng Ye's hunger for strength had never been so urgent, answered by bags of empty nutrient paste. Tearing open packets, he entered a frenzy, downing a bag every 5 seconds. The thick paste, meant to sate hunger, vanished in his mouth like it was sucked into a void, leaving no satisfaction. Soon, the nutrient paste bought from Uncle Dong that morning was gone. Cheng Ye's heart leapt with joy. He yanked open a crate, tearing into more. 10 bags, 30, 50. Only when wrappers piled into a small mountain did the paste finally settle in his stomach, no longer vanishing on contact. Drawing from last time, he downed 10 more bags, finally feeling full. Basic power took 28 bags. Iron Body took 107. Scanning the littered wrappers, Cheng Ye stood, sensing the change. This enhanced physical resilience. His skin had undergone a strange shift. Running a fingertip over his left arm, it no longer felt like soft flesh but taut like weathered cowhide. Turning his neck or flexing joints, he felt subdermal fascia pull like bowstrings, emitting faint zzz sounds, as if his skin had become elastic armor wrapping his muscles. This is insane. Cheng Ye's eyelid twitched. With basic powers precedent, he knew this wasn't a temporary skill boost, but a permanent enhancement etched into his body. No matter what skills he equipped later, this reinforcement would stay. Iron Body reduces pain and boosts control. Without this enhanced body, high-intensity moves could easily tear my fascia. But now, after this upgrade, Cheng Ye squeezed his arm. The muscles beneath swelled like inflated tires. He couldn't quantify the strength gain, but he sensed that pre-skill him wouldn't stand a chance, probably could take on 5 of his old self in a gauntlet. One-on-one, of course. The inner city has ways to measure vitality, but it's exclusive to the 3 legions for warrior grading. Inspectors focus on operations, not combat, so my clearance can't access that equipment. Maybe I'll hit the training gym. Big B's not around, but they've got paid sparring. A test will show how much I've improved. Placing the dagger by the bed, Cheng Ye lay down fully clothed. That night, he slept fitfully. As Uncle Dong predicted, sporadic gunfire cracked through the night like popping beans. Infected entities had indeed slipped in. Thankfully, inspectors weren't tasked with internal searches. That fell to the Happiness Legion, the strongest of the 3, with inspectors only handling final sweeps, a low risk. Collector, Cheng Ye. Current rank, LV.1 trainee, 3.2/100. Life tier, 0. Skills, Basic power, beast instinct, iron body, talent. Locked. Evaluation. Your strength has surged rapidly, one step from the minimum standard for a civilization collector. Focusing on developing your foundational potential will yield additional rewards. The panel changed again. At dawn's first light, Cheng Ye leapt up. While brushing his teeth, he habitually opened the panel, spotting the change instantly. Iron Body added a whopping 2.5 to his information gauge, 8 times his estimated 0.3. At this rate, just 40 searches could meet the rank-up requirement. Targeting the strong for skills is definitely the way to go. Spitting out foam, Cheng Ye kept assessing. Nearly 5 days had passed since mastering basic power. As muscle memory solidified, even unequipping the skill caused no noticeable force disruption. Some complex attack moves might feel slightly off, but he sensed that in 2 or 3 days, even those would smooth out. This meant he could free up a skill slot before acquiring the next one. Too bad Beast Instinct is likely a talent too, just LV.1, so it's not labeled. These core talents lose effect immediately when unequipped. Noting this, Cheng Ye packed early and left. Though he had the day off and only needed to attend the study session in the afternoon, the flimsy tenement door, shaking at every gust, kept him on edge all night. Big iron plates, yeah, those. Give me 3. Anti-theft lock from the ruins? Still works? Fine, install it. Nails for reinforcing doors. You got a whole set? Oh, high demand. 2 packs then. Ground spikes? What for? Block infected ambushes at the door? All right, 1 set. Fresh mutant beast dung? Smear it on the door, and infected entities will steer clear. The flea market on the pedestrian street, usually quiet until afternoon, was packed by morning. Amid the haggling, Cheng Ye marveled. He wasn't the only one spooked last night. The buying frenzy outdid yesterday's nutrient-paced rush. Hunger won't kill you quickly, but infected entities are lethal. Cheng Ye circled the street. He'd worried about what materials to buy, but vendors had ready-made fortification kits. From tenements to roadside tents, Wastelanders had solutions for every dwelling, fully stocked. Buy enough, and they even offered free delivery. 580 coins, I'll arrange delivery now. Taking Cheng Ye's happiness coins, the vendor grinned ear to ear, turning to summon help. Soon, 2 scrawny youths pushed a cart, piling on Cheng Ye's materials. Sir, lead the way, we'll follow. Good. In the buffer zone, no one dared scam an inspector. Cheng Ye returned to the tenement, grabbing a wrench to tackle the flimsy iron door. Dismantling it was easy. 2 swings of the hinges, and it fell apart. Rusted hinges broke into pieces, the frame rattling. Damn, forget blocking infected entities. A regular human could bust through. Cheng Ye eyed the rust with lingering dread. If an infected had slipped in right after he transmigrated, this door wouldn't have stopped it. He'd be dead without knowing how. Soon, the materials arrived in the hallway. Hauling the heavy anti-theft door to the 5th floor left the 2 youths panting. Thanks, you earned this. Cheng Ye handed over 2 5-coin happiness coins. Their faces lit up, gushing gratitude, as if emptying their vocabulary of praise. After they left, staring at the pile of materials, Cheng Ye's overnight tension finally eased. With these, infected entities won't get in so easily, right? Though no one knew each other's exact status, living in a tenement in the buffer zone meant wealth or influence. Seeing Cheng Ye haul back so many materials, other 5th-floor residents poked their heads out, visibly alarmed. Kid, where'd you get all this? Someone asked, and Cheng Ye pointed toward the pedestrian street visible through the window. Flea market. Hurry and grab some, or there won't be a scrap left. Grab. What else? Infected entities have slipped in. You think this tin door will hold? Cheng Ye kicked the broken hinge on the ground. The old lady who asked paled, and the middle-aged folks nearby looked rattled. Within 5 minutes, chaotic footsteps echoed through the hallway. Every household sent someone with bags to join the frenzy. Soon, footsteps rang from below. Cheng Ye leaned out to look. Damn, the entire Sunrise Electronics factory compound was in an uproar. Though many had reinforced doors and windows before, Who could resist joining the panic buying rush? In a way, Station Chief He's death boosted consumption. What a grim joke. Cheng Ye was briefly stunned, but quickly grasped the reason. After heading out that morning, he learned that while inspectors caught 99% of infected threats, some always slipped through in the buffer zone. Rarely were people directly infected. More often, infection sources were brought in, sparking internal outbreaks. Spring and winter saw frequent cases, roughly 1 or 2 a week. Summer and autumn were hit or miss, sometimes several incidents a year, sometimes none. This time, the frenzy was triggered by Station Chief's death. The last time a duty station chief died was 13 years ago. Infiltrating infected entities caused a riot that lasted over 3 months, with over 10,000 deaths. Counting those who fled in the chaos, the buffer zone's population dropped nearly 40%, a devastating blow. Now, with Yifei's death, people linked it to the past. Coupled with frequent infected activity and natural disasters since the year's start, the signs fueled widespread fear. After the crowd dispersed, Cheng Ye patrolled the hallway, then returned to his door, silently chanting, "Reinforce the door, reinforce the door, reinforce." He let the civilization collector's thoughts flow, scanning the materials for action options. A blue scan flashed. A panel popped up, displaying delightful text. Broken Residence, LV.0. Description: a dilapidated dwelling with only basic living functions, 0 defensive capability. Action options: basic reinforcement, strengthen door and window frames, fill wall cracks, providing basic defense. Estimated action points: 1. Sufficient materials and tools acquired, reducing point cost. Advanced reinforcement, fully utilize materials, reconstruct door frame with alloy supports, install crisscross grills on windows, significantly enhancing defense, capable of withstanding regular infected attacks. Estimated action points: 2. Sufficient materials and tools acquired, skill check passed, reducing point cost. Perfect reinforcement, restructure, implant isolation alloy framework, add pressure-sensitive sealed cabin door, granting basic shelter properties, capable of withstanding common infected attacks. Estimated action points: locked prerequisites, materials, engineering machinery. Collector, please select an action option. Skill check passed, my engineering knowledge is enough. Cheng Ye was thrilled. Civil engineering might be a low-tier field in the modern world, but in the Wasteland, it shone. Even the highest difficulty perfect reinforcement was feasible with the right materials and machinery. But restructuring the framework is too extreme. The tenement's foundation is set. With that ability, I could build a new place. The action points would be astronomical. Without hesitation, Cheng Ye chose option 2. Just one more action point. Yet it maximized material use and explicitly withstood regular infected attacks. Worth it. With a thought, the mystical time-stop space reappeared, stripping away his control as his perspective soared. In a third-person view, like a 100-fold speed-up, the rotten doorframe was cleared, wall cracks and hollows filled with special adhesive. Expansion bolts were driven into the brick walls at intervals, anchoring alloy tubes. 4 high-strength alloy tubes were installed along the door's edges, each joint injected with adhesive. Ignited with a lighter, smoke rose, and corner brackets fused the tubes into a seamless frame. The rickety, rusted frame was reborn, and the heavy anti-theft door, requiring 2 people to lift, was mounted in a flash. Moving to the windows, steel bars of varying lengths crisscrossed at 45-degree angles, forming a diamond grid, like modern security windows. Each bar's end was embedded in the wall, secured with expansion bolts to the building structure. Action complete. The mystical sensation faded. Cheng Ye's vision flickered. The materials were gone, replaced by a sturdy anti-theft door standing before him. This is unreal. Pulling the door's key from his pocket, his hand trembled inexplicably. Only when he inserted it, turned, and heard the crisp click of the lock engaging did he believe it was real. The flimsy tin door was history. In its place was a security door radiating safety. Pushing it open, the door's weight felt reassuring. closing it. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped him, easing his taut nerves. This is what living feels like. Too excited, Cheng Ye let slip a curse, barely containing his joy. Last night's fear was now matched by exhilaration. The lock's knob clicked into place. The door's built-in firing port, size for a gun barrel, allowed shooting without opening. Staring at it, Cheng Ye planned to get a shotgun once the corrupt Vine mission reward came in. Anyone scratching at this door would get a blast, no questions asked. Mistake? Sorry, take it up with the checkpoint. Now I can finally sleep soundly. Sitting on the bed, Cheng Ye exhaled a long breath, as if purging days of pent-up anxiety. You got lucky. The guy you saved last night really wasn't infected. In the converted movie theater meeting hall, as Cheng Ye sat, Lee Mateo sidled up, winking, and plopped beside him. This old slacker. Why so chummy? Cheng Ye glanced around. Sure enough, many inspectors shot them odd looks. An Easterner and a Westerner together in this climate looked out of place. Ignore them, Lee Mateo said, glaring back before grinning at Cheng Ye. They're obsessed with picking sides to climb ranks, never bothering to earn contributions honestly. You and I are the same. Hard-working, dutiful, the backbone of the checkpoint. Cheng Ye paused, amused by Lee Mateo's shamelessness. Backbone, huh? So what happened last night, you know? Well, word is there was an issue with Station Chief, he's body disposal. They didn't know the unknown infection source's capabilities, so it spread a bit. Shouldn't be a big deal, and Transcendence stepped in. Transcendence. Cheng Ye mulled the word, a burning desire flickering in his eyes. Not just survival-driven hunger, but a primal craving for higher power. A single genetic reversion talent had transformed his strength. What about transcendence? What kind of world was that? You're one of those chasing ultimate personal power, aren't you? Lee Mateo saw Cheng Ye's longing and shook his head with a smile. With your background, skills, and cunning, barring accidents, you'll be a fifth-stage inspector. If luck's on your side, I might live to see Station Chief Cheng unite East and West. Flattering me already? No flattery. The checkpoint contribution system gives people like you the edge. Lee Mateo paused, locking eyes. I know you grew up in the inner city, no ID checks there. But after 2 months out here, you get the weight of this badge, right? Cheng Ye thought, not responding. So far, his inspector badge had never failed him. Even at a super material shop for weapons, mentioning inspector shaved 50 contribution points off. Noticing his hesitation, Lee Mateo was surprised. What, you don't know? The rank system doesn't restrict trainees from learning this. Lu Bai didn't tell you. No. Cheng Ye shook his head. It wasn't that Lu Bai withheld it. His past self lacked the ability to pass even a first external mission. Why burden him with this? To his surprise, Lee Mateo was unusually chatty today, diving in without prompting. Trainee, first stage, second stage, fifth stage. Each rank up upgrades your badge. And it's not just a title, your privileges change. First stage inspectors can freely enter any Happiness City facility. Like the Cross Legion's factories you saw last night, you walk in, no one stops you, including the hydroelectric station. Second stage inspectors with the badge can make demands at nearby shelters or settlements trading with Happiness City, and they must comply unconditionally. Don't make absurd requests, though. Use some sense. The station covers the costs. Third stage inspectors. Now, that's a game changer. Lee Mateo lowered his voice. Infection tides hit once or twice every winter, but with a third stage badge, you can enter the inner city, no suffering in the buffer zone. What? Cheng Ye's head snapped up. Weren't inspectors barred from the inner city? Don't look so shocked, like we're criminals. Saying inspectors can't enter the inner city is to calm the masses. We need them to see us as allies, standing together against infection tides to ease our workload. Lee Mateo flashed a knowing smile. Don't think the system's crude or that hiding in the inner city is easy. Third stage inspectors are either cunning or clever. They'd thrive anywhere in the Wasteland. Our station has fewer than 40 third stage inspectors. If we lost a batch every winter, how'd we keep going? Rely on newbies to guard the gate. This is the buffer zone's core. sending greenhorns yearly. How do the higher-ups ensure loyalty or that inspectors will risk their lives to stop infected entities? It made sense. Cheng Ye took a moment to process, resolving long-standing contradictions. But new questions arose. If it's for safety, why do higher-ups make inspectors take dangerous external missions? Cheng Ye, let me correct you. External missions aren't mandated by the higher-ups. Lee Mateo tapped the table. The first and second generations of inspectors fought tooth and nail to win that right from Happiness City's leadership. That right lets us carry Happiness City's banner, extending our authority beyond this tiny buffer zone into the outside world. You think going out is dangerous? Wrong. Step outside and you'll see. Whether it's ruin-dwelling gangs or scavengers hunting humans, they bow to us. One word from you, or me can cut their supply lines. Without bullets, tools, or energy, their days are numbered. At settlements, leaders treat you like a god from the moment you arrive, practically licking your boots. Why? They need your green check mark to join the trade network. Even at small shelters, city lords clear their schedules to please you, hoping for bigger trade quotas. He paused, his tone laced with mockery. Stay in the buffer zone? Sounds nice as Happiness City inspectors, but we're just glorified gate guards. If the higher-ups frown, we're running ourselves ragged. Only by stepping out, you mean us, do we become true Wasteland border inspectors, deciding where the line of human civilization is drawn. For once, Lee Mateo didn't act like a slacker. As he spoke his final words, he seemed to glow. It perfectly illustrated that true loyalty stems only from shared interests and deep bonds. By your logic, Cheng Ye frowned, pondering. But the Central Station's External Mission Board only lists delivery, reconnaissance, patrols, and supporting inner-city operations. What do you think faction alignment is for? Lee Mateo snorted. Easterners' missions are assigned by Station Chief Ding, Westerners by Station Chief Harlan. If you stay neutral like me, you grind through gruntwork missions to earn contributions. But join a faction, and the juicy assignments never stop. Plenty of ways to rack up points. So that's the perk of picking a side? Cheng Ye jolted, suddenly grasping the checkpoint's underlying logic. Your grandfather, Cheng Wu, was one of Happiness City's founding elders, Lee Mateo continued. Back then, he was a true high-ranking figure. Shame he never awakened transcendence, so he and other elders voluntarily moved to the outer district, what we now call the buffer zone. Cheng Wu again? Cheng Ye's inherited memories held no trace of this name, not even much of Cheng Long. After age 10, he saw his father maybe once every 2 or 3 years, always at Happiness Gate's Passage, where Cheng Long would exchange a few hurried words before leaving. This checkpoint was built by their generation, Lee Mateo said. Strictly speaking, without the first-generation inspectors risking their lives, Happiness City wouldn't be what it is today. The inner city thrived in the chaotic early New Era because of their protection, absorbing populations, advancing industry, and outpacing others to dominate Sher Province and beyond. Many shelters and settlements now mimic our checkpoint system, but can't crack its essence. Their inspectors are just inner-city lapdogs, powers puppets, not partners in progress. They lack the guts to fight for authority or the strength to enforce it, so their systems collapse under any strain. Puppets versus partners. 2 words, worlds apart. Cheng Ye gave Lee Mateo a curious glance. In the current situation, inspectors are declining with each generation. As long as the old-timers are still around, we're not quite puppets, but we're drifting further from partners. Look around. How many here are just scrambling for power? He nodded toward the room. The inner city's leadership is weakening too, and their fights are fierce. One faction pushes to embrace transcendence, cultivating elite fighters to crush infected with force. The other wants to expand tech and industry, building a safe joint survival zone to block infected. Lee Mateo chuckled softly. Then there's neutral idealists like me, dreaming of happiness and safety for residents, cutting utility fees, controlling prices, pushing welfare policies. With the checkpoint's biggest supporters. Cheng Ye didn't jab this time. Happiness City's idealists had helped him immensely, enabling the collector's activation and rapid searches. Lee Mateo, for all his slacking, was better than brainless climbers like Garcia. How many old-timers are left? About a third, mostly on external missions. They'll trickle back in autumn. So, around 50? Cheng Ye nodded slightly. With 3 checkpoints, each needing 8 inspectors per cycle, only 24 were required. If veterans hog spots, newbies had no shot. Summer and autumn's lower infected numbers also left room for training, explaining why he could start duty at North Station immediately. Veterans made way for rookies. What about my father? What kind was he? Your father, Lee Mateo swallowed, shaking his head, reverting to his slippery, slacker mode. Can't judge him. He's a remarkable man. Without certain issues, he'd be head station chief, no question. If you want answers, ask Lu Bai. He's 4th stage, I'm 3rd. He can speak freely, I can't. Fine. Cheng Ye sensed a big secret tied to Cheng Long, especially the civilization collector. By the way, can you bring family into the inner city? No way, Lee Mateo said firmly. The higher-ups allow inspectors refuge based on personal contributions. Your family didn't bleed for the city. Why should they get in? Not even 4th or 5th stage. Not even Station Chief Ding can bring family. It's a hard rule set by the first inspectors, a matter of principle. What about your family? In the inner city, of course. Lee Mateo looked puzzled. The rule bans bringing family in, not families already there. My wife and kids are inner city folk. Wait, didn't you grow up there? Why ask? So that's why his predecessor lived in the inner city? Cheng Ye had an epiphany. He thought Cheng Long pulled strings to get him in. Not that Cheng Long started a family there. His mother died in childbirth, leaving only vague photos and memory, and Cheng Long left his son in the inner city, barely checking in. The first day outside, the real world scared his predecessor to death. Oh, Lee Mateo slapped his head, miming a self-slap. My bad, shouldn't have said that. What about 4th stage privileges? 4th stage, Lee Mateo hesitated, squeezing out 4 words with a grudging tone. Transcendent opportunity. Dong, dong. The class bell rang, silencing the hall's chatter. The study session wasn't just for off-duty inspectors. The back rows held dozens of blue armband observers and key staff. The projector stand scraped harshly against the concrete floor. Cheng Ye barely noticed, still reeling from Lee Mateo's bombshell. Compared to transcendent opportunities and the purpose of external missions, 3rd stage inner-city access seemed trivial. Happiness cities raising special infected entities? Cheng Ye's mind reeled. Per Lee Mateo, it wasn't about humans contracting the S-series virus to trigger transcendence. Happiness City secretly bred special infected entities. Transcendent plants growing on them matured slowly, harvested every 5 to 8 years. Yields determined distribution amounts. The last round gave 4th stage inspectors about 5 grams each. Though small, it could activate latent transcendent genes in humans, varying by individual. The last successful activation was 11 years ago, when Duty Station Chief Lu Kuan awakened, joining the Inner City's Defense Bureau as director. His rise elevated the checkpoint's status, stripping power from the Security Bureau, which dissolved 8 years ago, leaving the checkpoint dominant. Before that, 13 years ago, before Ding Yishan's tenure, Head Station Chief Reagan Carl awakened. Nobody knew how. He resigned as head chief, becoming the Industrial Zone's executive, now a tech faction heavyweight with immense power. Their meteoric rises, wielding both transcendent power and authority, fueled inspectors' ambitions. So the East-West feud is about transcendence and the power it brings. With enough pieces, Cheng Ye saw the root of the conflict. From 4th stage to station chief, each rank up didn't transform power, but granted more transcendent plans for activation. The last opportunity was 5 years ago, and Ding Yishan, in office nearly a decade, missed his shot. With Easterners weakened, Harlan wouldn't pass up climbing higher. And transcendence is right beside me. Realizing transcendence was attainable through steady rank-ups, Cheng Ye's heart blazed. But he didn't plan to climb conventionally, waiting for inner-city handouts. With his search ability, he'd seize fully formed transcendent powers. He hadn't known who the Transcendents were, but Lee Mateo named two prime targets, Liu Kuan and Reagan Carl. One east, one west. You better not cross this inspector someday. Repeating their names, Cheng Ye burned them into memory, then forced down his surging excitement. Even the weakest transcendent ability outstripped Iron Body, likely LV.3 or LV.4, beyond his collector's current search capacity. The priority was climbing ranks, clearing the trainee phase fast. Cheng Ye. Lee Mateo nudged him under the table with his knee, whispering, "The overseers are here. Don't slack, or you'll be made an example." Overseers? Cheng Ye looked up, following Lee Mateo's gesture. Two figures entered the hall, Eastern 5th Stage Inspector Xiao Yuan and Western 5th Stage Inspector Dario Haven. Catching Cheng Ye's gaze, Xiao Yuan nodded slightly, offering a faintly friendly look but maintaining the typical leader's aloof air, scanning the room. Dario Haven's reaction caught Cheng Ye off guard. The Western Inspector smiled warmly, like he was eyeing a promising junior. Huh? Hallucinating? Cheng Ye quickly looked away, sensing that lingering eye contact might prompt Dario to come chat. Don't stare. Listen, even if it's boring, act serious, Lee Mateo advised, lips barely moving but voice clear. Heard someone dozed off yesterday, got called out, and had to answer questions on stage. With only colleagues, it's fine, but with all these observers and staff watching, it's humiliating. As he spoke, applause erupted from the Eastern faction's front rows. Cheng Ye's eyes sharpened, joining the clapping. The first lecturer was Luo Xiaoxue. Though Liu Bai was an Eastern faction oddball, they gave her respect for the faction's face, joined by Eastern observers and staff. The Western faction, however, was indifferent to her entrance, some even sneering. No surprise, this is just the start, Lee Mateo said. The next transcendent opportunity is over a year away, post-winter, next spring. That's when the real fight begins. Uninvolved in faction disputes, Lee Mateo clapped with Cheng Ye, drawing glares from Westerners. He seemed to relish the attention. Each lecturer had 5 minutes. Luo Xiaoxue covered a hydrophilic infected entity she'd faced, concisely sharing countermeasures. As she stepped down, the back curtain lifted and the next lecturer appeared, an old warrior, met with cold indifference from both factions. No applause greeted him, and none followed his talk, despite its merits from Cheng Ye's view. What a harsh hierarchy! Cheng Ye sighed inwardly, his gaze shifting to the curtain entrance, spotting the waiting lecturers. Wait, didn't Uncle Dong say he was off to settle a wish last night? Why is he here? The 4-story abandoned theater in the suburbs had been requisitioned as a temporary venue for the study session. The vagrants who once lived here had all been driven out to other places. When the station announcer called out theater station, Uncle Dong let out a long breath, stepped off the bus, and stood by the platform, momentarily lost in thought. Since receiving the lecturer invitation for the study session yesterday, he hadn't slept for 18 hours straight. He couldn't tell if it was excitement or fear. But now that he was here, all his thoughts suddenly cleared, leaving only a faint sense of bewilderment swirling in his heart. After a brief moment of distraction, Uncle Dong snapped back to reality and followed a path trodden through the weeds toward the theater. About 200 or 300 steps forward, a sign stood in the middle of the path. Attendees go left to the main entrance for the stage. Lecturers go right to the back door for the backstage area. He turned toward the back door, soon spotting 4 guards stationed there and a line of lecturers waiting to enter. When it was his turn, Uncle Dong pulled an iron badge from his pocket. The guard scanned it on a defense communicator, and an electronic voice promptly announced, "Verification successful. Blood Dragon Corps, Level 02 Green Dragon Team, Winter Squad, Captain Xiaodong." Hearing the announcement, the 4 guards' expressions shifted slightly, quickly replaced by respect. The Blood Dragon Corps had advanced 1 level each year since its founding, now reaching Level 29. This man's Level 02 status marked him as a veteran from the Corps' 2nd year. The Green Dragon Team was the 3rd tier within the Corps, ranked as Fledgling Dragon, thorn dragon, green dragon, winged dragon, stone dragon, a blood dragon. Even now, the entire Corps had just over 100 green dragon teams. To have retired and survived to this day, there was no debate. This man was one of the buffer zone's living fossils. Captain Xia, please enter. Thank you. Taking back his badge and slipping it into his pocket, Uncle Dong stepped forward with a hint of unease, passing through the back door. Phew! The shift from light to shadow brought a faint breeze from above. With the yellow flag raised, the checkpoint's lockdown lifted after 5 minutes, control returning to the inspectors. Cheng Ye first opened the isolation gate, letting the 4 brothers, eager for treatment, pass through, then picked up his communicator to make a call. Sister Luo, don't worry, work's going smoothly here. Nothing's happened. Yeah, something happened to Station Chief He. I'm stuck on duty till tonight. Hearing about He Fei's incident, Luo Xiaoxue was shocked. He was a veteran inspector, a generation above Lu Bai and Cheng Long. How could something happen out of the blue? Be extra careful. With a new hydrophilic infected entity, the manual I gave you might not help. Stay cautious. Don't worry, I'm in quarantine zone A, checking vehicles. Only one came all morning. At this rate, I doubt another will show up by evening. Cheng Ye naturally didn't mention spotting an unknown infected entity on his first day and getting into a fight. With the situation volatile, no one knew what might happen next. Better to talk face-to-face tonight to avoid worrying Luo Xiaoxue. He hung up the communicator. Cheng Ye wanted to dig for more on the central checkpoint, but unlike Lu Bai, he'd spent 2 months focused on inspector exams, building no reliable connections. To survive in the checkpoint, you need your own people, your confidants. Glancing at Raven and Owl outside the isolation gate, Cheng Ye felt they'd be good candidates to cultivate. They were efficient and understood the checkpoint's dynamics. But with his footing still shaky, building a loyal team felt like a castle in the sky. This shift is for getting familiar. After my first field mission, I can start thinking about building my own crew. Climbing up will need their support. The rapid inspection station was fraught with danger, but offered a fast track to merit. Most crucially, it had charging stations, allowing quick energy replenishment for search opportunities. In just half a day, Cheng Ye had changed his mind, reluctant to return to checking drifters. That job was tedious, requiring endless probing and questioning. Even if he pulled a Garcia, skimming entry fees, it'd only net a few coins a day. At the rapid inspection station, the first person inspected offered a 600 happiness coin bribe and a piece of meteorite iron. The ancients weren't kidding. Greater danger, greater reward. Glancing at the crowded Zone B and the empty Zone A, Cheng Ye calmed his mind. Central main checkpoint. The temperature hit its peak, sunlight baking the ground into a steamy haze. Drifters at the gate peered curiously inside. In the isolation zone behind the checkpoint, a dense crowd of nearly 1,000 gathered, mostly heavily armed guards, the scene highly unusual. At the center was a desiccated corpse, skin clinging to bones, curled on the ground like shriveled tree bark. Investigate. Get to the bottom of this. Ding Yishan stared at the corpse, his face twitching uncontrollably, before standing abruptly, his expression dark. He Fei's death didn't need much investigation. The state of the body screamed accident. By protocol, duty station chiefs shouldn't inspect isolation zones, but last night's rain flooded the area. For some reason, He Fei insisted on checking on the drifters. He walked right into a hydrophilic infected entity, a new strain absent from the database. Within seconds of contact, it drained him into a husk. Such a ludicrous death. Who could believe a veteran of over 20 years, who'd killed countless infected entities, would meet such an absurd end? Ding Yishan couldn't help but think of himself. With new infected strains flooding toward Happiness City, even a duty station chief wasn't safe. Didn't that mean he, the head station chief, could lose his life here any moment? From today, the central main checkpoint inspection level rises to 4. Any abnormal data, isolate immediately. No one but guards enters the isolation zone. The north and south sub-checkpoints raise to level 3. 2 or more abnormal data points, straight to isolation. No unauthorized releases. Ding Yishan's voice was heavy. Checkpoint inspection levels range from 1, lowest, to 5, highest. Historically, only winter's dangers warranted level 3 or higher. Summer typically stayed at 1 or 2. Raising to level 4 in midsummer made the guards and inspectors' hearts sink. Also, starting today, the checkpoint adopts a wartime reward system. Merits accrue based on inspections and infected entity kills. I'll request the City Defense Bureau's Chief Liu to activate Intervault rewards. Work hard, earn more. Kill more, take more. I don't want anyone freeloading at the checkpoint, understood? Yes, sir. The crowd responded in unison. The heavy atmosphere lightened, eyes glinting with eagerness. Wartime rewards, usually reserved for infection tides, were unexpectedly triggered by Hefei's death. This was huge. Merits could be exchanged for incredible rewards. For regular checkpoint guards, a big merit could mean promotion to inspector, a life-changing leap. Who wouldn't be tempted? Harlan organized a study session. All non-duty inspectors present relearn hydrophilic infected entity protocols immediately. Send exam. Fail 3 times, demote 1 rank. Fail 5 times, mandatory field missions of difficulty 4 or higher. Understood. After issuing orders to fully mobilize the checkpoint, Ding Yishan left, panting like a rabid wolf unable to find prey. Sir, your temper today isn't good for your recovery, said a middle-aged man, Achuan, who'd followed Ding Yishan closely, speaking softly as they exited the crowd. Achuan, you've been with me nearly 20 years. We fought for this station chief role together. Don't you know why I'm pissed? Ding Yishan sighed subtly. Winter's not here yet, and Hefei's idiocy has forced an early East-West showdown. I tested Harlan earlier. He backed off, but who knows if he'll keep yielding? Achuan paused. Sir, if the Western faction exploits Hefei's death and the vacant chief seat to pressure us, I can take out Harlan, buying a buffer period for both sides. Ding Yishan stopped abruptly, his throat bobbing as if to speak, but he only managed a strained smile, patting Achuan's shoulder. Let's head back. It's not time for you to risk your life. If we start this, there's no turning back for East and West. Station Chief's office. Located behind a central checkpoint, a 3-story building stood, styled not like modern architecture, but an old-era tea house. The first floor was Ding Yishan's office, the second a meeting room for inspectors, and the third a private game room, off-limits to others. Ding Yishan climbed to the 3rd floor, entering a room near the stairs. The decor was simple, a mahjong table in the corner, a traditional Cantonese tea table at the center. It's not that I'm afraid of death, Uncle Dong started, his throat tightening as if to argue, but it melted into a sigh. Back then, they'd been so close to setting a wedding date. But a mission went wrong, and their squad was surrounded by infected entities. They barely escaped with their lives, no fatalities, but all were left with injuries big and small. As captain, Uncle Dong had sensed the infected's unusual activity. Even though the squad was on the verge of advancing to Winged Dragon status, entering the Blood Dragon Corps' mid-tier, he chose to retire, abandoning the Winter Squad. Without their backbone, the others grew disheartened and retired one by one. Everyone resented Xia Dong, blaming his cowardice for ruining their futures. Naturally, their relationship reached its end, but fate played a cruel trick. That very winter after their retirement, Happiness City faced a horrific plague-level infected tide. Nearly all squads from their era were wiped out, with only a handful of survivors. This brutal twist made the Winter Squad realize Xia Dong's foresight and how their near promotion had blinded them to the dangers in their frenzy. Others could forgive and understand him, but Xia Dong could never move past that hurdle himself. In plain terms, his spirit was broken. A fierce, driven warrior had chosen to retreat at the height of his momentum. That decision had tormented him for over 20 years. You used to argue with me. What? Finally accepting your fate now. I've accepted it. What else can I do? I'm just a useless coward scared of death. You don't know how terrified I was last night hearing about the station chief's death and infected slipping in. Lucky I didn't embarrass myself in front of the kid, even managed to act like a big shot. Uncle Dong grinned, patting the badge on his chest. This is what I deserve. Well, cursed. Yunwei gave a thumbs up. Mind if I throw in a couple curses too? No way. You all said you forgave me already. Uncle Dong's playful pride made Yunwei laugh. The other 5 Winter Squad members, eavesdropping nearby, relaxed their brows. Over the years, they'd tried matchmaking the two, but Uncle Dong always dodged. Could this be their chance? Damn it, I lecture my heart out up there, and these inspectors looking down on me is one thing, but those observers and staff? Who the hell do they think they are, acting like that? Was my talk that bad? Have I taken out fewer infected than them? Just then, Miao Yang stormed back to the backstage, cursing. He'd prepared something real, but while he didn't notice how many listened, he saw clearly how many were distracted. Not just the inspectors, even the regular folks in the back barely glanced up. It was downright humiliating. All right, didn't you say you're here for the contribution points? Don't yell. You'll get in trouble if someone hears, someone urged. The emotionless announcer approached, gave Miao Yang a deep look, then turned to Uncle Dong's group. Winter Squad, get ready. You're up next. Decide who's going first. Who's first? I'll go, Uncle Dong said, brushing off non-existent dust. I was the first to run last time. Can't be the last one up now. He didn't think he'd do much better than Miao Yang, but when it came to embarrassment, he'd had his fill over the years. One more time wouldn't hurt. Captain's got this. Captain still got that old-school flair badass. Haha, Captain, go for it. If no one claps, we'll clap for you. Amid the cheers, Uncle Dong took a deep breath and glanced at Yunwei. She blinked, as if encouraging him, or perhaps asking if he'd truly regained his spirit. Had he? Uncle Dong shook his head with a self-mocking smile. What spirit did an old shopkeeper clinging to life have? Next, we invite Captain Xia Dong of the Blood Dragon Corps, Level 02 Green Dragon Team, to give his lecture. At the announcer's call, Uncle Dong took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. The lights weren't as dazzling as he'd imagined, nothing like the old-era magazines he'd scavenged from the flea market, which described a stage that made you feel like the center of the world. Looking down, the front-row inspectors kept their heads low, indifferent. The middle rows whispered among themselves, discussing something important. As for the back, Uncle Dong wanted to spot Cheng Ye, but the crowd was too big, and he didn't have time to search. Hello, everyone. I'm Xia Dong, a soldier who barely survived the battlefield. Today, I'll be talking about handling area attack hydrophilic infected entities. 5 minutes wasn't enough for anything too deep. Uncle Dong broke down a battle the Winter Squad had faced, detailing the strategy and practical outcomes clearly and engagingly. The backstage team couldn't help but clap, and even Yunwei's eyes burned with intensity, as if seeing the old Xia Dong return. But the audience's response was lukewarm. Miao Yang, watching from the side, sighed with a wry smile. That's the full strategy. Any questions? Uncle Dong asked. No one spoke up. He wasn't surprised and gave a slight bow. Well then, thank you for listening. He turned to leave the stage. But at that moment, in the silent hall, a surprising burst of applause rang out. It wasn't loud, but in the quiet, it was strikingly clear. It was Cheng Ye, clapping lightly. To others, Uncle Dong was just another insignificant figure. But to him, Uncle Dong was one of the few people he could talk to and unwind with since arriving in the Wasteland. Brilliant! He stood slightly, nodding to those around him, ignoring their surprised stares, and clapped generously. Clap, clap, clap. Lee Mateo, seeing this, stood and clapped too, unbothered by the odd looks. For him, this low-risk, high-visibility moment was perfect. But almost as he stood, synchronized applause came from behind. Huh, Cheng Ye had that much pull. Someone else joined in? Lee Mateo turned curiously, wondering who else dared to ignore the east-west divide and jump in for attention. Some fearless nobody, maybe? His eyes met the back row, where Dario Haven was clapping, a hint of confusion on his face. As if to say, you stealing my spotlight? Dario Haven. Lee Mateo froze, his expression stiffening, eyes wide with disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. How is this possible? A fifth-stage Western inspector, Harlan's top supporter. The likely successor to the duty station chief, Dario Haven. He was clapping to? Was he trying to win Cheng Ye over to the Western faction? No, this guy was obsessed with loyalty. Clapping for an Easterner? Bewildered Western inspectors turned, jaws dropping. But some lackey took the cue and started clapping along with Dario Haven. The sparse applause grew louder, and Western observers and staff hurriedly joined in. Truly, this world's gone mad, like rats playing bridesmaid to a cat. The Western faction, clapping for an Easterner? The front row Eastern inspectors hesitated, thinking they couldn't lose face. If the Westerners could clap with Cheng Ye, what was there to fear? They joined in too. Wave after wave, the applause grew louder, more people standing. The hall erupted in unprecedented fervor. What has happened? From the first clap to the thunderous ovation, only 3 or 4 seconds passed. Uncle Dong's steps froze, disbelief flashing across his face. He turned sharply, his memories seeming to glitch. In a daze, he felt as if he stood on the stage described in that old magazine. Lights sparkled like scattered diamonds. The crowd roared like rolling thunder. Waves of applause crashed from all directions, enveloping him, overwhelming him, nearly stealing his breath. Though all eyes weren't on him, but on a young inspector in the back center. Yet that inspector looked at him, his gentle, slightly stunned gaze, saying, "Xiaodong, you're not some forgotten nobody." A farce. This was absolutely a ridiculous farce. The applause from the audience grew competitive, with the Eastern and Western factions refusing to yield, neither willing to stop first. On stage, Uncle Dong stood frozen, dumbfounded. Backstage, the Winter Squad members and all the retired veteran lecturers were equally stunned, faces blank. What just happened? No one knew what had happened. Even Cheng Ye, the instigator, was slightly taken aback, though he suppressed it seamlessly, showing no trace of anything that could raise suspicion. After a while, as Uncle Dong bowed repeatedly and fled back to the backstage in a flustered rush, the applause gradually died down, putting an end to the farce. Cheng Ye, do you already have some special connection with the Westerners? Lee Mateo asked, his face darkening as he gestured with his eyes toward Dario Haven. He didn't believe for a second that Dario Haven was clapping to liven up the study session or to support an obscure Eastern warrior. No, don't talk nonsense, Cheng Ye replied, shaking his head as he sat down. He didn't want anyone misunderstanding that his stint at the North Station meant he'd joined the Western faction. Besides, something had felt off about Dario Haven from the moment he entered, his gaze toward Cheng Ye burning with intensity. Good. I don't want to deal with anyone picking sides, Lee Mateo said, shrinking back slightly. Despite his words, he instinctively scooted a bit farther away. His street smarts told him to keep his distance from Cheng Ye right now, lest he get caught in some vague fallout. Reality soon proved his instincts right. The study session had barely ended, and before dismissal was announced, a staff member approached. Inspector Chung, Inspector Haven would like to meet with you to discuss handling hydrophilic infected entities. Do you have time now? Lead the way, Cheng Ye said with a nod, deciding to face whatever came head-on. Though he still didn't understand why the Westerner's attitude had shifted, his gut told him this wasn't a bad thing and didn't conflict with his original plan. To survive the East-West faction struggle, strength was the first requirement to stand firm. And that strength, he already had it. It might not be top tier, but it was enough to hold his own. He was no longer a green trainee inspector. With this strength, he could move forward with his next plan. Picking a side, Lee Mateo's fence-sitting approach might work for others at the checkpoint, but it definitely wasn't for him. Before understanding what the factions were fighting over, Cheng Ye had considered staying neutral. But once he learned they were vying for a transcendent opportunity, he knew there was no staying out of it. The East and West were locked in a fight to the death. Unless Harlan was willing to give up this once every 6 years transcendent baptism and wait another 6 years, risking Ding Yishan failing to awaken again and forcing another round of conflict, there was no avoiding a showdown this time. Joining the Easterners is the best choice in my original plan, Cheng Ye thought. Aligning with the Westerners is too risky and not an option, but meeting them could show Ding Yishan I'm changing. It was a bold move. Cheng Ye might have hesitated before, but now he was eager to test the waters. His growing strength had bolstered his courage. Before even heading to the South Station, he was already itching to push Station Chief Ding a bit. But to stand firm now, strength alone isn't enough. I need a significant achievement to my name, he mused. With a solid offering, I can secure the faction's protection. Lost in thought, Cheng Ye kept walking. Following the staff member to the adjacent area, he was surprised to find the entire floor had been renovated overnight. A room once used for actors' rest had been cleared out as a meeting space. Pushing open the door, he saw that the corner once cluttered with costume racks now held a silver-gray desktop air conditioner, its white vents silently blowing cool air, keeping the summer heat at bay. Two dark gray fabric sofas were arranged in an L shape with a walnut coffee table between them, its edges polished smooth. On the table, 3 white porcelain cups sat neatly in a row, next to a purple clay teapot steaming with faint heat. "Inspector Chung, please have a seat," Dario Havens said, gesturing with a perfectly measured smile. From a normal person's perspective, ignoring faction politics, his demeanor was disarming and easy to like. Cheng Ye sat on the opposite sofa. Before he could speak, Dario lifted the teapot and began pouring. "I admire Eastern culture, especially tea culture," Dario said. "You probably know that all plants in Sher province lose their qualities over time. These tea cakes were traded from other provinces, a real luxury. Indeed, a luxury. The faint tea aroma might not stand out in the modern era, but after 2 months of bland nutrient paste, the crisp fragrance at Cheng Ye's nose felt like a soothing balm, refreshing his entire body. For a moment, he felt as if he'd fallen into a lush tea field, greedily soaking in nature's fresh, vibrant scent. Remarkable. But the next second, Cheng Ye snapped back. "This isn't ordinary tea, is it? You guessed right. These leaves carry a touch of transcendent essence," Dario said, giving an appreciative nod. "Sure, province has its transcendent curse, and other provinces aren't immune either. But some curses, when used well like 6 stones, can turn waste into treasure. Try it. It's a specialty from Sha province, cloud mist tea." "Thank you," Cheng Ye said, nodding. Without hesitation, he picked up the porcelain cup and took a sip. Hiss! So crisp. Was this the life of the elite? An indescribable freshness exploded on his tongue, spreading through his taste buds. It was like swallowing a supercharged throat lozenge. Part of the coolness rushed down his throat, while another part seemed to escape through his senses. Refreshing. As the penetrating coolness faded, Cheng Ye exhaled a puff of white mist, like the cold fog of winter. Hence the name, Cloud Mist. "If you like it, take this unbrewed tea cake with you," Dario said, pulling a palm-sized aluminum foil packet from under the table. Peeling back a corner, he revealed a tightly pressed, vibrant green tea cake. "I invited you here today to get to know each other. Station Chief Harlan has high hopes for promising young inspectors like you. He hopes you'll contribute greatly at the North Station and make a difference for Happiness City." Dario's fingers lightly tapped the edge of his teacup, his smile carrying a hint of deeper meaning. "My defense communicator ID is 2217. If you ever run into trouble, Inspector Chung, someone like you can always count on me to lend a hand." "Thank you," Cheng Ye said again, sensing the dismissal. He picked up the tea packet, nodded, and left. Trouble. This guy was a master at winning people over, not far behind Ding Yishan. If Dario had stated his intentions outright and pressured him to choose a side, Cheng Ye could have brushed it off, saying he'd think it over. But this unhurried, subtle approach left little room to refuse, not even a chance to say no. Fine by him. Cheng Ye's fingers traced the creases on the foil packet. "If you're not in a rush, neither am I. Let's see who blinks first." He didn't believe Ding Yishan would turn a blind eye to the commotion in the hall or this meeting with Dario. As the door closed, Dario downed the cloud mist tea in his cup, quickly refilling it from the teapot. Like a cow chewing peonies, he drank until the pot was empty, then let out a long, tea-scented breath, slumping back into the sofa. but a closer look revealed a trace of pain on his face. Cloud Mist tea wasn't some common good. The packet Cheng Ye took was worth at least 50 contribution points. More critically, Sha Province was far from Sure Province, and trade caravans rarely made the trip. It was truly a case of one packet drunk, one less to go. Station Chief, Dario said, picking up his defense communicator and making a call. You've made contact? Harlan's voice came through. He's got skills and stays calm. That intel we had. No idea who cooked it up, but it's way off. Not surprising, Harlan chuckled. Neither Cheng Wu nor Cheng Long had transcended genes. No way they'd awaken in their lifetime. But their cunning? One outdid the other. They made enemies that could circle Happiness City. If their precious son wasn't useless, he'd have been taken out long ago. No chance he'd be out here inheriting an inspector role. So, is it possible he can't awaken either? Hard to say, Harlan mused. Can you pull him in? Tough, Dario replied quickly, recounting their conversation. A long silence followed before Harlan spoke again. Keep an eye on him. Cheng Wu and Cheng Long left too many favors. Making a move on him would be messy. Don't let him die at the North Station. Wait until he's sent to the South Station. And the inner city? That's a tough hurdle unless Ding Yishan's willing to go all in to protect him. Got it. The call ended. Soon after, the door opened, and a Western inspector entered, sitting where Cheng Ye had been. Sir, I've let the Easterners know we met with Cheng Ye. Station Chief Ding should hear about it soon. Good. Dario nodded slightly. What's Lee Mateo's deal with him? Getting so cozy? Probably knows he can't keep coasting. Autumn's coming, and he'll have to pick a side. So he's latching onto an Easterner early, putting pressure on us to stay neutral. But with his personality, he's too cautious to go too far, scared we'll hit back hard. So he picks a trainee inspector. Him? Putting pressure on us. Dario scoffed, dismissive. Forget him then. For the next 5 days, I'll arrange for you to work with Cheng Ye. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let the Easterners get desperate and force us into a corner. Rest assured, sir, the Western inspector said with a nod, then hesitated. But just a trainee inspector, is he worth? Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Dario cut him off sharply. Cheng Long left behind a ton of favors. He could die anywhere, just not at our Western North Station. We can't let Cloud Leopard and Long Abyss team up against me to steal my Station Chief position. Got it? Station Chief. Lube, I didn't say much, but I did. The situation's mostly clear. Cheng Long was hiding something, and he hid it deep, fooling everyone. Cheng Ye doesn't match any of our intel. He's ruthless, steady, and chasing personal power to the limit. He's got little interest in faction disputes. The old grudges at the checkpoint, especially from Cheng Wu's generation, he doesn't know or care about. You sure? Positive. Why else would the inner city toss him out for us to deal with? Good. Did you tell him the benefits of picking a side? I did. He's not against it. I think we could try him. He might carry the flag for the checkpoint's younger generation, like Cheng Long did. But the pressure from the inner city... I know. You don't need to worry about what's next. And the old favors? Wipe clean. Also, I'm glad the checkpoint still has someone like you with that original spirit. Station Chief, you're joking. I'm just an old hustler. What spirit? I just think it's a shame to grovel for transcendence after all our predecessors' efforts. On the theater's third floor, yet to be cleaned, Lee Mateo hung up the phone. His gaze drifted through a hole in the wall, landing on Cheng Ye as he walked away. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he'd stumbled upon a rare treasure. But just as quickly, it vanished, his eyes returning to their usual lazy, murky haze. A chess piece has its limitations, but it also hides unique advantages. For instance, right now, Cheng Ye could simply dust off his hands and walk away, leaving the tough problem to Ding Yishan and Harlan. Who could have guessed that in less than a week, my strength would undergo such earth-shattering changes? The thought of Ding Yishan's stunned reaction upon hearing the news made Cheng Ye feel incredibly exhilarated. The thrill of facing challenges head-on and breaking through was truly captivating. No wonder so many historical figures loved to dance between two factions, reveling in the excitement of walking a knife's edge. Of course, I definitely won't be jumping back and forth. I'll find a chance to sit tight and not let anyone push me out. On his way back, Cheng Ye took a detour into a roadside bar, spending 4 happiness coins to buy 2 bags of industrial water beer to celebrate his dramatic turnaround in survival prospects. At the bottom rung of the buffer zone, cheap brown liquid was the most affordable source of fun. It cost the same as bland nutrient paste, but offered a completely different taste. One gulp, and the icy liquid mixed with bubbles washed away the dryness in his throat. It had to be said, the developers of this wasteland world truly understood the needs of the lower class. Though the water beer's flavor was artificially concocted and its ingredients might be harmful, in terms of taste, the roasted malt aroma mixed with a subtle bitterness from hops completely outshone the craft beers of some modern small breweries. It even had that legendary layered sensation. Gulp, gulp. After downing 1 bag, just as Cheng Ye was about to tackle the second, his peripheral vision caught something at the street corner. Uncle Dong was walking over, chatting and laughing with a few people, his steps light and his face showing a rare, relaxed smile. Especially when he looked at the middle-aged woman beside him, his gaze held an unexpectedly tender warmth. Is Uncle Dong experiencing a second spring? How wonderful! Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow, feeling both surprised and amused. Could this be the wish he had mentioned before? Before the applause, Cheng Ye had only intended to boost Uncle Dong's presence, never expecting it would spark a riot across the entire audience. Fortunately, it seemed to have caused no negative impact, so it could be considered a memorable moment for Uncle Dong. After all, among the lecturers these past 2 days, he was the only one who got the entire room of inspectors to applaud in unison. As the group passed by and not far away, Cheng Ye finished the remaining bag of water beer. Seeing it was only 5 in the afternoon and still bright out, he decided to head straight to the training ground, for stops away from the Grand Theater. Having acquired the Iron Body talent, he needed actual combat to verify how much his strength had grown. If Liu Bai were around, he would be the perfect sparring partner, able to easily test Cheng Ye's limits. But since he wasn't, the training ground had sparring personnel available for a few happiness coins as payment. Sir, the bus needs 5 people. Forget it. It was just 4 stops, and Cheng Ye wasn't so extravagant as to spend 10 coins to charter a ride. When he thought about it, his expenses these days had been considerable. Reinforcing his door cost 600, nutrient paste used up over 300, and with his changing physique, he had bought 3 sets of clothes on his way out at noon, each costing 40 coins. Good thing inspectors earn money quickly, or I'd really be eating through my savings. Not to mention the trainee inspector's monthly salary at the rapid checkpoint, skimming a little off the top, could easily bring in a few hundred coins a day. Jogging along the way served as a warm-up. 10 minutes later, Cheng Ye's pace slowed as his gaze fell on the greenhouse-like training ground nearby. In terms of architectural style, it was quite ordinary, but it was actually the largest structure in the buffer zone, spanning a total of 500 acres across its front and back fields. Its full name was the Blood Dragon Alliance Training Ground. Blood Dragon referred to the Blood Dragon Legion, while Alliance pointed to the inner city's united arsenal. The first time Liu Bai brought him here, he mentioned that this place wasn't just for the Blood Dragon Legion to select promising recruits from ordinary people. It was also where the arsenal tested certain weapons. In the past, when Cheng Ye came here, he always went straight to the backfield, which was closed to private individuals and reserved for official personnel. But today, needing a sparring partner, he took a detour and entered the front field, open to everyone for the first time. This season, it was indeed quite deserted. Recruitment mainly happened in the first half of the year, from late February to mid-April and spring. After the recruitment season, the next busy period was when the factory district shut down and workers returned. At that time, the Blood Dragon Legion would start a new round of recruitment, selecting promising candidates through tests and beginning training early to prepare for potential infected tides in winter. Other than that, the training ground was nearly empty most of the time. For one, the fees here were steep. A single session cost 10 coins, with extra charges for using special equipment. Secondly, the cost-benefit of training was simply too low. It consumed energy with little short-term payoff, so most people would rather spend their money on a shotgun that could make all beings equal. At a cross-shaped intersection, as Cheng Ye stepped onto one end, someone approached from the other. Both seemed vaguely familiar, and after a moment's thought, they simultaneously recalled each other's identity. Captain Miao, Cheng Ye greeted with a smile. Miao Yang froze for a second, clearly not expecting Cheng Ye to initiate conversation, and managed only a strained smile. Inspector, sir. If anyone had the most complicated feelings during the applause for Uncle Dong earlier, it was undoubtedly him. Though the lecturers who followed received no applause, the stark contrast between his and Uncle Dong's receptions, coming one after the other, would unsettle anyone. And as the instigator who started the applause, Cheng Ye's act of rallying the crowd naturally caught Miao Yang's full attention. Here to train? Yeah, Miao Yang replied dully, not out of aloofness, but because he couldn't find a topic to discuss with Cheng Ye. He was a retired veteran, while Cheng Ye was a revered inspector in the buffer zone. Flattery seemed unnecessary, and building a connection lacked a suitable pretext. Besides, he couldn't bring himself to grovel. The two walked toward the main entrance, one behind the other. Cheng Ye, unbothered by any sense of class difference, casually asked, I heard you talk about how hydrophilic infected entities, after parasitizing, can amplify human emotions, especially fear, which grows stronger with time. Is that a unique case or a common phenomenon? Miao Yang's steps halted abruptly, and he instinctively said, You listened? Of course I listened. Didn't you do a great job? Cheng Ye paused, then said awkwardly, It's just that I was still digesting what you said when you left the stage, so I didn't get a chance to clap for you. Miao Yang initially thought Cheng Ye was joking, but after confirming his earnest expression, he sighed quietly. I thought no one cared about that old stuff. Amplifying emotions isn't unique, but it's not universal either. From the cases I've seen and experienced, it mostly applies to animal-based infection sources. Elaborate. There are three main types of hydrophilic infection sources. The first is contaminated aquatic plants, often characterized by their eerie nature, like the Deathwhisper Tentacle, a mutated spring grass that can revive the dead. The second type is fusion monsters, which thrive in rainy environments. Take the thousand-leaf play grass, for example. It needs water to keep growing. The third type is the animal-based infection sources I mentioned, like nightmare goldfish, terror shrimp, or rampage fish. These affect human consciousness, amplifying certain emotions, with fear, bloodlust, and greed being the easiest to magnify. When Miao Yang started, he kept it brief, sticking to the main points. But after a couple of sentences, he noticed Cheng Ye listening with intense focus, occasionally nodding in affirmation. So, he gradually became more detailed, even citing a personal experience. My Blood Dragon Legion was mainly responsible for sweeping the areas around Happiness City. In New Era Year 17, a severe flood hit the Linshui Basin, breaching some dikes and drawing a tide-level infection, mostly hydrophilic types. My Thunder Moon squad was tasked with clearing them out, but that mission nearly wiped us out. Worried that a long story might bore Cheng Ye, Miao Yang spoke quickly, focusing on key details. In New Era Year 17, human understanding of infection sources was still in its infancy. Most hydrophilic infection sources were encountered for the first time, and their bizarre abilities were largely unknown. The Thunder Moon squad faced the terror shrimp he had mentioned earlier. Once this infection source parasitized a human, it triggered inner fear, gradually causing hallucinations that made teammates mistake each other for infected entities. Worse, once fear spread, it became a breeding ground for the terror shrimp's parasitism. In less than half a day, 3 members of the squad were parasitized. 8 people, 3 parasitized. Captain Miao, and you still made it back alive? Cheng Ye was shocked. According to the inspector's handbook, if 2 members of an 8-person squad were parasitized, it was essentially a total loss. If more than 2 were infected, survival was nearly impossible. It was luck. I discovered the creature's weakness. Cheng Ye's astonishment pleased Miao Yang, who grinned, showing his teeth. Amplifying emotions has its pros and cons. If it amplifies their fear, it can also amplify other emotions. I saw those 3 cowering, too scared to move forward, even terrified to check the riverbank. I was so furious I chewed them out, and lo and behold, I made 2 of them cry, exposing the terror shrimp in the process. So, when dealing with hydrophilic infection sources, if you or your teammates show emotional irregularities, you should immediately use extreme methods to induce a test. You're sharp, getting the point right away. Miaoyang nodded. But there are exceptions. Some infected entities stay dormant during parasitism and only activate in specific conditions. Take rampage fish, for example. It only affects emotions and enters its second stage outbreak when the host walks over 20,000 steps in a single day. Conversely, if the host stays completely still for 7 days, the parasitism fails. Or there's an even simpler method. Just break both legs of the infected entity and the parasitism collapses. It works like that. Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow, realizing the infection source knowledge in the inspector's handbook was far too superficial. It focused entirely on identifying whether someone was infected, never mentioning how to handle or treat parasitism in humans. Stop calling me sir. It sounds weird. Having gained valuable information, Cheng Ye was in high spirits. My name's Cheng Ye. Call me Inspector Cheng, or just my name. In a great mood, he felt today was exceptionally lucky. Everything had gone smoothly since morning. Far easier than the past 2 months of fumbling blindly. Inspector Cheng, please. Miaoyang didn't dare use his first name. He stepped forward, opened the training ground's plastic steel main door, and gestured for Cheng Ye to enter. The 2 walked in, one behind the other. In terms of interior style, the front and back fields weren't too different. Both were large open spaces divided into 4 areas: equipment zone, training zone, combat zone, and shooting zone. Head trainer Miao, this is... A burly man at the entrance saw Miaoyang bringing someone in and asked curiously, "This is Inspector Cheng. Remember that, and don't get it wrong." Inspector. Inspector, sir." The man stiffened, quickly bowing and greeting. Cheng Ye waved casually, and as he approached the front desk, he couldn't help but ask, "Captain Miao, he called you head trainer. Don't tell me you own this training ground." "No way." Miaoyang quickly shook his head. "This is the Blood Dragon Legion's asset. I'm just a retired veteran scraping by here. Don't mind him calling me head trainer. I'm just in charge of equipment. There are dozens of head trainers like me here." "I see." Cheng Ye nodded slightly, understanding the training ground's internal structure. The Blood Dragon Legion set up the training ground to recruit talent and, likely, to provide for retired veterans with meritorious service. "So, Inspector Cheng, what brings you here today?" The staff wore earpieces, and the front desk consultant already knew Cheng Ye's identity from Miaoyang's introduction. "I want a sparring partner. I usually train in the backfield, but I recently had a breakthrough and want to test if my combat skills have improved." "Sparring partner?" Before the staff could respond, Miaoyang, standing behind Cheng Ye, hesitated briefly and then asked with a lack of confidence, "Inspector Cheng, what I do?" The treatment at the training ground was quite generous. For someone like head trainer Miaoyang, aside from free food and lodging, the monthly income was typically over 300 happiness coins. But many people, like Uncle Dong, were unwilling to work here. Serving at the training ground wasn't considered full retirement, only a temporary leave from the Legion. If an infected tide struck, head trainers had to step up immediately, either leading a team or joining the assault. With Uncle Dong's arm injury, his combat ability had plummeted, making going into battle tantamount to suicide. Thus, only someone like Miaoyang, uninjured but disillusioned after heavy losses to his team, would take up the role of head trainer here. On ordinary days, it was fairly relaxed. The equipment was comprehensive, the ground spacious, and one could occasionally spar for fun. Sometimes, spotting a promising recruit, they might offer a few pointers, hoping to build some goodwill. It was only during the recruitment season that things got busy. In spring, they handled recruit selection, and in winter, they organized training for new soldiers. But for someone like Miaoyang to volunteer as a sparring partner, as far as the staff could recall. That was a first. Is that convenient? Cheng Ye, unaware of the intricacies, only thought that a random sparring partner wouldn't compare to a retired veteran like Miao Yang. Of course it's convenient. This training ground usually has more head trainers than trainees. What's there to worry about? Miao Yang smiled. But if Inspector Cheng thinks I'm not up to par, you can pick someone else. No way. Head trainer Miao is a seasoned veteran. I'm just a greenhorn. Cheng Ye quickly waved his hand, turning to the front desk staff. I'm not clear on the sparring fee standards. Just charge it to my account at head trainer Miao's highest sparring rate. What was social finesse? With just one interaction, Cheng Ye vaguely sensed that Miao Yang seemed to care deeply about certain things. This wasn't surprising. Many retired battlefield veterans had similar psychological quirks. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, Miao Yang's eyes lit up sharply. Whoa, that fleeting spark of intensity felt like it could turn a petrified Diga green in an instant. This. The staff froze, their gaze instinctively flicking to Miao Yang. The highest sparring rate in the facility was 15 coins per hour, but that was for outsiders earning extra cash. For someone of Miao Yang's status, who would ever act as a sparring partner, let alone have a set price? Inspector Cheng isn't short on cash. Just go with the highest rate. Miao Yang chuckled, his tone growing warmer. With a casual remark, he ignored the staff's reaction and led Cheng Ye toward the inner field. They passed through the corridor connecting the outer and inner areas. Unexpectedly, they arrived at the same area where Cheng Ye had previously sparred with Big B. You've been here before? For the past 2 months, I came often, but with the inspector who brought me into the trade. Cheng Ye nodded. He's my father's brother-in-arms, named Lu Bai. Do you know him, head trainer Miao? Lu Bai. Miao Yang paused mid-step. How can I not know him? Inspector Lu is Master Xia Zhang's sole successor, one of the few in the buffer zone who reached the unity of man and heaven realm. I'm far from his level. Wait, so Cheng Long was my father? Cheng Ye nodded. Miao Yang immediately showed clear respect, his tone turning solemn. My apologies. I didn't realize Inspector Cheng had such a distinguished lineage. No wonder you forged a martial body at such a young age. Forged a martial body? Cheng Ye's interest was piqued. Lu Bai had never mentioned this. It's the realm classification for new martial arts. Didn't Inspector Lu tell you? No, I never asked, and he never said. He just told me to practice. Of course not. Before mastering basic power techniques, Cheng Ye was panting just chopping wooden stakes. What realms could he talk about? It seems Inspector Lu wanted you to build a solid foundation and not aim too high. Miao Yang nodded slightly, not playing coy just because Lu Bai hadn't explained. Everyone had their teaching style. His approach was to show people the higher, farther goals to inspire aspiration and pursuit. Ancient martial arts originated in the old era, tracing back 1,000 years. Back then, humans had no firearms, relying entirely on close combat for survival. Their genes evolved toward enhancing melee abilities, gradually giving rise to countless schools and techniques, forming a corresponding realm system. Later, with the advent of firearms, close combat was phased out by the times, and human genes lost some of their fighting traits during evolution. Ancient martial arts declined rapidly. Many past martial masters couldn't even handle recruits trained for 3 months today. That was until the S-series viruses forced human genes to shift again. After generations of change, in a new era, our genes far surpass those of humans from 1,000 years ago. Combined with scientific progress and theoretical advancements, both combat power and realm progression are far stronger and faster than ancient martial artists. Miao Yang spoke calmly, enunciating clearly. Martial arts techniques vary by school, but later generations drew from many sources, founding new sects and creating new martial arts. For example, your father's lineage comes from Master Wu Ji, pursuing the breaking of physical limits. It's said that at its peak, it can slightly increase the chance of human transcendence. Inspector Lu, following Master Xia Zhang, focuses on realm elevation, best suited for those with pure minds, progressing rapidly. At this point, He shifted his gaze to Cheng Ye. But before I continue, let me ask, what do you think martial arts are for? The purpose of martial arts? Cheng Ye answered without hesitation, having pondered this question since he began studying martial arts. First, in situations where shooting isn't practical, it ensures I'm not weaker than others, keeping my combat ability intact. Second, when facing danger, it allows me to create distance to buy space for drawing my gun and counterattacking. Third, stronger physical fitness and muscle memory help execute tactical maneuvers, ensuring I stay in a safe shooting position. Well said. Miao Yang nodded in strong agreement. I've trained many recruits and asked this question aplenty, but some are so stubborn, insisting on close combat with infected entities, completely betraying the painstaking efforts of the pioneers who created new martial arts. So, the realms of new martial arts were established to enhance these practical applications? Exactly. Miao Yang had no intention of being cryptic or withholding information, explaining directly. The new martial arts realm system is entirely different from the old, divided into 5 stages. Forging the martial body, tempering the body like forging a sword, solidifying the foundation of bones and blood. Mastering dragon, tiger, snake, and eagle forces, infusing the body with supreme strength, ferocity, subtlety, and swiftness. Burning the tendon gate, refining the 12 major tendons, transcending the mortal frame. Embracing the Tao embryo, achieving divine 6 senses, harmonizing with natural principles, greatly enhancing bodily control to evade water, fire, and weapon calamities. And finally, unity of man and heaven. When exerting force, energy flows like a rainbow. When retracting, it stands steady as a mountain. The body's strength becomes unified, wielded freely. Only 5 stages in the new martial arts realms? Cheng Ye pondered quietly, then asked, Head Trainer Miao, what stage am I at now? If you don't mind, I can check. Miao Yang stepped forward. His fingers lightly pressed and kneaded Cheng Ye's chest, arms, lower back, and thighs. A strange sensation followed. Each press made Cheng Ye instinctively tense to resist. After several repetitions, Miao Yang withdrew his hand, smiling. Your martial body has a solid foundation. It hasn't yet reached the depth of an old tree's roots anchoring into the earth, but you've already glimpsed the threshold of new martial arts. And Inspector Liu taught you force exertion early? You mean? Cheng Ye stepped back half a pace, throwing a punch. Is this the right way to exert force? That's the supreme strength of Dragon Force, cultivating the kingly path. You've mastered its basics. Next is refining, storing, and channeling it into your tendons. As Miao Yang finished, Cheng Ye's expression shifted slightly. What's wrong? Nothing. I just remembered. Bigby mentioned something similar. He replied vaguely, but his heart was stirring. The moment Miao Yang explained Dragon Force, the panel suddenly popped up, text flashing across it. Detected recordable civilization information. Information degree increased by 1.5. Collector has recorded this civilization information. Updating data. Information updated successfully. Basic power has been updated to Dragon Force embryonic form. 3 lines flashed and the panel vanished. The description of basic power had changed. Cheng Ye had a sudden realization. Recordable information didn't refer to knowledge-based skills or historical records. It meant information that had persisted for 1,000 years, enduring multiple eras, remaining a strong presence in human civilization. 1.5. I gained 3.2 from 3 skill searches, and this single piece of information added nearly half that. Realizing this, Cheng Ye marveled inwardly, growing excited. If this method worked, wouldn't it mean his rank-up progress could accelerate far beyond his expectations? Head Trainer Miao, keep going. The 4 forces vary in difficulty. Tiger Force is the easiest to grasp. As long as you awaken your killing intent and abandon reason, you can form its embryonic shape in 2 to 3 weeks. Dragon Force is the hardest, requiring not only relentless courage, but also unwavering resolve in adversity. Any slack, and the realm regresses instead of advancing. Realms can regress. Of course, in the old era, it was the opposite. Dragon Force was the easiest, and Tiger Force the hardest. In stable environments, sustaining killing intent was difficult, and without it, Tiger Force lacked ferocity. Tiger Force was the hardest back then. Cheng Ye couldn't help but shake his head. Wasn't that describing him? For Wastelanders, abandoning reason was easy, but as a modern person, he couldn't do it. Only when equipped with beast instinct could he attack on instinct, but he was still far from abandoning reason and becoming a mad dog. What about Snake Force and Eagle Force? Snake Force emphasizes subtlety, requiring brain power. You can't just brute force it. Only by adapting flexibly in combat, unbound by fixed routines, can you grasp its essence. Eagle Force focuses on swiftness, requiring diligent practice. Only when moves become instinctive muscle memory do you knock on its door. At this point, Miao Yang gave a solemn warning. The four forces are the true entry to new martial arts. Before that, don't probe too deeply, or you'll damage your force-nurturing resolve, making it hard to channel into your tendons. When all four forces are mastered, you'll naturally understand why you need to burn the tendon gate and embrace the Tao embryo. If information degree could still rise, Cheng Ye didn't care about resolve. After all, he could rely on search. As long as he had enough energy, he could eventually collect all four forces. However, it seemed that without matching skills, the information degree wouldn't increase further. It looked like he needed to search for the four forces to keep progressing. You're here to spar to test your Dragon Force, right? Yeah. Cheng Ye nodded, not mentioning that he actually wanted to test the Iron Body's enhancements. He wanted to feel how much benefit came from reduced pain perception and greatly improved bodily control. Come, you attack, I defend. Don't worry. Though I haven't reached unity of man and heaven, I embraced the Tao embryo long ago. Miao Yang's words carried a hint of confident pride. You can't hurt me. Just go all out. Close quarters sparring inevitably led to injuries, especially when one side defended and the other attacked. The defender faced a higher risk of getting hurt. But since Miao Yang had said as much, Cheng Ye didn't hold back, immediately adopting his starting stance. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts see the technique. Compared to his force exertion, Cheng Ye's crude, amateurish stance made Miao Yang shake his head. Come on, use all your strength. Don't hold back. Cheng Ye didn't respond. Before Miao Yang's words fully landed, his thigh muscles tensed abruptly. Sinking his hips, his left leg slammed into the ground, the sole of his sneaker screeching sharply against the floor. Like a tiger charging down a mountain, he surged forward, his right fist riding the momentum straight toward Miao Yang's face. But the moment the air-breaking sound erupted, Miao Yang moved. Cheng Ye only saw a blur of afterimages. His locked-on target had already shifted to the left. Holy crap, that fast! When sparring with Liu Bai, Cheng Ye could at least track his movements. But just now, his vision blurred, and Miao Yang had sidestepped. No, was that preemptive prediction? Cheng Ye's eyelids twitched. He hastily retracted his fist, switching to a whip kick. But as his knee rose halfway, Miao Yang slipped to his side, giving a gentle palm push to his lower back, making Cheng Ye's kick hit empty air. With the distance widened, Cheng Ye had no choice but to press forward, unleashing a heavy, forceful straight punch. To his surprise, Miao Yang didn't dodge this time. Blocking with both hands, he retreated 3 steps like a martial arts master, body arching backward like a drawn bow, dissipating all the force cleanly. Keep going, don't stop. Miao Yang called out. Cheng Ye adjusted his breathing and continued his aggressive advance. This was, after all, his first fight since his body's enhancement, and it was indeed far superior to merely knowing how to exert force. Take his earlier switch from fist to kick and rapid pursuit. In the past, he would have lost balance from such a maneuver, but now his transitions flowed like water, muscles responding the instant his mind commanded. He closed in again. Catching the slight dip of Miao Yang's left shoulder, Cheng Ye slid sideways, repeating his tactic. A left jab feinted as Miao Yang dodged, followed by a right fist aimed at his ribs for a liver shot. Crack! The collision roared like muffled thunder. As Miao Yang crossed his arms to block, Cheng Ye's knee shot up toward his abdomen. His left fist feinted, and his raised right leg suddenly shifted, kicking at Miao Yang's supporting knee. This lightning-fast combo hit its killing blow in that final stomp. If it landed, recovery would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Nice! Miao Yang lost his earlier composure, rolling on the ground to dodge the stomp. But before he could stand, Cheng Ye pounced, fists raining down like a storm, his assault relentless like a lion unleashed. Crack, crack, crack. Miao Yang kept blocking, appearing increasingly disheveled. Yet their raw strength gap was too wide. Despite Cheng Ye seizing the initiative, he couldn't secure a win. Every punch was either dodged through Miao Yang's foresight or blocked by his guarded stance. He couldn't hit vital points or break through the defense. Throwing one last jab, Cheng Ye halted his attack, standing in place, panting heavily. At the same time, he mentally opened the panel, his gaze settling on the unequipped iron body. Tired, Miao Yang rubbed his slightly numb arms, chuckling. Your fighting style's too rough. Looks like Inspector Liu hasn't taught you yet. If you want to improve fast, I got the Blood Dragon Legion's standard combat technique. It's not fancy, but it's great for building a foundation. Take this. A roar tore through the air. Again? Seeing Cheng Ye charge once more, Miao Yang shook his head but couldn't help marveling inwardly. No wonder he mastered Dragon Force first. That unyielding, kingly mindset already surpassed many seasoned martial artists. With proper training, he could become another unity of man and thud. Lost in thought, Miao Yang instinctively raised his arms to block Cheng Ye's jab. But this time, the fist aimed at his ribs twisted midair at an incomprehensible angle, slipping through the gap in his guard and slamming solidly into his abdomen. No way. A piercing pain hit, and Miao Yang's eyes widened. He ducked to dodge, but Cheng Ye's whip kick swept in, its rhythm entirely different from before, the timing of his waist twist nearly perfect. I can't block it. Miao Yang's heart sank. Before, he could predict Cheng Ye's attacks by reading his footwork and force direction. But these last two moves felt like sparring against a peer at the Dao embryo realm. Unpredictable, impossible to preempt, leaving him scrambling to react. With no other choice, Miao Yang turned his palm into a fist, striking at Cheng Ye's thigh nerve. Yet, despite landing a blow strong enough to knock Cheng Ye down, Cheng Ye stood unfazed, his force and momentum undiminished. Boom! The whip kick crashed like a cannon into Miao Yang's hastily raised right arm, unleashing its full power. Like kicking a flimsy cardboard box, under Cheng Ye's stunned gaze, the previously composed Miao Yang flew backward like a broken kite, slamming into the ring's edge ropes, causing the metal frame below to emit a dull thud. What the? Though he knew the iron body granted exceptional body control temporarily, was it this strong? Fearing the abnormality of that strike would be noticed, Cheng Ye quickly unequipped the skill and moved to help Miao Yang up. But as soon as iron body was removed, a tingling, itchy pain surged from his thigh, making him stumble and collapse. Damn, that painful? Cheng Ye grimaced, his leg visibly swelling. Force meets force. Miao Yang's strike, combined with the whip kick's impact, would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Yet, with iron body equipped, he hadn't felt any pain, just a slight itch, and that was it. Miao Yang, clutching the ropes, climbed up, wincing and holding his ribs. Though disheveled, he fortunately didn't seem injured. Dao embryo? Looking at Cheng Ye sprawled on the ground, Miao Yang's eyes flashed with deep shock. Legends from the old martial arts era said those with a clear Dao heart could enter the Dao embryo realm with a novice body, drastically improving bodily control. But experiencing this realm firsthand, no one would believe it, because such a state of self-forgetfulness required first storing force in the 12 tendon gates to free the nerves and significantly enhance control precision. Damn it, what the hell? The legend isn't just a legend. It happened right in front of me. That night, Cheng Ye was carried home, on Miao Yang's back. No choice, unless he wanted to reveal Iron Body's massive pain reduction. There was no way he could have stood and walked back like nothing happened. Your door. Miao Yang glanced at the neighboring houses in surprise. Though their doors were reinforced, Cheng Ye's was noticeably thicker, almost seamlessly integrated with the wall, not at all like a post-construction patch. Bad door, can't sleep soundly. Cheng Ye fished out his key to open the door. The simple setup inside, a bed and a table, stunned Miao Yang again. Inspector Cheng, this is too Spartan. Material things, good enough is enough. Why would I need more furniture living alone? Cheng Ye sat on the bed, patting the brown mattress salvaged from the flea market, a smile tugging at his lips. The buffer zone's official stores sold soft, flimsy gel mattresses. Finding a firm one like those from his pre-transmigration days was no easy feat. But to Miao Yang, that smile, paired with the slightly worn mattress, made him swallow hard. He finally understood how Cheng Ye could reach the Tao embryo realm without mastering the four forces. Such a mindset, unburdened by material desires, far surpassed ordinary people. I brought some liniment. Let me apply it for you. A massage will help it absorb faster. Thanks. Lying on the bed, Cheng Ye pulled off his pants, revealing the swollen, black and blue skin on his leg. Miao Yang shook his head and began applying the liniment, massaging it in. Cheng Ye's mouth twitched in pain. This matched his earlier guess. While Iron Body granted formidable injury resistance, it also dulled his pain sensitivity. Without it equipped, Miao Yang's punch would have disrupted his attack. He might have been injured or numbed briefly, but it wouldn't have been this severe, requiring someone to carry him home. But that sudden boost in bodily control, is that what entering the Tao embryo realm feels like? Cheng Ye mulled it over, recalling Miao Yang's explanation. The burning tendon gate, in ancient martial terms aside, from a new martial arts perspective, was essentially about tempering the sensitivity and resilience of the body's main neural pathways. If trained successfully, it allowed muscle groups requiring fine neural control to connect with major neural pathways, relieving some of the control burden from smaller nerves. When all 12 major tendons were refined, the Tao embryo realm was achieved, meaning enough nerves were freed to support a qualitative leap in bodily control. So, I'm cheating? Without burning the tendon gate, he achieved the same effect by releasing pain nerves. Cheng Ye was slightly stunned. As the saying goes, a small cheat isn't really cheating. This Iron Body is too risky for regular use. But at critical moments, it's a game changer. The thought of even a master like Miao Yang being knocked flying with minor injuries was thrilling. If he'd used a weapon, like twisting with the Cyclone Spike, it would have been devastating. Moreover, mentally opening the panel to his personal interface, Cheng Ye's gaze grew focused. Collector, Cheng Ye. Current rank, LV.1 trainee, 4.7 out of 100. Life level, 0. Skills, Dragon Force embryonic form, Beast Instinct, Iron Body talent. Not yet unlocked. Evaluation, your strength. Though the evaluation hadn't changed, basic power was gone from the skill list, replaced by Miao Yang's Dragon Force embryonic form. Before, it was called basic power because in my knowledge system, I couldn't precisely classify this force exertion, only vaguely categorizing it as a type of power. Now, with ancient martial information collected, my understanding has shifted. Does that mean skill names can change too? It wasn't just the name. Dragon Force embryonic form came from Chu Yinfeng. Yet Cheng Ye hadn't seen any other basic force skills, suggesting two possibilities. Either Chu Yinfeng only mastered Dragon Force, or the other three forces weren't LV.1 skills. Could he have only mastered Dragon Force? Cheng Ye shook his head, dismissing the idea. Chu Yinfeng was a powerhouse with LV.4 skills. It was absurd to think he hadn't mastered all four forces. But why was his Dragon Force only LV.1? Recalling Miao Yang's mention of realm regression, Cheng Ye had a faint guess. Chu Yinfeng's story might be more complex than he thought. Also, with my current mindset, mastering Tiger Force would be tough. But if I can search for that skill, it'd solve the problem instantly. If there was a shortcut, Cheng Ye wasn't foolish enough to force himself into life-or-death battles for a mental breakthrough. Done, the liniments applied. Miao Yang withdrew his hand, setting the one-third used bottle aside and pulling out a new one to place nearby. Call me if you need anything. I'm on standby. Thanks, head trainer Miao. Cheng Ye nodded, about to ask about the liniment cost, but Miao Yang bolted for the door, giving him no chance to speak. Head trainer Miao, just like Big B, a good guy. Cheng Ye paused, chuckling. But just then, the defense communicator on the bedside buzzed, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Who's this? Cheng Ye picked up the communicator and answered with a soft hum. The next second, his face changed dramatically. Lu Bai's urgent, low voice came through the receiver. Cheng Ye, big trouble, it's coming. He-Fei's body wasn't handled properly. The infection source has fully spread. The defense communicator was a special communication tool developed by Happiness City. Shaped like an old-school mobile phone, it was sturdy, exceptionally durable, and combined some functions of modern smartphones. In critical moments, it could serve as protective gear capable of withstanding 3 impacts of about 400 joules. Best of all, the defense communicator was free. Any resident of Happiness City for over 60 days could register to receive one. Of course, this generosity came with a catch. Once outside Happiness City's range, the device turned into a brick, unable to make calls or access internal functions. Even for calls between the buffer zone, inner city, and industrial district, special permissions were required, which were rarely granted and mostly reserved for public account communications. Even Lu Bai, a 4th-stage inspector, had to apply for permission through the checkpoint for special circumstances. The thing that infected He-Fei was a special parent source. When he died, it had already spread and parasitized the surrounding guards. What? Cheng Ye's heart sank, his hand instinctively reaching for the pistol by his bedside. But seeing his newly reinforced security door, his tension eased slightly. Big B, aren't you in the industrial district? How do you know? That's exactly why it's a big problem. Lu Bai's voice rasped like sandpaper. The unknown infection source that infected He-Fei has been named by the Institute, codenamed stand-in starfish. It's an animal-based hydrophilic infection source with extremely eerie and terrifying abilities. Tests confirm it spreads through both bodily fluids and contact. Contact. Cheng Ye's heart jolted. In the inspector's handbook, contact-based infection sources were among the most terrifying. If not detected and handled immediately, the virus would spread like wildfire. Countless sanctuary cities had collapsed overnight due to such infections. Exactly, Lu Bai said rapidly. The same infection source appeared in the industrial district this afternoon. After investigation, it was found that the infected entity there had only brief contact with the one in the buffer zone. The Cross Legion immediately locked down the workers who had contact with it. After inducement tests, only 3 out of 19 were infected, but those 3 had contacted other workers, leading to new infections. The industrial district is now under martial law, undergoing a full-scale sweep. But since it spread here, you can imagine the situation in the buffer zone. Of course he could. With exponential transmission, it wouldn't be surprising if the entire city was already overrun with infected entities. Cheng Ye took a deep breath, his gaze falling on his injured leg and the unopened box of nutrient paste by the bed. Can we still hold it? We can. Surprisingly, Lu Bai's answer was resolute. The stronger the transmission, the stricter the outbreak conditions, and we could try to eliminate it before it triggers. Tests show that when humidity around the infected exceeds 98%, the stand-in starfish activates. If that state persists for over 30 minutes, it enters the 2nd stage outbreak. Below that threshold, it remains dormant and spreads. Theoretically, if the host lives in a dry area, the infection might never trigger in its entire life cycle. And around Chuan City, there's no rain forecast for the next 3 days. That's the key to life and death. The Infection Source Research Institute is working around the clock to develop a method to eliminate or kill the stand-in starfish. Based on past efficiency, results should come by tomorrow night or the morning after, when citywide containment will begin. At this, Lu Bai's tone grew grave. But you must remember, many sanctuary cities prepared for over 30 days with extreme measures, yet none ever fully eradicated an infection source. Don't rely on luck. An outbreak is inevitable, and it'll happen at the next rainfall. Rainfall? Cheng Ye quickly switched to the weather module on his defense communicator, unsurprisingly finding it disabled. Can't predict the next rainfall? No, we don't have weather satellites. Cloud data comes from Beacon Sanctuary City. This year's atmospheric chaos makes it impossible to predict beyond 3 days. Rain could come any time after that. Anytime? Cheng Ye had two options: pack up and flee to the wilderness immediately, or stay and fight with Happiness City to the end. But without prior preparation, where could he flee? He might run straight into an infected nest. Damn it, after this, he'd have to set up a safe house outside the city. If it breaks out, how do we respond? Cheng Ye asked without hesitation. A sigh, heavy with weariness and emotion, came through the receiver. Big B, the industrial district and buffer zone can't communicate, especially in times like this. But do you know why I could call you? Dingy Shan called me. He wants me to come back and protect you. Both ends of the call fell into an eerie silence. Dingy Shan? In an instant, Cheng Ye considered 3 or 4 possibilities, but this name wasn't one of them. What? You're asking me? Lu Bai's tone carried an obvious sense of inevitability. Asking Big B, who was far away at the hydroelectric station, about this did seem a bit unreasonable. Can you come back? Well, hold on, let me check. On the other end, inside the communication room at the top of the hydroelectric station, Lu Bai glanced at the 8 soldiers guarding the door, then leaned out to look below. In Industrial District B, over 100 heavy armored infantry vehicles patrolled, their glaring headlights crisscrossing into an impenetrable web of light. In the distance, more than 20 bright yellow tanks guarded key intersections, their barrels uniformly aimed at entry and exit points, preventing any infected entities from sabotaging the station. Above, swarms of drones buzzed like locusts, red lights flashing beneath them, equipped with potent tranquilizer guns capable of knocking out an adult black bear in 5 seconds. Farther off, about a dozen helicopters shuttled back and forth, their searchlight beams like silver chains from the sky, casting swaying light trails on the ground. Cheng Ye, go ahead, Big B. I might not be able to get out. Lu Bai lowered his voice. The defenses here at the hydroelectric station are a bit tight. How about I ask if they can bring you to me? Damn, Big B was a genius. Why hadn't he thought of that? But before Cheng Ye could ask about the feasibility, a stranger's voice came through the receiver. Inspector Liu, we'd love to pretend we didn't hear anything, but your voice is just a tad loud. We, aren't deaf. The man emphasized a tad. Sorry, but per inner-city orders, the hydroelectric station is on S-level alert. Whether it's you or the person you're talking to, anyone appearing in the restricted zone will be shot on sight. Not even with checkpoint credentials? Lu Bai asked, unwilling to give up. Even if Station Chief Ding came, you see those 28 Rhino tanks at the passage? I hear one shot isn't too painful. Oh, and the 18 Phantom helicopters patrolling? They're equipped with a 3 30mm chain guns. Those are Transcendence machines, too. The call fell into another eerie silence. After a moment, Cheng Ye swallowed hard. Big B, what's this about 28 Rhino tanks and 18 Phantom helicopters? Is that just a bit I'm thinking of? Lu Bai hesitated, then changed the subject as if he'd forgotten everything. Don't worry about that. The hydroelectric station is Happiness City's most critical asset. The real question is, what are you going to do? What about Sister Luo? The house is safe, and it's in the suburbs with few people. As long as she stays put, the starfish infected. Lu Bai suddenly remembered. Right, I forgot to tell you the characteristics of the stand-in starfish. The next part is critical. I've written down the key points from the industrial district on paper. I'll read them to you. Hit the record button. Okay. Cheng Ye perked up, quickly pressing the function key on the side of his communicator. The stand-in starfish infection has 3 stages: parasitism, outbreak, and fusion. I mentioned the parasitic stage, no obvious symptoms, only detectable with increased humidity, forming a faint starfish mark on the forehead. During the outbreak stage, the mark rapidly worsens into a tumor, sealing human consciousness within it while the infection source controls the body. Symptoms include extreme hunger for food, significantly increased aggression, and bloodlust. Hunger for food? Starfish are carnivorous. If an outbreak hit, what would count as food? Cheng Ye couldn't help glancing toward the big meat cafeteria. Unfortunately, their twin-tailed breeding scale likely couldn't feed tens of thousands of starfish-infected entities. Due to transmission via bodily fluids and contact, combined with hunger and heightened aggression, its outbreak behavior resembles S1 series zombies. In the fusion stage, the stand-in starfish grants the host extreme defensive and digestive recovery abilities. Tests show it can fully resist kinetic impacts below 300 joules. For recovery, if the host has fewer than 7 fatal wounds, consuming about 50 kilograms of food can fully heal. Over 7 fatal wounds, instant death. 300 joules? Standard police pistols with 9mm rounds had kinetic energy between 300 and 400 joules. The Bison combat pistol's energy was around 570 joules. This contact-based infection wasn't that strong. Barrett, in just the outbreak stage, withstood an entire magazine without issue, yet the stand-in starfish's fusion stage was weaker than the corrupt vine's outbreak phase. Cheng Ye sighed in slight relief, then marveled at Happiness City's robust system. In smaller settlements or sanctuary cities, facing an unknown infection source, who could gather so much critical data in less than a day? You borrowed 100 contribution points before. Haven't used them yet, right? Cheng Ye paused, then whispered, "Not yet. Been busy reinforcing my door and getting a new security door." "Good. I was about to remind you to change your door." Lu Bai's tone was urgent. "To avoid panic, the next 3 days we'll have an information lockdown. The checkpoint won't provide defensive gear. You'll need to buy supplies yourself. You can submit for reimbursement later, up to 150 contribution points for anything below Stage 3. Don't skimp on spending. It's late now, but first thing tomorrow, go to the Great Wall Rapids equipment store and order gear. Use the code East Mountain Rises again. That's the urgent code for Easterner inspectors. Get these. First, a fitted protective suit to block stand-in starfish contact transmission. Second, a specialized backpack isolation box to contain infection sources and prevent secondary infections. Third, a long gun, rifle or shotgun, your choice. And Lu Bai paused, lowering his voice so much that even with the speaker on, Cheng Ye had to press it to his ear to hear. Your dad left a military armored vehicle, gas-powered, hidden in the abandoned underground garage of the chemical plant workers' compound. It's equipped with 2 heavy machine guns with automatic fire control and enough supplies to last half a year. Only use it if the buffer zone is completely lost, or it'll be seen as desertion, barring you from Happiness City forever. Once out of the city, Sister Luo knows safe locations. She'll take you to my hideout in the ruins. Stay there until this disaster ends." Ding! The call ended, and Cheng Ye sat stunned, reeling from the flood of information. A military armored vehicle? How could Cheng Long, after his accidental death, leave behind such a thing? No. Fragmented clues swirled in Cheng Ye's mind, coalescing into a realization. Cheng Long's death likely wasn't the simple accident Lu Bai had described. Otherwise, why wait until after his first field mission to reveal part of the truth? Field missions. Going on one meant he'd secured a foothold at the checkpoint. Yet Ding Yishan had tried to send him to the rapid checkpoint to die before that mission, only to suddenly change his mind, asking Lu Bai to protect him. Recalling Lu Bai's reaction, Cheng Ye had a hunch. Cheng Long's death was likely tied to the checkpoint, but Ding Yishan wasn't the mastermind. If he were, with Lu Bai's fiery temper, he'd have revolted long ago, not followed orders. Bigby wants me to solidify my inspector position, but Ding Yishan keeps pushing the opposite. When Bigby told me to beg him to stay instead of defying orders outright, it means Bigby likely knows why Ding Yishan sent me to the rapid checkpoint, and it's not just about my shaky position or the Easterners' younger generation being too weak. Damn, how did I miss this before? Did Big B and I have a miscommunication? Does he think I already know the real reason for being sent to the North-South station? In terms of value, Cheng Ye believed his displayed skills, while not dominant, matched the average of the Easterners' younger generation. Otherwise, Harlan wouldn't have approached him early. Yet even now, Ding Yishan made no major moves. Cheng Ye looked toward the inner city, suddenly grasping the issue. His predecessor went outside the city and died of fright that same day. Was it really because he couldn't handle the outside world's reality? When Big B returns, I'll get to the bottom of this. No more fumbling in the dark, not even knowing who my real enemy is. Cheng Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to confront Ding Yishan directly. Since Ding Yishan had Liu by return to protect him, and even had him call to inform, it meant Cheng Ye was on the right path. The me who just transmigrated couldn't have seen this. After 3 months in the Wasteland, witnessing its darkness and navigating the shelter city's inner workings, I'm finally starting to see clearly, no longer living in a daze. 3 months in the Wasteland had changed him profoundly, walking a path others took a lifetime to tread. Now, with some ability to protect himself, even if an infection tide loomed in the shelter city, he had the confidence and strength to survive. But the priority now is making money and buying gear. A trainee inspector's borrowing limit was 100 contribution points. Even telling Liu buy wouldn't help. He'd have to buy through others, but that meant no checkpoint reimbursement. Already 107 points in debt, adding 150 more gave Cheng Ye a headache. Fortunately, he had ways to earn. The past 2 days of rain meant no fuel-worthy cars in Area A. Now that it's stopped, there should be more vehicles. The 30% entry tax could bring in about 30 points. The corrupt vine infection source I gave Qin Feng, compared to the stand-in starfish, should be worth around 60 points, maybe more. Roughly 90 points should cover it. If not, I'll ask the store about credit. It's just a 60-point gap. Worst case, I'll try my luck in the isolation chamber. Might scrape it together easily. With a plan in mind, Cheng Ye set his goal. He couldn't neglect search either. Ideally, he'd find a shooting skill. Miao Yang's Blood Dragon Legion's standard combat technique sounded like a solid choice. Moon set, sun rose. 6:30 a.m. Cheng Ye woke in pain. Before the alarm, rolling over onto his injured leg nearly made him pass out. Good thing Iron Body can block pain, or I wouldn't make it to the checkpoint today. Strictly speaking, this was only his second day at the rapid checkpoint. After 2 nights, his energy charge was back to 39%. Knowing 8 hours on duty would fully recharge it, Cheng Ye felt energized. Equip Iron Body. The skill slot flashed, and the bone-deep pain vanished instantly. He'd never felt such relief. Moving his body, Cheng Ye thought even the strongest anesthetic couldn't match this instant pain relief. Pain is the body's protective mechanism. Relying on this too much isn't good. But if I can pair it with a recovery-type talent skill, Iron Body could be used freely. Musing, Cheng Ye headed to the 5th floor washroom. No water came from the faucet. It had been cut off, clearly to prevent humidity exceeding 99%, ensuring no latent stage 1 infected triggered early and caused chaos before the rain. From the washroom window, he saw water barriers now dividing the main city into sections. Fully armed patrol officers roamed the streets, their waist-mounted speakers blaring since dawn. Central Checkpoint Duty Chief, Hefei has sacrificed himself. Happiness City's epidemic prevention level is temporarily raised to A. Please cooperate with routine inspections. Thank you. Central, you can't hide the truth. News of Hefei's death had spread in small circles by yesterday afternoon. Instead of concealing it, they used the opportunity to deploy full prevention measures. But measures couldn't be too extreme. Locking everyone in their homes would backfire. Wastelanders weren't as mentally stable as modern people, and nearly everyone carried firearms. If they realized a contact-based infection was among them, the buffer zone would face 2 extreme outcomes: either mass panic, with people assuming they're infected and acting out in ways they'd never dare otherwise. Or the checkpoint opening, dispersing Happiness City's residents to flee, only to return as a stand-in starfish infection tide. Too bad the inner city's stretched thin. The Happiness Legion's forces are all tied up in the sweep, with no capacity to cover the buffer zone. This contact-based infections threat lives up to its plague level rating. In a way, the larger a shelter city, the more dangerous. A city like Happiness City might already be at disaster-level destruction. Standing by the window for a long time, Cheng Ye sighed, clearing his tangled thoughts. He suddenly understood why humanity couldn't rebuild civilization, only surviving in shelter cities across the wasteland. As long as such bizarre infection threats existed, the denser the population, the greater the hidden danger. These shelter cities, rising from the wasteland, seemed like islands of civilization, but were more like powder kegs behind high walls. When an infection like the stand-in starfish, with contact transmission, hit a city with tens of thousands packed inside, any prevention lapse could trigger a chain collapse, far deadlier than threats in the wild or urban ruins. This also answered another of Cheng Ye's lingering questions. Why, with so many unrestricted, welfare-rich shelter cities, were there still countless small settlements outside? Perhaps those were survivors who'd escaped fallen shelter cities. In a wild, low-population movement meant facing only direct infected attacks. In a shelter city, dazzling as it seemed, you sometimes didn't even know how you died. No water yet. At work time, other fifth-floor residents came to fetch water for washing, grumbling when they found the supply cut. Stopped since yesterday afternoon. What's the Public Works Department doing? Exactly. Gotta complain? Or they won't take public welfare seriously. Good thing I stored some water. Anyone need a wash-up? Come share. Enough for washing hair? Never mind, I'll just wash my face. Someone carried over a bucket. Cheng Ye stood by the window, pretending to message on his communicator, quietly observing. His heart sank. Of the 7 people at the washroom, 4 showed faint, starfish-shaped marks on their foreheads after washing. The marks, pale gray and fleeting like an illusion, vanished so quickly that without Cheng Ye's close scrutiny, they'd have gone unnoticed. Hey, buddy, want to wash up? There's some left in the bucket. A middle-aged man with a just-flashed starfish mark approached, smiling, startling Cheng Ye into stepping back, his back hitting the window with a thud. No thanks, uncle. I've already washed. What? Scared we're not clean. Misinterpreting Cheng Ye's retreat as disdain for shared water, the man smacked his lips, shook his head, and left with the bucket, muttering, "Kids these days can't handle hardship. Back in my day, we washed with filtered sewer water. Damn, this infection shows no outward signs, indistinguishable from normal people. Only Happiness City's tracing ability caught it. Anywhere else, how do you prevent this?" Once the man left, Cheng Ye hurried back to his room, splashing water from a kettle onto his forehead. No mark appeared in the window's reflection. Beyond this crude method, he had a more reliable way to check. With a thought, the panel flashed. Switching to the collector page, no parasite prompt appeared, and the skill list was unchanged. It was like a real-time detector, letting him monitor his infection status anytime. This could be a game-changer for solo Wasteland travel. Thinking this, Cheng Ye opened his wardrobe, cutting up ill-fitting clothes and wrapping potential contact points with fabric scraps. He donned inspection rubber gloves, the checkpoint-issued black mask, and a brown hood. Glancing at the window, he felt a strange déjà vu, like he'd returned to a particular time. This is the calm before the storm. I hope they develop a cure soon. And I need to race against time. In. Cheng Ye grabbed his backpack and pushed the door open to leave. He thought his outfit, exposing only his eyes, was odd enough to stand out, but on the street he was shocked to see a third of the passers-by dressed similarly. Did everyone know about the stand-in starfish? Of course not. According to Liu by last night, even frontline military police wouldn't know the infection had spread until just before the outbreak. Information would be released in stages, only made public at the last moment when containment was deemed hopeless. The current notice framed this as an emergency drill for the duty chief's death. Still, People had their own sense of things. Whether an infected entity had slipped in or could spark a small infection tide was unknown. You could trust the official word, but not entirely. That's why some chose full gear, adhering to the belief. Better to assume it's real than not. Sir, under A-level epidemic status, we need to record your movements. Where are you headed? At the community gate, 2 Westerner military police stopped him. Work. Cheng Ye pulled out his badge from his pocket. The officers scanned it with their defense communicators, then handed it back respectfully. Thank you for your service to Happiness City. May God bless you. Cheng Ye nodded, taking it back, silently sighing inside. Since Happiness City wasn't resorting to violent suppression and maintained surface peace, they had some confidence in resolving the infection tide. If a method to eliminate the infection source was developed within 3 days, the crisis could be largely defused. Otherwise, the buffer zone could become an infected paradise, collapsing entirely. On the way to North Station, Cheng Ye stuck close to the walls, avoiding crowds, careful not to let even his clothes brush against others. At the bus stop, he spotted a lean figure wiping a vehicle. Master Tian, again. No water, and you're still cleaning the bus? No choice, it's habit. No water doesn't mean I can't wipe it down. Master Tian smiled, then sniffed oddly. Sir, are you injured? Yeah, sparring practice, bound to get a few bruises. How about a special liniment? Want to try it? Might work better than what you're using. Sure, thanks. Cheng Ye nodded, boarding the bus and taking a small bottle from Master Tian's storage compartment. Noticing his rubber gloves and arms wrapped in cloth scraps, Master Tian paused, but quickly regained his composure. Cheng Ye sat in the middle of the bus. Opening the bottle, he found a viscous, dark green paste, like modern herbal ointments. Since he'd chartered the bus, he didn't hesitate, pulling down his pants to apply it to his thigh. Master Tian glanced in the rearview mirror, clicking his tongue. Sir, your body's made of iron? Injured there and still walking? Stop with the sir and formalities. Call me Cheng Ye or Inspector Cheng. Got it. Master Tian wasn't fazed by Cheng Ye's inspector status. Inspector Cheng, apply this, and you'll recover in about 5 days, but only if you avoid fighting. 5 days? Cheng Ye was stunned. Miao Yang said his injury would take at least 10 days to heal. Roughly. The common stuff you used is too weak. Mine's got several mutated crystal powders. It packs a punch. I don't feel it. Cheng Ye blinked, then unequipped iron body. Instantly, a bone-chilling coolness seeped from the bruised area, painful and itchy, yet oddly satisfying like scratching an itch. He nearly groaned. Damn, that potent? In the Wasteland, especially ruins or wilderness, you need this stuff. Injuries or trouble otherwise. How much? With crystal powders, it's not cheap. 80 happiness coins. You're bold. Cheng Ye grumbled inwardly but swiftly pulled out coins, asking, got more? I'll buy them all. Before a big fight, he needed supplies. Weapons and gear were one thing, consumables another. About one more at home. Shelf life's 6 months. If you need it, I'll prepare and deliver. Give me 3 bottles. Deal. I'm here every day this month. Just come pick them up. Master Tian grinned. You know, third-rate assassins like me aren't much, but we're good at surviving. Cheng Ye didn't respond, instead opening his panel. Master Tian, 21%, searchable range, intelligence. Such low compatibility, something's off. He mused, deciding to save a search chance for Master Tian after surviving this infection tide. Miao Yang only had standard liniment, but a bus driver had potent medicine? Third-rate assassin excuse, my foot. Cheng Ye didn't buy it. In the Wasteland, you couldn't underestimate any passerby. This guy might be a hidden legend. Inspector Cheng. Yeah. Still able to run? Master Tian asked abruptly, eyes fixed on the road. Cheng Ye paused, staying silent, gently shaking his head. The rearview mirror caught his movement. Master Tian's lips curved into a bitter smile, saying no more. After applying the ointment, Cheng Ye leaned against the window. Despite the chartered bus fare, no one boarded for 2 coins. Inspector Cheng, we're here. Thanks. Cheng Ye equipped iron body, stepping off under Master Tian's admiring yet complex gaze, walking as if uninjured. As it was the early morning shift, he avoided the hassle of handing over to a Westerner inspector. From a distance, a guard saw him approach and preemptively opened the isolation gate. Inspector Cheng, a tall guard greeted respectfully. Cheng Ye nodded, scanning the wall guards. This time, no one deliberately avoided his gaze, though most looked uneasy, keeping their distance. Passing through the gate into Area E, Cheng Ye slowed, edging along the wall to the reporting room window. Peering inside, as expected, Jamie was gone. A red-haired youth sat inside, idly playing Tetris on his defense communicator. Sensing a shadow at the window, the youth looked up, ready to snap, but seeing Cheng Ye's grin as he lifted his mask, he jolted, standing ramrod straight. Inspector Cheng. Where's Jamie? The redhead, terrified, sweated profusely, tongue-tied. Jamie's unwell. I've sent him home. Raoul emerged from the nearby archive room, smiling. Inspector Cheng, rest assured, as long as you're on duty at North Station, you'll never see Jamie again. Is that so? Cheng Ye muttered, glancing at the redhead in the archive room. The youth stumbled back 2 steps, nearly tripping over a chair. Jamie may have said something he shouldn't, scaring him. I'll handle your check-in. Raoul entered the reporting room, swiping Cheng Ye's badge to clock him in. Thanks. Cheng Ye's lips twitched. One day on the job, and he'd already earned a fierce reputation. But scanning the other workstations, his sharp memory noted that only about 20% of the people from 2 days ago remained. The rest were new. My father cleanup area, E. Those who didn't meet standards were sent back. Raoul explained, it's unrelated to you, don't worry. Oh. Cheng Ye nodded, taking his badge and dismissing the matter. Privileged second-generation types lounging at the checkpoint were fine, but targeting inspectors crossed a line. Even as a trainee inspector, he wasn't someone they could toy with. Sending them back was good. Saved him further trouble. Heading to inspection area A, the sky cleared and air still damp. The crowd waiting to leave surged. Nearly 20 large vans lined up in the waiting area like a silver-gray snake. Rear doors open, tarps covering small industrial goods. A hoarding frenzy hit the buffer zone, and nearby settlements weren't far behind. A sudden storm had heightened survival crises, everyone desperate for basic supplies. Trading goods now meant premium prices and often bartering for rare items scavengers usually held on to. 4 risk-takers with lives on the line. Danger was the least of their worries compared to profit margins and urgent demand. Inspector Cheng, want to check. Some youths verifying cargo lists tensed as he approached. Nearby Westerner drivers exchanged glances. Since when did these fearless second-generation types fear an Easterner inspector like this? No need, you handle it. Thinking they might carry stand-in starfish to nearby settlements, Cheng Ye could only pray silently. A few steps further, at the isolation passage, a burly man blocked his path. His wild blonde hair gleamed in the sun, a heavy silver chain clinking around his neck. Twisted devil and angel tattoos adorned his exposed forearms, reminiscent of the Beatles vibe from Cheng Ye's memory. Inspector Cheng, hello. I'm Arthur Amir. The man introduced himself. Inspector Liu briefed me, but I was on duty 2 days ago and couldn't greet you. A familiar name. Cheng Ye recalled instantly. You're Machine Gunner Arthur. That's me. The machine gun post is on a weekly rotation, and I'm on the same week as you. Arthur grinned. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, even if the checkpoint sky falls, I won't let any infected or person reach you before I'm down. Is that so? Arthur's honest demeanor clashed with his Beatles style. Cheng Ye smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes, dismissing the promise. In the Wasteland, trust in people was the last thing to rely on. Freshly transmigrated, he might have bought Arthur's excuse of being too busy to meet. But 2 days later, no call on the defense communicator? Did Arthur think he was an idiot? This guy's sharp. Looks like news of my meeting with Dario yesterday spread. Didn't expect Arthur to know too. No surprise, though. Guards climbed a machine gunner, just below inspectors. Without some cunning and skill, they'd be ousted fast. Thoughts racing, Cheng Ye kept his expression neutral, smiling. Arthur, past favors belong to the past. I won't let you take risks. Don't worry if I call on you. It'll be for a chance to climb higher, not anything dangerous. At that, Arthur instinctively offered polite assurances. Despite being their first meeting, they chatted familiarly for several minutes, as if old friends. All right, get to your post. It's getting late. Yes, sir. Dismissed by Cheng Ye, Arthur retreated respectfully. But at the wall's corner, his expression shifted, a fleeting heaviness in his eyes. Interesting. No wonder this Inspector Cheng, as a trainee, flipped the situation in 2 days, not only avoiding Westerner targeting, but even extending an olive branch. Such tactics, such depth. Climb higher? Could he mean making me an inspector someday? Watching Cheng Ye's back fade, Arthur licked his lips, turned decisively, and headed to the watchtower. He had to admit, for a moment he was tempted. Raven and Owl stood at the isolation gate 20 minutes early to greet him. Seeing Cheng Ye's figure round the corner, they quickly tapped the identity verifier. The electromagnetic lock clicked open, and the alloy gate slid apart. Sir, you're here. Cheng Ye mumbled a response, his mind still on Arthur, casually asking as he walked. No big incidents yesterday, right? None. Only 3 vehicles cleared inspection area A yesterday. The rest were detained. No issues. No incidents? Wait, how many are detained now? Cheng Ye stopped abruptly, looking up in shock. How many people are in the isolation warehouse? 319. Raven reported the exact number, a surge of 48 since yesterday. Area A's isolation warehouse had 75 cells, each holding up to 4 people, a total capacity of 300. This meant some cells now held over 4 people, exceeding the limit. Per the handbook, inspectors had to screen personnel immediately to bring the count below the threshold. 13 vehicles were inspected. Though no data anomalies were found, Inspector Riley Polk insisted on detaining most of them. Also, Raven hesitated. Cheng Ye frowned. Spit it out, what else? Well, Owl took over, voice heavy. Since the warehouse exceeded capacity, Inspector Polk mimicked your approach from the day before, entering for a major sweep. We went in with him. An infected parasite was indeed shot on the spot, but 13 people were injured by mistake, 3 from the same cell died instantly, and the remaining 10 are still in medical treatment. What? Cheng Ye froze, brows knitting. Mimicking my approach? I wasn't planning a major sweep, just a quick skills search. No, Polk's not copying me. He's clearly using this to complete the study group's inspection tasks. Cheng Ye's mind raced. His actions 2 days ago weren't a sweep, just a newbie getting familiar with the environment. Even taking down Barrett was a coincidence. Yet Polk claimed to mimic him, obviously trying to pin civilian injuries on him. Damn it, screwing up and trying to make me take the fall. Just you wait. Cheng Ye cursed inwardly, mentally adding Polk's name after Garcia's. He didn't start trouble, but if someone tried to pin blame or mess with him, he'd make them pay when the chance came. Where is he? Suspended by Station Chief Harlan. Sent to reflect for a week. Suspended. What was a guess was now confirmed. Cheng Ye's gaze darkened. Overnight, inspectors likely received news of the stand-in starfish spread. Polk was clever, using suspension as an excuse to prepare. With the warehouse over 300, regulations required Cheng Ye to clear it below 300 by shift's end, or it'd mark his record. As a full inspector, it'd just cost some happiness coins. But as a trainee, this could delay his promotion. Fine, I was planning a hunt infected for contribution points today. Overcapacity gives me the perfect excuse to open the warehouse and release people. A sharp glint flashed in Cheng Ye's eyes. 2 days ago, he noticed many had been detained over 7 days. With a quick review, clearing 30 people would be easy. Catching infected in the process would be a bonus. The more the better. Raven, fetch all files for those detained over 7 days. I'll review them one by one. Owl, take the guard to set up an isolation area. I'm opening the warehouse for releases. No one approaches during the review. Decisive and swift, no sooner said than done. As Cheng Ye spoke, Raven and Owl felt an inexplicable relief. Though only a day following Cheng Ye versus Polk, a second-stage inspector was night and day. The former acted decisively like a second stage, while the latter dawdled like a trainee. Guards bore no blame, so it didn't matter who they followed. But as observers, they weren't here to slack. With Poke, avoiding punishment was a miracle, let alone standing out. Yes, sir. While they busied themselves, Cheng Ye detoured to the garage, swiping access to slip his pendant into the charging slot. Each of the 4 inspection areas had different functions but similar structures. There was no reason Area B's warehouse could hold so many more than Area A. Plus, Lee Mateo detained over 100 daily. Even with quick processing, his warehouse should be packed. Entering the inspection area, he saw Lee Mateo half reclining, sipping nutrient paste. Wearing rubber gloves, his exposed skin shimmered with a transparent gel coating, physically blocking all contact. You're here. Through the metal mesh, seeing Cheng Ye's makeshift gear, Lee Mateo finished his nutrient paste and stood. Didn't Lou by transfer you some money? Need 100 from me? No need. Cheng Ye shook his head, not mentioning his monthly borrowing limit was maxed. My warehouse is over capacity. Regulations say I've got to clear it immediately. You detain so many daily. How do you handle it? That. Lee Mateo shook his head. What can you do? Stuff 5 per cell to start, then cycle back and keep stuffing. My Area B cells now hold 8 each, and no one's complained. Keeping them locked up is actually a good thing right now. A cell's just 5 square meters. 8 people. You can barely turn around. Also, I've got more cells, 90 total, about 740 people now. As if it were trivial, Lee Mateo shrugged. You're not thinking of releasing them, right? Inspectors have isolation quotas, but as a trainee, it doesn't affect you much. Just pretend you don't know. Easy for you to say. I'm aiming for a promotion evaluation. Cheng Ye shook his head, exasperated. A daily violation means 5 marks against me by the end of the week. Promotion. Lee Mateo smacked his lips, realizing Cheng Ye was still a trainee. Then you've got to be careful. How many over? 319. 19 over. What, just 19? I thought it was 100 or so. Hearing the number, Lee Mateo perked up, beckoning Cheng Ye closer and lowering his voice. All right, I'll teach you 2 tricks. No bragging, but you can easily clear 40 or 50. Tell me. Cheng Ye nodded eagerly. As expected, a third-stage veteran like Lee Mateo, surviving a decade at the checkpoint, had some tricks up his sleeve. Except for slacking, which Cheng Ye couldn't emulate. It's simple. First trick, rich or poor, go home for the holidays. Here's how. Diving into professional knowledge, Lee Mateo spoke passionately, oblivious to Cheng Ye's shocked expression. The so-called slacking wasn't just turtling up. It was dancing in the gaps of rules, ensuring safety while skating the performance line without sinking to the bottom. Second trick's a bit harder, but with your smarts, you'll get it. I call it, harness the people's wisdom, eagle catches chicks. Half an hour later, hiss, Cheng Ye sucked in a breath. No way that'll work. You think I've been at the checkpoint for nothing? Lee Mateo scoffed, a hint of lonely mastery in his expression. Any old-timer here over a decade has a few tricks. Others may sneer at my methods, but in 10 years, they've never failed. Unless, one day, infected grow brains and turn pseudo-human. Then, not just my tricks, the whole checkpoint, top to bottom, won't walk out upright. All right, if it works, I'll thank you properly. Cheng Ye nodded. The tricks sounded absurd, but he'd have to try them to know, as a newbie, doing something wild should be forgivable, right? Sir, I brought all the files you asked for. Raven's voice came as 4 thick stacks of documents landed on the alloy table. How many detained over 7 days? 199 total. Good. Go help out. I'll call if I need you. Cheng Ye sat at the table, pulling a file, scanning it quickly. Inspectors detained people seemingly at whim, but the follow-up process was meticulous. Each detainee's resident data was compiled into a booklet, including basic info and a transcript. 4 team members, they'd be isolated separately, questioned on a single issue for records. If conflicts existed, Raven marked them in red, making contradictions clear. Beyond that, their behavior in the warehouse was noted including violations. Alec Hawk, huge appetite, demands 3 extra nutrient paste bags daily, howling and disturbing others. Marin Rogers, self-harming tendencies, often provokes others with insults, inviting beatings. Andre Mason, moderate mania, likes mimicking infected outbreaks at night to scare cellmates. Tom Hardy, fasting during detention, claiming it's God's punishment, ignoring epidemic rules. Of 199, 14 were non-compliant, each a bizarre case beyond Cheng Ye's understanding. Come on, you're locked up, can't you behave? He set these aside to be dealt with when they calmed down. Among the remaining 185, 77 had conflicting testimonies. Though some conflicts were minor, Cheng Ye shelved them for now. 108 people, perfect for 4 groups, 27 each. He shuffled the files into 4 stacks. Calling Raven, he began arranging per Lee Mateo's first trick. Each stack is a group. Find them, tell them there's a chance to leave, but they need to pay a deposit to prove innocence. Emphasize it's a deposit, not a bribe. It'll be refunded, with the checkpoint taking a 5% storage fee. Also, make clear, the warehouse has 319 people. Only 108 get deposit slots, split into 4 groups of 27, but only the top 10 bidders in each group walk. One key point: if 2 people from the same cell are in one group, split them into different groups. Have them write bids on paper, tally them, and bring them to me. Got it. Human psychology is fragile, especially when detained and stripped of rights. Though Poke followed isolation protocols, shooting to test 3 people in the same cell as an infected for infection, labeling the injuries as accidents, panic gripped inspection area. Everyone was terrified, fearing they'd be the next target. This fear was more suffocating than collective punishment, as you couldn't know if your next cellmate was human or something else. In blunt terms, it was a gamble with luck. 2 main reasons prevented a riot. First, no one dared lead one. The checkpoint wasn't some standalone entity, backed by Happiness City. It wielded over 2,000 guards, a true force of power. Even if someone escaped the isolation zone, where could they flee? Back to the perilous city ruins? Second, many were nearing release. Those detained only a day or 2 might try to incite, but those close to freedom didn't want to risk it. These factors split the detainees into factions. Thus, despite the unease, reactions varied when Raven entered. Some felt hope, others fear, anger, or resentment. All right, stop staring at me like that. I don't decide who leaves. Raven cleared his throat, voice booming through the speaker. Inspector Cheng, the one who took down the infected the day before, is on duty now. He's opening the warehouse for releases. Get my drift. Whoosh. The silent crowd sprang to life. Over 100 figures standing in unison. The once quiet warehouse buzzed like a marketplace. Sir, I've been locked up 11 days. Please, tell Inspector Cheng. Sir, I'll follow all orders. Answer anything. If it were Poke, no one would react so eagerly. But hearing it was Cheng Ye, who decisively eliminated Barrett, they saw a chance to leave. Raven coughed twice to quiet the noise. Inspector Cheng's time is limited. Releases will happen in batches, so don't shout. Those called next are the first batch, all detained over 7 days. After reading 108 names, those called were ecstatic. Those detained over 7 days but uncalled could only shake their heads with bitter smiles. Disappointed as they were, few questioned why they weren't chosen, fearing a repeat of yesterday's events. Letting one batch test Cheng Ye's temperament was ideal. Those named, your records are clear, but risks remain. Inspector Cheng is taking a risk to release you, so you need to pay a deposit. Don't worry, the checkpoint only takes 5% as a storage fee. The rest is refunded after 7 days. Clear. The warehouse fell silent. No replies, no objections. Raven nodded, satisfied, signaling staff to distribute paper slips. The sun shone brightly. The morning wasn't too hot, sunlight warming the skin, easing fears of the looming infection tide. With the stand-in starfish outbreak imminent, strict secrecy ensured Happiness City's operations continued unaffected. Traffic for entry and exit visibly increased. In just half an hour at the inspection zone, 3 vehicles lined up at the gate. 2 common vans and a rare pickup truck. Judging by the Arrow logo on the doors, they belonged to one team. The isolation gate's window slid open. A scruffy bearded man from the pickup's passenger seat handed over 2 envelopes. "Sir, we're the Flying Bird Caravan. I'm Carson Bowen, the team leader. Here's our exit form and entry report. Please review." Cheng Ye returned to his desk, opening the envelopes. Exit forms were routine. Contraband wouldn't be listed openly. Entry reports were a caravan privilege. The checkpoint had a credit score system. Below 60, all items must be unloaded for full inspection. Between 60 and 80, items stay, but boxes are checked by staff. Above 80, only an entry report listing items was needed. As an inspector, Cheng Ye could still order a full inspection, even dismantling vehicles or slashing tires, all within rules. If unreported items were found, the caravan's credit score would be zeroed, plus a hefty fine. So, it was both a privilege and a constraint. Though his first time, Cheng Ye felt familiar, focusing to review the entry cargo record. Mutant Beast, Crystallized Core, Quality. Common, Quantity, 17. The first line alone was electrifying. Crystallized cores, like gallstones, were the most valuable part of mutant beasts, forming rarely in their brains. Similar to S3, affected supernatural plants, they had many miraculous uses. For instance, Master Tion's liniment used crystal powder, or the buffer zone's large machines, were special lubricants with crystal powder greatly extended lifespans. But common people struggled to use them, as their effects were indistinguishable by appearance. Even a super shelter city, like Happiness City, couldn't precisely identify each crystal's function. They used special equipment for basic classification, making Happiness City a pioneer in large-scale crystal use. Common quality crystallized cores, 2 contribution points each. 17 of them. Cheng Ye calculated quickly. At 30% entry tax, this alone brought in 10 contribution points. A fortune. This first deal met a third of his goal from last night. Seems the rain delayed a batch of goods. Lucky me. Cheng Ye was quietly thrilled. He continued reading. Besides crystals, the Flying Bird Caravan brought back mutant beast derivatives and precious metals. Mutant beast fur, quality. Common to excellent, quantity, 25. Mutant beast bone powder, quality. Poor, quantity, 750 kilograms. Scarlet hive honey, quality. Common quantity, 12 cans, 250 g each. Rot bone flower seeds, quality. Common quantity, 3 bags, 25 g each. Old era amber, quality. Poor quantity, 71 pieces. Gold bars, quality, 24K, quantity, 380 g. Silver jewelry, quality, 800 silver, quantity, 71 kilograms. Fur and bone powder were straightforward. Fur was ideal for winter clothing, bone powder for construction. Mixed with clay, bone powder made bone mud bricks, far harder than regular red bricks, in high demand for autumn construction. Scarlet hive honey, a toxic mutant byproduct, was low value but prized by scavengers for coating arrowheads to hunt mutant beasts. Rot bone flowers, dried and ground, attracted carrion-eating mutants, aiding hunts. Old era amber was like gambling stones. Some believed it held supernatural plants or special mutant seeds, offering a chance to strike it rich. Though a small market, demand never waned. But fakes were common, especially in small settlements where it was a key industry. 1.5 kilograms of gold, worth over 300,000 in the modern world. But in Happiness City, gold's industrial value is replaced by synthetic metals. 100G is only 20 contribution points now. Memorizing acquisition prices was a mandatory test for trainee inspectors. Cheng Ye hadn't understood why before, but now it clicked. This was the foundation for inspectors to thrive. Regular happiness coins couldn't buy quality weapons or boost strength. Only entry taxes built up funds over time. Calculating, the caravan's goods were worth 133 contribution points. A 30% tax yielded a staggering 34 points. Just the opening deal hit my target. This. Cheng Ye shook his head in awe. Not that his goal was low, but since arriving at North Station, luck had been on his side. This situation, rare, maybe once every 10 days, required specific conditions, a natural disaster delay, duty in area, and meeting a caravan, and a fully loaded one. All four were essential. Also, the envelope contained 2 100 denomination happiness coins. He was raking it in. Anyone injured? None. Seeing Cheng Ye smile, Carson knew they were in the clear. Those 200 happiness coins were slipped in at the gate to avoid trouble. Luckily, this hall was several times larger than usual, so any inspector would be pleased. I'll call numbers. Follow the process for inspection. Yes, sir. A 3-vehicle caravan was mid-sized in the buffer zone. 13 people disembarked, swiftly stripping to show no visible wounds. Reported data was normal too. This was typical. If every outbound person was injured and needed thorough checks, no caravan would venture out. Drive the vehicles in. I need staff to check the cargo. No issues, right? Of course not, Inspector. Whatever you say, we fully cooperate. Carson flashed an honest smile, his initial nerves easing. Compared to roaming city ruins or wasteland wilds, who wouldn't crave the safety of Shelter City? Exploitation was expected, wasn't it? The city needed to grow, inspectors needed to strengthen. If weaklings guarded the place, how could they protect the buffer zone's hundreds of thousands? He paid willingly. The 3 vehicles rolled into the inspection zone. Cheng Ye summoned 2 staff to verify the cargo against the report. In moments, the check was done. The list matched the goods with no discrepancies, except a 15% weight exaggeration. All clear. You know the rules. Of course. I'll have the vehicles wait at the checkpoint gate for your shift change. Compared to Carson's ease, Cheng Ye felt like a rookie. But thinking of effortlessly earning 34 points, he couldn't help smiling as he watched the caravan leave. The 30% entry tax was non-negotiable. For a fleeting moment, he considered seizing all the goods to instantly afford a full gear set. Thankfully, regulations curbed that greed. Without them, generators, batteries, water purifiers, ventilation, heating, surveillance, central computers, household appliances, all required contribution points. He might not need them now, but for a future safe house outside the city, they were essentials. Contribution points, the more the better. Sir, the deposits are tallied, sorted by group in these bags. Raven's voice came from behind. Cheng Ye turned to see him holding 4 file bags stuffed with paper slips. That fast? He raised a brow. Start sorting? Pick the top 5 and bottom 5 depositors in each group for me. Weatherly Mateo's trump card methods were effective. Cheng Ye wasn't sure yet, but trying them cost nothing, and if they worked, he'd claim them as his own. Though he didn't expect to pass them down to his son to continue as an inspector in Happiness City, at least he'd have a solid plan for future warehouse releases. All right, please wait, sir. Raven, though confused, followed Cheng Ye's orders, quickly sorting the paper slips. Starting with one group, Cheng Ye picked up the top 5 bids, scanning them, and couldn't help but click his tongue. 1,700, 1,450, 1,300, 1,300, 1,250. Chung Long, a 5th-stage inspector, left him just over 5,000 happiness coins. Yet these people offered over 1,000 for a deposit, incredibly generous. Of course, since the deposit would be refunded, the 5% fee was only about 80 coins. If it were a full 100% take, they'd likely manage only a few hundred at most. The lowest 5 bids, 140, 70, 50, 50, 30. The highest was 10 times less, the lowest nearly 50 times less. The second and third groups followed a similar pattern. Top group averaged 1,500. Bottom group ranged from 50 to 200. The fourth group surprised him. The highest bidder reached 2,200. Was a god of wealth locked up in there? Sir, they're scared from Inspector Polk's actions, so the bids are high, Raven explained, sensing Cheng Ye's confusion. The one bidding 2,200 revised it 3 times. Started at 1,200, added 500 twice, and even tried bribing me to check if his bid was in the top 10. Good grief. Setting aside Lee Mateo's method's effectiveness, the 5% deposit fee alone for releasing 20 people would net nearly 800 coins. That money burned a hold. No wonder Lee Mateo suggested reporting it to the station immediately. If everyone did this, racking up tens of thousands of coins in a month would be easy. Is the venue set up? The main combat zone is ready. The isolated observation zone you requested is almost done. Good. Start with groups 1 and 2. 3 and 4 wait. Cheng Ye waved decisively. Pair the highest bidder from Group 1 with the lowest from Group 2 in the main combat zone. Everyone else goes to the observation zone. Oh, and allow them to discuss bids, even guide them. Got it. Sir, what do you mean? Raven hesitated, scratching his head. Can you give me a hint? Sure. Cheng Ye grinned, nodding. The 5 highest bidders, aren't they the ones most desperate to leave? Yes. Raven nodded. They're willing to pay so much. Naturally, they want out the most. And the 5 lowest bidders, don't they think they've got no chance? Yes. Raven nodded again. I observed them. They genuinely can't afford more. So they wrote the highest number they could, without hope. So, if I pair a high bidder with a low bidder to scrutinize each other's statements, with only one allowed to leave, how do you think they'll react? Huh? Raven froze, then his eyes widened. What if neither has flaws? Then both walk. Aren't there 18 others watching? Tell them if they spot flaws in the pair's statements, they get to go next. 20 people, only 10 leave. It stops when that's done. Huh? Raven froze again, pondering for 2 or 3 minutes. So only 10 really leave? Yup, but I said groups 1 and 2 get 10 slots. I didn't say the rest are eliminated. The remaining 10 pair perfectly with group 3, right? Cheng Ye grinned. Raven shivered, a flash of shock in his eyes. Questioning dozens one by one was too tedious. Better to use rich or poor, go home for the holidays, to filter those desperate to leave, then Eagle catches chicks to let 2 chicks debate on stage while Eagles below catch flaws. Having 38 eager people face scrutiny, if an infected slipped through, its intelligence would be near invincible. Even if kept in the warehouse, it couldn't trigger before the isolation period ended. Now you get it? Got it. Raven gritted his teeth, his gaze at Cheng Ye tinged with complexity. Don't look at me like that. The inspector next door taught me. Just testing it. Cheng Ye deflected blame, not wanting to seem calculating. It wouldn't help his career. 2 clever types got isolated in the workplace. No one wanted to work with a scheming mastermind. Cheng Ye knew why Lee Mateo shared this. First, his old slacker reputation was already set, immune to labels. Second, he likely wanted to make an impression. Some things Lee Mateo couldn't do due to his status, but a trainee like Cheng Ye was perfect for it. Especially now, at a critical team alignment moment, he needed to show real skill to avoid being underestimated. Sir, the venue's ready. Start the review now. Al appeared. Go ahead. The warehouse's rear had a simple interrogation area, modular for adding cells. For alloy cages stood at the corners as observation zones. 2 people entered for debate. 20 armed guards outside monitored the debaters and observers, ready to act if infection signs appeared. Please, Mr. Keller Nick and Mr. Darren Lewis, enter. Raven called loudly. The 2, escorted by guards under gunpoint, entered the interrogation area. Inside, 2 chairs and a table were thoughtfully provided. Per Cheng Ye's request, 2 sets of paper and pens were added for noting flaws in each other's statements. Let me out. I'll give you 300 coins, Lewis whispered to Nick as they sat. That's enough to improve your life. Just stay a few more days. Fine, if you're clean, I'll concede. Nick said it, but smirked inwardly. Money's useless if you're dead. With constant rain and the warehouse overcrowding, who knew if a new cellmate was infected? Paired with an infected, you die unjustly. Silence. Cheng Ye held the files, standing behind the guards, shouting, Mr. Darren Lewis, with a 1,700 coin bid, has priority. State why you were detained. 1,700? The 38 in the observation cages gasped, especially the 19 lowest bidders, their eyes flashing with odd looks. Inspector, sir. No need to address me. Your reasons and explanations must convince those around you. Sweat rolled visibly down Lewis's forehead. He glanced nervously around, voice tight. I was detained because an item on our vehicle was contaminated by an infected. I swear, it had nothing to do with us. The contamination was there when we acquired it at the settlement. What item was contaminated? Nick jumped in before others could. A crystallized core, a bag of them. Where'd you get it? Clear Stream Settlement. Sir, he's lying. Someone in a cage couldn't hold back. Clearstream's cores are contracted to the Oasis caravan. They can't reach freelancers. If caught, it's a 10-fold fine. Is that so? Cheng Ye looked at the cage, surprised the first catch came so fast. Visibly, Lewis's face paled. In moments, his eyes filled with crimson, and fine black fur sprouted under his exposed skin, glossy like rat fur, rapidly covering his neck and arms, soon encasing his body in a bizarre, mutated form. Lewis slowly raised his hands. Feeling the stiff fur sprouting from his palms, he froze. Then, sealed memories flooded his mind like a breached dam. A desolate wilderness beside a ruined provincial road. Twilight fell, darkness gathering. His perspective twisted in madness, shifting to a strange third-person view. He saw himself and 3 teammates hiding in a pile of rotting grass, greedily eyeing the distance. A 6-person scavenger team approached. Carrying sacks, they skulked along the road's edge, faces beaming with barely concealed smiles, clearly having scored big. Unlike Shelter City residents with factory jobs, most settlement dwellers had little work, relying on periodic hunts for mutant beasts to make ends meet. Some ventured to city ruins, scavenging undiscovered supplies, or hunting infected to trade their sources for money. But hard-working scavengers sometimes became prey themselves. Especially when returning with a full haul, they were easy targets. Move! As the scavengers neared 30 meters, Lewis hissed. For guns blazed. The scavengers, fresh from escaping ruins, didn't even have time to beg before being riddled with bullets, their sacks spilling like a waterfall. Laughing wildly, the 4 rushed from the grass. The team heading back to Clear Stream didn't disappoint. Besides mutant beast bone powder, fur, and special herbs, a bag of 20 crystallized cores gleamed blue under a flashlight. Bloodied mutant beast meat lay beside the bodies, 3 large chunks. A windfall. The 4, long deprived of meat, swallowed hard. They hastily cleaned the scene and lit a fire. Fat sizzled on the grill, blood still seeping from the meat. The aroma drove them wild, tearing into it with bare hands. Why am I so hungry? Lewis froze. He'd never seen his own expression so ferocious while eating, nor his 3 teammates fighting over bloodied meat like mortal enemies. Chewing echoed in the wilderness, mingled with the crunch of breaking bones. Unnoticed, strands of black fur crept over their skin, thickening like countless greedy rats crawling and multiplying. Me? Infected. Surging power flooded his limbs, Lewis's sanity ebbing like a tide, replaced by raging bloodlust. He looked around blankly. Nick cowered in a corner, trembling. The humans in the cages wore terrified faces. Squeak, squeak. He grinned, black-furred cheeks twisting grotesquely, emitting rat-like squeals. A mere cage, thought to trap Lord Rat. He reached out, claws springing from his fingers, slashing at the isolation mesh with a whistling force. Clang. A crisp impact rang out. Lewis's fur-covered face froze, smile fading. The mesh, which memory said should tear easily, was impossibly solid. Clang, clang, clang. He clawed frantically, but not a scratch appeared. What? Ow! Pop, pop, pop. A shrill burst of bullets answered him. In seconds, his massive body collapsed, bloodlust fading, a trace of sanity miraculously returning. Lewis turned his head with effort, looking at the inspector behind the guards. The man didn't spare him a glance, turning to the warehouse, clearly heading to deal with his 3 meat-eating teammates. Ha ha! Die together, all of us. No one escapes. His maniacal laughter cut off, the fur-covered body still at last. Codename, Bloodthirsty rat, infection stage. 2. Neutralized by trainee Inspector Cheng Ye. Though bloodthirsty rats are rampant in neighboring provinces, climate and terrain keep them rare in Sher province. Even the few that slip through don't survive the cold winters. Their individual combat strength is weak, unable to beat even an ant wolf one-on-one. The real threat is their bloodthirsty plague pathogen, a unique supernatural curse. For known infection sources, the cleanup team should suffice, not requiring Qin Feng's involvement. But hearing of 4 bloodthirsty rat sources, Qin Feng was shocked enough to come check. Supernatural curse. Does that mean any attack causes infection? Cheng Ye, startled, pressed for details. The Inspector Handbook only mentioned bloodthirsty rats without detailing infection channels. If a sneak attack turned you into a rat monster, its danger rivaled the stand-in starfish. Not quite. Not all supernatural curses are that potent, Qin Feng said, chuckling and shaking his head. Bloodthirsty rats spread the plague through bites, but healthy humans' immunity can neutralize the curse entering the body. Only one scenario leads to infection. He paused, tone serious. If scavengers eat the flesh of mutant beasts killed in fights among infected ones, human immunity fails, allowing the curse to take hold. I see, Cheng Ye said, relieved. Such strict infection conditions meant few would recklessly eat dead mutant beast flesh. I'll take the infection sources. These common types don't need extra verification. Contribution points settled on site. How many points each? Not much, 5 points each. But since you caught them on duty, you get a 30% checkpoint subsidy. I'll buy them at 7 points each. Hearing bloodthirsty rats were only worth 5 points, Cheng Ye felt a bit disappointed. For combined didn't match a Deathwhisper Tentacles reward. He'd forgotten the rapid checkpoint subsidy. Catching infected on duty earned an extra 30%. 30% of 5 points was 1.5, but Qin Feng rounded it to 2. Thanks, Cheng Ye said, nodding. He was strapped for cash. Qin Feng waved it off, glancing at the tattered cloth on Cheng Ye's leg. It's all checkpoint funds, no need to thank me. You're owed this. In my 3 years on duty, I've never seen a trainee inspector like you, rooting out infected every few days. Get some gear with that money. If an outbreak hits, you're on your own. He meant the stand-in starfish. If inspectors knew, the research institute tackling its cure had surely notified all researchers. It's only because the warehouse is overflowing that I had to screen, Cheng Ye said. TCH, no need to explain to me. I'm just a cleanup crew member. On duty, I call you sir, Qin Feng said. His authority seemed high. Taking Cheng Ye's badge, he issued the payment without going through Happiness Bank. A total of 28 contribution points hit his account, plumping his empty wallet. Sweet. It was a money-making day. Watching Qin Feng leave, Cheng Ye returned to the interrogation site, thrilled. Flying bird caravan, 34 points. Bloodthirsty rats, 28 points. Total, 62 points. With the corrupt vines, 60 points, he was close to the 150-point reimbursement cap. Since Lewis was infected, rest assured, he doesn't count toward release quotas. Continue. Nick, shaken, gradually recovered after the delay. His new opponent was the one who exposed Lewis's lie. They accused each other, but found no flaws. The 37 observers listened intently, eager to spot errors, but found none and gave up. All right, you both pass. Pack up and head home, Cheng Ye said, clapping first. Owl and Raven exchanged glances, joining in. The surrounding guards smiled, clapping louder, making the two feel like returning heroes. Pretty prestigious? Stepping out of the cage, warm sunlight hit them. Their lingering resentment faded, and they turned to Cheng Ye, bowing deeply. You're a great inspector. May God bless you. With that, they left under staff guidance, their backs radiating relief. The 37 others watched with burning envy, wishing to take their place. Continue. Group 1's first was dead. Group 2's last, and Group 3's third were released. Next up, Group 1's second versus Group 2's second to last, entering the cage to debate. With a precedent, the caged observers focused harder, nitpicking fiercely. But unless someone was contaminated, even contradictory statements didn't trigger mutation. After heated debate, Group 1's second lost, unable to justify his story. The victorious second-to-last strutted out like a triumphant general. Wonderful. Cheng Ye clapped, others following. Even those in the cages joined in. The 200-plus still in the warehouse, expecting gunshots, were disappointed, cursing loudly. But after cursing, many regretted it, fearing reports from others. They secretly hoped their names would be on Cheng Ye's next release list. This Inspector Cheng's professional skills are top-notch. Truly a happiness city inspector, someone muttered, sparking silent agreement. When Cheng Ye first entered the warehouse, he swiftly led a team to pinpoint 3 infected. From detection to resolution, it was seamless, with 0 collateral damage. Compared to yesterday's half-baked effort, the gap was stark. Screenings continued wave after wave. By noon, as release slots dwindled, another infected was caught by the crowd's sharp eyes. Pop, pop, pop. A burst of gunfire shattered the calm, earning cheers from those used to applause. Some clung to the bars, faces drunk with delight. Compared to damned applause, gunfire made their confinement feel worthwhile. But what shocked Cheng Ye was this. Not only did the warehouse crowd cheer, but the person debating the infected in the cage also jumped and danced in ecstasy. Even those in the other 4 cages were excited, showing relieved smiles. Someone died, freeing a slot. Didn't that mean they had a chance to leave? The cleanup team arrived quickly. Not Xin Feng this time, but North Checkpoint's crew. True to their rugged style, they came with shovels and hooks, swaggering over. Seeing Cheng Ye, the lead captain reigned in his casual demeanor, showing respect. Inspector Cheng, with a cleanup squad for areas A and B. Erling Wallace, he introduced, wiping his rough hand on his uniform before shaking Cheng Ye's. Captain Wallace, this infection source is... The infected was exposed for a landlubber pretending to be a water monkey. Unable to swim, he claimed to have swum from Linjiang, only to flail comically on the ground like a dog paddle. After 2 strokes, he hissed, body convulsing like a snake pinched at its weak point. Hidden ice snake, a special water-dwelling infection source. Wallace identified, voice tinged with regret. It spreads through wounds, with a long latency, weak lethality, and low infectivity. If caught early, the buffer zone has plenty of treatments. It's treatable, of course. If every infection was fatal, humanity would have gone extinct long ago. As Wallace spoke, a cleanup member entered the cage, pulling a small ice-blue snake from the infected's navel. About an arm's length, its scales glinted coldly in the sunlight, body slick like a water balloon. This one's probably worthless, right? Cheng Ye probed. Treatable infections were likely the lowest tier. Sir, you're wrong there, Wallace said, grinning. These are hot commodities. Infection sources grant abilities. To crack those, you start with non-lethal, curable ones. This hidden ice snake is worth at least this much. How much? Seeing Wallace hold up a hand, Cheng Ye guessed 5 points? 50 to start, and this one's in great condition. Might fetch more. What? 50? Cheng Ye was stunned, his gaze on the ice-blue snake growing heated. Were contribution points at the rapid checkpoint this easy to earn? No wonder no one wanted the safer central checkpoint. The risk gap paled against the reward gap. Central checkpoint? Debts? Never heard of them. It'd only been at the rapid checkpoint a few days. Counting the first day as 2, just 3 workdays total. 62 points, plus this 50 and 60 from the corrupt vine. 172 points, and done already? For PM in the afternoon. Cheng Ye walked out of the checkpoint in a daze, looked up at the sky, and felt as if he were in another lifetime. Who could have imagined that before stepping into the checkpoint this morning, he was still a poor wretch with a debt of 107 points. After just 8 hours, he could already pay off all his debts and still have some savings? Wait, this comparison might not be obvious enough. Converting it to earning a house in one morning and paying off a 30-year loan might be more appropriate. Of course, now wasn't the time to pay back money. He needed to hurry and purchase equipment to to resist the stand-in starfish. With his sudden windfall, Cheng Ye didn't even bother to acknowledge the Western inspector who had just switched shifts with him, hastily completing the handover procedures before rushing out. Inspector Cheng, Carson, who had been squatting at the entrance, waved excitedly and ran over. "The car is ready. Where would you like to go for resource trading?" Cheng Ye pulled back his wandering thoughts and looked at the small pickup truck parked not far away. "Do you know the Transcendent Materials store near the Great Wall?" "I know. Of course I know. I dream of getting some Transcendent Materials to sell there." Carson rubbed his hands excitedly. "The Great Wall trading post is within 300 meters of there. I'm very familiar with it." "Then let's go to the Great Wall trading post." Cheng Ye nodded, followed Carson into the car, and settled into the passenger seat. Indeed, the front row of this small pickup was much more comfortable than the big van, with excellent seat support, far exceeding the BYD Cheen he often took rides in before transmigrating, comparable to an Ion Y. After feeling around carefully, he discovered that the seat surface seemed to be wrapped in mutant beast hide, which explained the comfort. "This is deer hide I got a long time ago. The quality was too poor, so I used it myself." Carson leaned forward from the back seat to introduce it. "Sir, it's rare to see an Eastern inspector like you at the North Station." This was naked probing, which Cheng Ye naturally understood. For buffer zone residents, whether bottom-tier scavengers or higher-level caravan leaders, the more inspectors they could curry favor with, the more comfortable their lives would be. "I'm rather special. I can go to both South Station and North Station, wherever I want to go." Drawing pie charts, who couldn't do that? Cheng Ye said cheerfully, "My defense pass ID is 96061. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just give me a call. As long as it doesn't involve matters of principle, helping with small favors is no problem." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Carson repeatedly expressed his great joy. Although he knew in his heart that the definition of small favors completely depended on Cheng Ye's subjective judgment. So what? Since Cheng Ye had opened this door, it meant he didn't reject their flattery. That was enough. Many independent operators simply didn't have this opportunity to build relationships, which was why they remained stuck in place. Chatting along the way, Carson talked endlessly about interesting stories from the ruins and recent conditions of several surrounding settlements. Although Cheng Ye was curious, to maintain his experienced persona, he forcibly suppressed his urge to ask follow-up questions. The small pickup soon merged onto the main road and joined two large vans. This was Cheng Ye's first time riding in a private car to the main city area, which felt quite uncomfortable. The attention rate was simply too high, instantly attracting hundreds of focused gazes wherever they went. It was even more attention-grabbing than modern supercars. Fortunately, although water barrier isolation strips were set up along the route to divert crowds, vehicle controls were relatively lenient. They traveled smoothly without obstruction and soon arrived at the Happiness Great Wall bus station. The driver skillfully turned the wheel, and the car entered an alley, winding back and forth before finally stopping in front of shop hidden deep in the alley. Great Wall Material Purchase and Sale Station. "Sir, this place only serves caravans and doesn't accept ordinary independent scavengers. Caravans basically all have vehicles, and to ensure privacy, the station is set up in this kind of corner." Carson noticed Cheng Ye's confusion and quickly explained enthusiastically. "Moreover, the purchase prices here are 1 point higher than other places. We're always happy to trade here." No wonder he was so happy. Turns out he could get an extra point. Cheng Ye immediately understood, thinking that next time he had something similar, choosing this place would indeed be good. First, it was truly discreet, and second, caravans were willing to cooperate. Getting out of the car, walking into the purchase station, the process was surprisingly simple. Cheng Ye handed over his badge and swiped it, and the staff at the purchase counter began counting the goods without a word. In less than half an hour, the goods were settled and the payment was immediately credited. New Era Year 35, June 30th, 1703. Duty bonus transferred 34-foot contribution points. Balance, 119 points. Note, duty work, consignment sales, Great Wall Material Purchase, and Sale Station. "Sir, Do you need to go anywhere else? I can have someone drive you. No need. Declining Carson's kind offer, Cheng Ye walked through the alley with light steps, unable to help whistling a couple of times. Indeed, people don't get rich without windfalls, horses don't get fat without nightgrass. The hidden ice snake gave 57 points, plus the income from the convoy and bloodthirsty rat. His earnings surged by 119 points in one day. If the corrupt vine reward was settled, after buying a complete set of equipment, he might even have some left over. First, go to the Transcendent Materials store to get the weapon. Seeing Cheng Ye coming up the stairs, Master Lu reached under the counter and pulled out a small square box. Inspector Cheng is really lucky. This cyclone spike happened to be made when Old Song got the itch to work. Take a look. Old Song. Cheng Ye raised an eyebrow and hurried to the counter in 2 quick steps. He didn't know who Old Song was, but judging from Master Lu's tone, his craftsmanship must be extraordinary. Lightly pushing the box with his fingertip, a flash of cold light suddenly burst forth. Good blade. Regarding cold weapons, Cheng Ye actually didn't have much concept. In his view, the training short blade that Lu Bai had applied for him was already sufficiently amazing, absolutely a divine weapon in modern times. But when this cyclone spike was placed before him, he truly understood what distinguished quality meant. The 3G of fire iron might sound like very little, but after being integrated into the forging, it made every arc of light on the blade edge glow with a pale orange halo, like the rising morning sun. A heart-stopping sharpness surrounded the blade, as if it could cut even air in half. Below, the specially treated skin-friendly nylon handle also felt exceptional. Cheng Ye couldn't help reaching out to grasp it. The moment his fingertips touched it, it felt like his arm had extended forward, with absolutely no sense of stagnation or obstruction. Good blade. Cheng Ye lightly swung his wrist, feeling the enhancement brought by the fire iron, and couldn't help sighing again. No wonder countless people in ancient times would fight bloody battles over a precious blade. Such a handy weapon had truly captivating charm. Works well, doesn't it? Master Lu showed a genuine smile. Seeing Cheng Ye's repeated praise, he also began grinning foolishly. A precious blade matched with a hero. Although Cheng Ye looked quite young, the love in his eyes couldn't be hidden. If such a sharp weapon fell into the hands of someone who didn't appreciate it, that would truly be a waste of natural resources. There's also a scabbard below. Originally, you would have had to pay for it, but Old Song got the itch and helped you forge it too. Master Lu spoke while taking out a very impressive metal scabbard from the bottom of the box. Although the scabbard body wasn't carved with dragon patterns or phoenix feathers, just a simple mountain range pattern winding along it, combined with the faintly red lustrous surface, it emanated an indescribable mystical feeling. You must remember, when not in use, you must keep the blade in the scabbard. Weapons forged with transcendent materials must be stored in specially made scabbards. Otherwise, their special properties will continuously dissipate and disappear. Good. Cheng Ye nodded in agreement, took the scabbard and tested it, finding it indeed fit perfectly. I wonder who Old Song is. An old friend of your father's. Master Lu waved his hand. Old Song told us not to reveal too much to you, only saying that giving you this blade would repay the favor he owed your father. Cheng Ye was stunned for a moment, then nodded lightly. He had originally thought that Cheng Long had only accumulated connections at the checkpoint, not expecting there to be old friends involved in the inner city too. If it were the original owner, these favors probably couldn't be cashed in at all. But falling into his hands, they became real assistants, benefiting him greatly along the way. By the way, Master Lu, you mentioned before that this cyclone spike can also be reverse connected to a steel pipe to become a 3-edged spear. I'd like to forge a spear shaft now. How much would that cost? Cheng Ye put the cyclone spike into his backpack and took out the meteorite iron the 4 brothers had given him 2 days ago. Take a look at this, or can it be used for forging? Oh, it's black stone. Master Lu took the ore, pulled out a hammer, and tapped it lightly twice, observed it for a while, then evaluated. Good quality, sufficient for making a spear shaft. Black stone. This is a derivative of the transcendent curse underground in our Shur province, one of kind. Master Lu explained. After the land was contaminated, many stones also mutated. Outsiders like to call this stones getting sick. Mutated stones occasionally carry special properties. This black stone of yours looks like it was dug from deep underground. Its special property should be hardness. How many contribution points is it worth? Master Lu held up one palm, and Cheng Ye's heart jumped. A person's luck is limited. Could he really have struck it big today? First running into the hidden ice snake. Now this, or could also be worth a good price? 50. Not that much, just 5 points. Master Lu quickly shook his head. This is even a friendship price, considering your face. If scavengers brought it, I'd give 2 points at most. He paused, tapping the black stone with his fingertip. Don't think this thing is very hard. It's extremely troublesome to forge. Stones contaminated by transcendent curses have special structures. If you're slightly careless during quenching, they'll crack. 9 out of 10 blocks have to be scrapped. Besides, who still values purely hard materials nowadays? Anyone with a bit of ambition uses composite, transcendent materials. This stuff was only treasured by scavengers at the beginning of the new era. 5 points, that was fine. Cheng Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a spear shaft, as long as it was usable. After all, only when actively dealing with infected entities would middle-distance combat be needed. The short spike form was completely sufficient at the checkpoint. Moreover, the hardness property granted by the Transcendent Curse was just right for a spear shaft. Forging fee is 10 points. Still considering your face, I gave you a 50% discount. Can I continue to owe it? The reward for catching the infected entity hasn't been settled for me yet. I'll pay you together next time I come. Sure, as long as you're not asking me to waive it. You can settle it in a month. Master Lu smiled. His straightforwardness wasn't because of the inspector status, but because of Old Song's attitude. Even Old Song was willing to repay a favor to this inspector. Now that he could have this person remember him a favor, what wouldn't he be willing to do? According to the current schedule, come pick it up in 2 days. All right, taking the pickup slip, Cheng Ye picked up his backpack and walked out of the shop. The evening sunlight slanted down. He squinted toward the horizon, feeling that this warm light was particularly comfortable. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. Even if the starfish outbreak was unavoidable, his probability of survival was far higher than before. This was the confidence to take root in the wasteland. The moon set and the sun rose. Morning light pierced through the window. Cheng Ye turned off the alarm on his defense pass and groggily propped himself up. The bruise Medicine Master Tion had given him was indeed miraculous. After a night of penetration, most of the stabbing pain in his leg had disappeared. The purplish bruising from burst capillaries was also beginning to turn slightly red under the medicine's healing effects. Getting up at 7, work at 8. Off at 4 in the afternoon. In modern times, wouldn't people fight tooth and nail for such a job? Going to the washroom, Cheng Ye poured water from the kettle and wiped his face, looking at his increasingly solid upper body in the mirror with a smile. Although the inspector job was fraught with danger, it was also full of excitement and unknowns. Done well, a day's income could make someone rich overnight. With the slightest mistake, losing one's life was just a matter of moments. But overall, he had completely fallen in love with this job and no longer wanted to return to his previous life. Today is another clear day. I hope it can last a few more days. Cheng Ye wiped the water droplets from his face, glanced at the weather outside the window, returned to his room, and casually browsed through his defense pass. Days of duty, interrogations, plus being injured, and having to deal with the upcoming infection outbreak. Under multiple layers of pressure, he was already physically and mentally exhausted. After ordering equipment last night, he was tired like a puddle of mud, collapsing on the bed after 9 o'clock and sleeping so deeply he lost all sense of time and place. Now the screen lit up, showing 4 missed calls and 3 text messages. Luo Xiaoxue had called once, Miao Yang had called twice, and most surprisingly, Qin Feng also had a missed call. Turning to the messages, Luo Xiaoxue's message was as straightforward as always. Call back when you wake up. The tone showed she was much more at ease about him, without the previous worry. But Miao Yang's two messages clearly showed tension. The first message asked how his body was recovering, and the second said that if Cheng Ye had difficulty moving around, he could come help take care of him for a while, with a tone of careful concern. As for Qin Feng, his message was the most concise and brutal. Just 3 words: check salary. Manager Miao is indeed a good person, just a bit too proud, not suitable for mixing in the Wasteland system. Cheng Ye couldn't help but smile. Miao Yang appeared proud and aloof, but was actually a warm-hearted person like Lu Bai, just didn't know how to be tactful. He could be the next target to search. Better make up for combat technique shortcomings early, and strength can surge up another level. Opening the panel, the 65% progress bar gleamed pleasingly under the background blue light. Currently, the benefits brought by Dragon Force embryonic form were becoming weaker and weaker. For the next skill, Cheng Ye was targeting combat techniques. Of course, the best choice would still be to continue searching for LV.2 skills. But the trigger conditions for 100% cooperation were really too harsh, requiring perfect timing, location, and people like the lucky break with Daizun last time. I still need to improve my rank early, so I can search LV.2 with 50% cooperation. Closing the panel, Cheng Ye switched to the pay stub. New era year 35, July 1st, 5 o'clock. Regular salary transferred 71 contribution points. Balance 77 points. Note: unknown infection source verification successful. Named Armored Vine. Rating Special. Additional reward E-level contribution authority *1. Infection source rating special. Cheng Ye jolted awake, quickly double-checking the information on the screen before daring to believe he hadn't seen wrong. The corrupt vine rewarding 60 points wasn't strange. After all, it was an unknown infected entity with some special abilities. But contribution authority was absolutely the most precious tier of rewards in the checkpoints reward system. From the highest S level to the lowest F level, divided into 7 grades. Yesterday afternoon, when he went to buy equipment, he had planned to look at other good things and their prices, but when he entered the store, he found that only a few common household appliances could be bought directly with contribution points. Things like batteries, generators, powerful weapons, equipment, etc., all required authority to unlock. For example, if he went to the store now, after verifying his authority, he could view E-level purchasable items. Of course, authority also had usage limits. Cheng Ye clicked on the details and found that the E-level authority rewarded by the Corrupt Vine task only had 1 chance, meaning he could select 1 E-level authority item. Good heavens, the Corrupt Vine is so valuable. Good thing I didn't buy a gun on credit yesterday, only bought protective clothing and containment cans. Now I can definitely buy a long gun with tremendous power. Cheng Ye smacked his lips excitedly. Then, thinking of the Corrupt Vine's formidable performance, he immediately felt relieved. Such a fierce, infected entity, although not as threatening as the stand-in starfish, would at least claim dozens of lives if it rampaged among crowds. His ability to detect it early meant rewarding 1 E-level authority was indeed justified. As for what the Research Institute could study from the Corrupt Vine, that wasn't his concern. On the front line against infected entities, everyone was comrades in arms. The stronger Happiness City became, the better it was for both ordinary residents and inspectors. Hey, Sister Luo, I was too tired last night and went straight to sleep. Don't worry, I've already reinforced this place. It's about the same as home, absolutely no problem. Politely declining Luo Xiaoshui's suggestion to come stay with them for safety, Cheng Ye hung up and called Miao Yang. Manager Miao, it's me, Cheng Ye. I'll come find you after getting off work at 4. Don't worry, my leg is healing quickly. Not as serious as you think. Good, then we've agreed. After arranging evening training with Miao Yang, Cheng Ye browsed through his contacts, feeling somewhat pleased. For being a Wasteland nobody who could only talk to Lu Bai, he had developed to having nearly 10 people in his contacts. Unknowingly, people in this buffer zone were beginning to know Inspector Cheng, knowing there was such a special Eastern inspector. Really nice. In the future, if there's a chance, I should also become a station chief and be prestigious. Cheng Ye slung on his backpack, humming an off-key tune as he pushed the door and went out. Walking to the community gate, he habitually glanced at Uncle Dong's shop, the rolling shutter door still tightly locked. It seemed Uncle Dong had indeed left, just not knowing if he had departed before the stand-in starfish transmission range expanded. If he happened to leave early at this critical juncture, that would be incredibly lucky. On the way to the bus stop, tables were already set up by the roadside, though no one was queuing yet. Cheng Ye walked over for a look and was immediately overjoyed. According to Liu Bai, Happiness City should have developed countermeasures by this morning at the latest. Indeed, the sign in front of the table prominently displayed 3 large characters. Epidemic powder. Staff were unpacking boxes of epidemic powder, taking out palm-sized plastic bags containing dark brown powder that gleamed with fine luster in the morning light. Sir, this is the latest product from the Inner City Research Institute. After taking it, it can enhance personal immunity. Even if you encounter an infection source outbreak, it can effectively resist parasitism. The Research Institute is currently promoting it. During the promotion period, each resident can receive 1 free pack daily. Charging will begin after a week, possibly starting at 50 coins per pack. The staff obviously didn't know the true significance of this epidemic powder, only reciting the promotional words as instructed. Could this epidemic powder not kill the stand-in starfish with 100% certainty? Cheng Ye was startled. If the effect had been verified, mandatory implementation for all citizens would be completely feasible. But using this roundabout method, thinking this, he handed over his identity badge. After the other party swiped it on the defense pass, their expression immediately changed slightly, switching to a different tone. Inspector, sir, according to instructions from above, you can receive 10 packs. Specific usage methods and effects will be sent to your defense pass. If you run out, you can come get more anytime. We've set up 48 distribution points in the buffer zone. All right, thank you. Cheng Ye spread open his backpack to pack the 10 powder packets. Before he had walked 2 steps, his defense pass received encrypted information from the inner city broadcast station. To prevent information leakage, it used the encryption method from the inspector's handbook. After translating just the beginning, Cheng Ye's expression darkened, and he quickly walked to a street corner to begin full translation. Happiness City Broadcast Station, a level survival alert. Respected Inspector, when you receive this message, it means Happiness City has entered a moment of life and death. Every decision you make, every action you take, could potentially save the sanctuary city from disaster. We need you to bravely step forward and face the terrifying threat alongside the residents. A level alert. This disaster, stand-in starfish. Level, disaster dash. The following 3 data points are generated by Happiness Supercomputer Simulation Calculations. Outbreak scale, 37.157%. Number of infected entities. Outbreak level, 97.1%, Stage 2, 2.8%, Stage 3. Outbreak centers, A3, A7B, 11B, 13B, 14C, 1C, 20. Stage 2 infected entity strength. Affected by parasitized host. Constitution increased 14%. Strength increased 21%. Speed decreased 27%. Defense increased 119%. Infected entity response methods. Attack the weak center point of the starfish tumor on the head. Through massive testing, this area can be breached with attacks of 41.7 joules or more, and attacks of 65 joules or more are lethal. Direct attack on infected entity. Stage 2 infected entities can withstand maximum fatal injuries. 3. If greater than this value, instant death. If less than this value, movement slowed. If directly attacking infected entity, the tumor will continue maintaining infection activity for 3 to 5 minutes. Please use tools to place it in containment boxes. Do not touch directly with skin. Stage 3 fusion entity strength. Sea level, no tumor weakness. Maximum kinetic energy tolerance, 317 joules. Attacks higher than this standard can breach defenses. Maximum fatal injuries tolerable, 7. If greater than this value, instant death. If less than this value, no obvious effect. Fusion entities can recover by devouring meat. Each fatal injury requires 7.12 kilograms of meat. Starfish epidemic powder efficacy, based on parasitism time, maximum 3 packs every 7 days. Exceeding this will cause serious damage to liver, kidney, and human body functions. Mild cases causing necrosis, severe cases causing death. Less than 24 hours, 100% success rate. Less than 48 hours, 70% success rate. Less than 72 hours, 30% success rate. 72 hours, no effect. Each tumor recovery price, 1 contribution point, quantity greater than 10, recovery price increases 10%, quantity greater than 100, recovery price increases 20%. Each tumor battle merit, 1 merit, 10 merits equals 1 F, 70 merits equals 1 E, 350 merits equals 1 C, 700 merits equals 1 B, 1,000 merits equals 1 A. Greater than 1,000 counts as happiness third-class merit. Greater than 5,000 counts as happiness second-class merit. Greater than 10,000 counts as happiness first-class merit. Greater contributors to this disaster. Counts as happiness special merit. Is this happiness city's efficiency? After translating the entire content, Cheng Ye was stunned, his eyes flashing with indescribable shock. How many days had passed since the stand-in starfish appeared? Only 3 days. But Happiness City's Research Institute had not only rushed to produce corresponding epidemic powder, but had also clearly listed the response methods for this infected entity. Cheng Ye's gaze swept back and forth. Several data points deduced by the central supercomputer could already explain just how terrifying the stand-in starfish's harm was. 37.157% of the population was infected. The buffer zone currently had 540,000 permanent residents, representing that the number of infected had reached 200,000. Even if the epidemic powder could save 60% of the infected, there would still be 80,000 people becoming infected entities. This wasn't simply getting sick, but becoming zombie-like existences. Just thinking about 80,000 zombies rampaging through the buffer zone made Cheng Ye feel chills down his spine. Moreover, this infection efficiency grew exponentially. Even if each infected entity only infected one more person, the scale would expand by another 80,000, and these new 80,000 would continue infecting. But even so, it's only a level rather than the highest S level, and the disaster level is only disaster dash. Could it be that Happiness City's leadership already has confidence in surviving this disaster? Cheng Ye didn't panic blindly because of the data, because if they were really panicking, Happiness City's leadership should have already boarded planes and fled. But now, the city was still operating in an orderly fashion, and the buffer zone was still distributing epidemic powder. Everything seemed to be progressing in a good direction, not as despairing as the data presented. Contribution points and battle merits. His gaze settled on the rewards at the bottom, and Cheng Ye gradually began to understand. From a modern person's perspective, the entire message was saturated with despair. But from the perspective of Wasteland, people who valued martial prowess, killing one zombie could be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Currently, this message was only sent to inspectors. But what if, before the disaster outbreak, it was widely announced to all ordinary residents and all guards? The Wasteland people's desire to climb upward, their longing to live a prosperous life, could it ultimately overcome the terrifying infected entities? Cheng Ye had no definitive answer in his heart, but he felt that as long as Happiness City's leadership hadn't given up struggling, this super shelter city that dominated Shur Province still had hope of surviving this disaster. The stand-in starfish infected entity's strength isn't actually that strong. Although its defense has more than doubled, humans weren't naturally thick-skinned like mutant beasts to begin with. The base defense value is probably only 1 to 2, and even if doubled, it's just 2 to 4, which can't even compare to some mutant beasts' initial defense. And the strength and constitution improvements are only 20%, plus there's the negative effect of speed decreasing by 30%. If it weren't for the contact infection characteristic, it wouldn't be fearsome at all. On the way to the bus stop, Cheng Ye repeatedly pondered these data, constantly simulating scenarios of dealing with infected entities in his mind. For ordinary people, without money to purchase protective suits, directly facing stand-in starfish-infected entities was undoubtedly extremely high risk. Because once infected, with the surrounding environment being in a comfortable parasitic state for the infection source, the infection progress would skyrocket exponentially. Even if one immediately took epidemic powder, the success rate couldn't reach 100%. But he was different. As long as he got the equipment and didn't blindly take risks, the danger was completely within controllable limits. Marksmanship, combat techniques. I must get these two skills as soon as possible, replace beast instinct, and prepare for battle. Fear stems from the unknown, from speculative imagination. And Happiness City's accumulated profound foundation was like a sharp blade cutting through this layer of fog, completely dispelling the panic in people's hearts. Since there was no way to evacuate, no matter what, they had to face the infected entities. With this thought, Cheng Ye cast all his worries behind him, transforming them entirely into motivation to move forward. To survive on this wasteland, running away was impossible. Only by relying on a behemoth like Happiness City, only by constantly climbing upward and gaining higher information authority, could one, like now, prepare equipment before the great chaos erupted and build psychological defenses before the storm arrived. All the way to the bus stop, Master Tion's bus was indeed waiting in the usual spot. But today he was no longer in the mood to polish his bus, restlessly pacing around the vehicle. Seeing Cheng Ye walking from afar, Master Tion immediately went to meet him. "Inspector Cheng, I've prepared all the liniment you requested," he said, pulling out a green bottle identical to yesterday's from his pocket. 3 bottles in total. Cheng Ye took them, opened the bottle mouth to smell them. The scent was unchanged, so presumably the effects wouldn't differ either. Additionally, these are 2 types of special secret medicines I'm giving you. Master Tion pulled out 2 more small bottles from his pocket. Only their colors had changed from green to red and blue. The red secret medicine can be taken internally or applied externally. There are 5 doses total. When taken internally, it can stimulate life force, greatly improving wound healing speed. When applied externally, it can instantly stop bleeding from wounds. There are no side effects whatsoever, and taking it internally and externally simultaneously is also fine. The portions are separated in compartments within the bottle. When you finish one dose, tap the bottle body and the next dose will automatically pop out. The blue secret medicine can only be used externally. If you feel mentally exhausted, open the bottle and take one breath to recover. But this thing has a cost. Once you stop using it, after 12 hours, your mental state will collapse even worse. You'll need to sleep soundly for 3 consecutive days to recover. Huh? Staring at the red and blue bottles, Cheng Ye was stunned. Weren't these HP and MP potions from games? One restored health, one restored mana. Master Tion actually had such treasures? However, he didn't directly take the 2 secret medicines. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. As the old saying goes, when people don't know reason, there must be trouble. When things are abnormal, there must be demons. Master Tion giving him liniment could barely be explained as earning a price difference to supplement household income. And while that medicine was effective, it wasn't to the degree that would make people envious. But these 2 secret medicines were different. Either one, if brought out in the wasteland, could be exchanged for a life. They were absolutely priceless hard currency. Giving them to me? Seeing that Cheng Ye not only showed no interest but actually shook his head slightly, Master Tion couldn't help but sigh. "I can give you the formulas for all 3 medicines. Speak up. What do you want me to do?" "My daughter has a fever. I'd like you to take a look and see if she's..." Master Tion's voice grew quieter, his gaze turning toward the rear of the bus. Following his line of sight, Cheng Ye only then noticed that in the usually empty passenger compartment, a girl was sitting. She appeared to be an adult, her appearance not particularly striking, but she had a gentle, quiet face Exactly like those well-behaved girls who listened to their parents and had walls covered with merit certificates. She works at the works department. These past 2 days, she's been responsible for area isolation statistics. But since last night, she's had a persistent high fever. Just take medicine, Cheng Ye said, about to pull out the epidemic powder he had just received from his backpack. Regardless of whether she was infected with stand-in starfish or not, taking 1 dose for peace of mind, as long as it was within 24 hours, the information stated the success rate was 100%. But Master Tian shook his head with a bitter expression. Inspector Cheng, you don't know this medicine has already killed quite a few people. What? Cheng Ye's hand paused, staring at the grayish-brown powder he had just pulled out, stunned. Epidemic powder actually started being distributed last night. When you went to collect it just now, there weren't many people in line, right? There weren't many. Not just few. Even though it was work hours, he was the only one who went to collect it. Starting at 10 last night, it was distributed door to door. Many people heard it could enhance immunity and just poured it into their mouths. But from last night until 5 this morning, the corpse collection vehicles never stopped, one after another hauling people out. Last night at 10, he was sleeping soundly then, completely unaware that the second half of the night had been so lively. No wonder there was no queue when collecting medicine earlier. If this deadly epidemic powder was forcibly promoted, the buffer zone would probably explode before the infected entities even rioted. Wait, could it be that some people have been infected for more than 24 hours already? So after taking the medicine to eliminate the starfish, the failure probability meant direct death? Or did epidemic powder have certain side effects? And even if one didn't take more than 3 packs within 7 days, it would still cause irreversible damage to the human body? I'd like you to take a look. If she's already sick, then we'll take the medicine directly and leave survival to fate. Master Tian sighed. If she's not sick, since she's running a fever now, it's better not to take this medicine if possible. The formulas for 3 secret medicines, plus the finished products in exchange for 1 chance? Cheng Ye hesitated. If the method for detecting starfish got out, the buffer zone would immediately fall into chaos. Because this method was too simple, just apply water to the forehead and there would be a reaction. The buffer zone was still without water supply until now. On one hand, it was to isolate high humidity conditions, and on the other hand, they were probably worried that people would figure out this point. But looking at Master Tian's sorrowful and helpless expression, Cheng Ye opened his panel and glanced at it, his pupils suddenly constricting. Master Tian, 100%, perfect, searchable range. Intelligence, items, skills, LV1, LV2. 100% cooperation level. Words could deceive, fever could be faked. But according to Cheng Ye's testing during this period, the cooperation level value was absolutely the gold standard for testing people's hearts. Everything else could lie. Only the numbers wouldn't. Search or not? Search. Glancing at the 65% charge level, Cheng Ye only hesitated for an instant before his mind immediately pressed the search button. A 100% cooperation level was really too hard to achieve. The other party had to trust him very much. This trust couldn't be reluctantly obtained by taking advantage of someone's crisis, but had to be unreserved, pure belief. Judging from the effects of Master Tian's 3 secret medicines, this guy was definitely a formidable character hiding his true abilities. Incomprehensible characters flickered on the panel, and lines of text began to form. However, just looking at the topmost description, Cheng Ye couldn't help but want to curse. Search successful. Master Tian, parasitic state. Good grief. Still worried about your daughter when you're already infected yourself? Cheng Ye subconsciously glanced at Master Tian's attire. Similar to his own, also rubber gloves, with exposed skin wrapped in a layer of plastic film. Being so careful and still getting infected. Did you go out last night and have contact with those who died? How do you know? Master Tian was stunned. With his skills and caution, he absolutely shouldn't have been discovered by anyone, especially by the inspector before him, who hadn't even cultivated the 4 forces and had no reason to. Cheng Ye didn't respond, because the panel was already displaying searchable targets. Master Tian, LV2 skills. Talent. Danger perception, excellent. Enhanced sixth senses, can sense active dangers within 5 meters. Talent. Cold weapon affinity, excellent. Slightly increases control over cold weapons. Talent. Steadiness, common. Slightly improves body control. Talent. Veteran driver, common. Slightly improves vehicle operation ability. Skill. Mobile shooting, rare. Special frontal shooting technique. Greatly improves mobile shooting accuracy. Skill. Ghost draw, excellent. Special gun drawing technique. Slightly increases gun drawing and shooting speed. Skill. Dragon Force, Tiger Force, Eagle Force, Snake Force, Trajectory Prediction, Advanced Stealth, Emergency Trauma Treatment, common. LV3 skills, locked. LV4 skills, locked. As expected, another powerhouse with LV4 skills and these talents. Cheng Ye's gaze swept from top to bottom. This was no longer the gap between academic achievers and underachievers. Even a talent monster like Daizun would still look like a rookie in front of Master Tian. For talents, though none were rare, except for Veteran Driver, each was an extremely practical talent, and the skills were even more on a different level. It seems the complete 4 forces are indeed LV2 skills. Daizun doesn't have them, indicating his 4 forces aren't yet complete. As for the choice, Cheng Ye's gaze fixed intently on mobile shooting in the purple frame, silently praying as he pressed search. Rare talents had increased his strength by almost 5 times. So what about rare skills? A strange sense of certainty crept up Cheng Ye's heart again, but this time it carried additional information. So perfect cooperation level adds an extra 50% probability. No wonder the cross-level search at 25% didn't fail. After adding this 50%, the actual probability reached 75%, higher than even the basic search probability for LV1 skills. And if 100% cooperation level search for LV1 skills, the success rate would be maxed out with absolutely no chance of failure. The panel began to flicker. This search was unprecedentedly long, a full 3 seconds before the flickering settled. Search successful. Civilization Collector has successfully recorded. Mobile shooting, LV.2, skill. Master Tian, go stand at the back of the bus and don't peek. I'll test whether she's sick. I have a special drug here that can make someone briefly unconscious. Just press it on the nose tip and it'll take effect. If it's inconvenient for you, give it here. Master Tian's thoughtfulness was heartbreaking. Cheng Ye took the round disc that looked like a makeup powder puff and boarded the bus. What's your name? Tian Lei. Don't resist. I'll test whether you're sick. Also, after the examination, you can't go out for the next few days. I'll help you request leave from the works department. Understand, Inspector Cheng. Cheng Ye hummed through his nose and opened the panel for another glance. As expected, Tian Lei's cooperation level was also maxed at 100%, but there was no prompt for the option to search LV2 skills. No, LV2? Cheng Ye nodded slightly. This was normal. If every random person encountered had LV2, these Wasteland people would be too formidable. Gently pressing the powder puff on her nose tip, Tian Lei's eyes became dazed. Then she softly collapsed into his arms, a trace of well-behaved smile still at the corners of her mouth. Cheng Ye took out his water bottle from his backpack, poured some water into his palm, and pressed it to her forehead. The water stain quickly spread. After more than 10 seconds, there was still no starfish pattern display. This is lucky, but the works department has provided protection for staff from the beginning. Having a lower infection rate than ordinary people is normal. Using his sleeve to wipe away the water traces, Cheng Ye held Tian Lei upright again, letting her head rest against the window, then turned and walked off the bus. She is not sick. That's wonderful. Master Tian's bitter old face immediately bloomed with a smile. However, the smile hadn't lasted even a second before he heard Cheng Ye say again, "But you are sick." "Me?" Master Tian was stunned for a moment, then immediately pulled out a pack of epidemic powder from his pocket. He poured it into his mouth without hesitation, not doubting Cheng Ye's judgment at all. Cough, cough. As the powder entered his throat, he dry chewed it twice. Visibly, Master Tian's complexion began to redden. A barely perceptible starfish mark flashed across his forehead, then disappeared without a trace. It worked. Cheng Ye's expression shifted slightly, and he asked curiously, "Weren't you worried about poisoning yourself? Making a living in a shelter city, how can you be afraid of this?" Master Tian shook his head and smiled. "Staying here means believing that the shelter city can come up with countermeasures when facing this kind of situation. If you don't even believe this, you should have rolled out long ago to find some small settlement to hide in, so as not to harm others and yourself. You don't need to give me the secret medicine formulas. Just sell them to me at cost price in the future." The bus started moving. Cheng Ye waved his hand. "Where do you have the time now to look for crystallized cores and concoct these secret medicines? As for whether these secret medicines could form a product line to make money, if it were feasible, Master Tian would have tried it long ago. Inspector Cheng, the price I quoted you for the liniment is actually the cost price. When market prices rise, the raw materials might even sell for around 85 coins. This material is easy to find. However much you want, I can make that much. But I only have 2.5 bottles total of those 2 medicines. I'm giving you 2 bottles and keeping half a bottle to save my life." After Master Tian finished speaking, without waiting for Cheng Ye to ask questions, he explained again. "The main materials for the energy secret medicine and life secret medicine aren't crystallized cores, but pool frog hearts. These things only appear on dried riverbeds in winter each year, and you have to find them fresh to make them. And I haven't left the shelter city in winter for many years, so the medicines get used up more and more." Pool frogs? Cheng Ye silently noted this name in his heart and took the medicine list Master Tian handed him for a glance. Indeed, very complex. Dozens of materials densely packed. He wondered how Master Tian had figured out how to concoct them. "I didn't develop them. It was from a job I did before." Master Tian paused. "Payment from an employer, given voluntarily. Or did you demand it?" "I suppose it was voluntary." Hearing the teasing in Cheng Ye's words, Master Tian seemed somewhat awkwardly embarrassed. "My name is Tian Wuying. Inspector Cheng, if you don't mind, just call me Shadow." "Forget it then. That would be like assassins making contact. Master Tian sounds more natural." Cheng Ye declined with a smile. Back then, to prevent him from being suppressed by Cheng Long's generation at the checkpoint, Lu Bai had repeatedly instructed him for several days, insisting he address everyone as equals, not to call them Uncle B, but Brother B instead, wanting to help elevate his seniority so that even though they were all inspectors at the checkpoint, he wouldn't have to call everyone uncle or elder brother when meeting them. But Master Tian was already over 50. If he really called him by a peer's form of address, it would be rather awkward. "As you wish." Master Tian smacked his lips. "Inspector Cheng, you're a good person." "A good person?" Cheng Ye shook his head and looked out the window. There seemed to be a trace of dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Though not obvious, they pressed heavily in his field of vision, inexplicably raising a sense of stagnation in his heart, making it difficult to generate other thoughts. "Did you listen to this morning's weather forecast?" "I did. Today happened to be Little Sun's broadcast. 99% of people wouldn't miss it. When will it rain? Seems like they said in 2 days or 3 days. Anyway, the rain line is still near our Chuan City area." 3 days later, 80 years ago, Sher Province's characteristic was frequent rain. Although he'd never heard of flood disasters breaking out, rainy seasons lasting 1 or 2 months were common. Chuan City, where Happiness City was located, compared to previous years, this year's rainfall actually wasn't much. But the problem was the abnormal weather patterns. Every time it rained, it was heavy rain, sudden rain, which made accurate forecasting difficult. Cheng Ye hummed and then stopped talking, leaning against the car window to doze for a while. When the car slowly came to a stop at the terminal, he got up and pulled coins from his pocket. 500 coins. Tomorrow bring me 3 more bottles, and the rest is payment. 1 bottle was 80 coins. 6 bottles were 480, with 20 coins as labor fee. All right. Master Tian didn't stand on ceremony, happily accepting the 5 100 denomination happiness coins and blowing on them in his palm. Are you very short of money? Not particularly short now. Just preparing for winter in advance. Going out to hide this year? This year is somewhat abnormal. I have a hiding spot outside. No problem hiding for 10 days to half a month. Master Tion spoke frankly without evasion. This wasn't a secret in the buffer zone. How could they completely block large-scale infected tides? Even if they could stop most of them, just one or two that slipped through the net could force people into desperate situations. Therefore, many people with connections would hide outside the city before winter and return in spring. It was another type of migratory bird, going exactly opposite to Happiness City's migratory bird plan. After getting off the bus, surprisingly, Lee Mateo also got off another bus, and the two happened to meet. Don't you usually arrive right on time, every day? Cheng Ye took out his defense communicator to check. It was only 7:42, not like Lee Mateo's usual style. Don't mention it. The buffer zone is almost packed full of stand-in starfish infected entities. The pressure is enormous. Lee Mateo sighed, but his feet quickened to get beside Cheng Ye, lowering his voice to ask, "How was it? Did the two tricks I taught you yesterday work?" "Hey, he's here to claim credit." Cheng Ye smiled and pulled out a bottle of liniment from his backpack. Liniment with added crystallized core. "Good effects, thanks." How embarrassing. Lee Mateo accepted it, his face creasing into a flower with his smile. Although he didn't lack these small items, Cheng Ye's attitude made him feel very pleased inside. I guess with your nature of getting to the bottom of things, you must want to ask why not use this method, and why other inspectors don't use it either, right? Predicting Cheng Ye's question, Lee Mateo explained on his own, everything has a probability of error. Perhaps the method I taught you only has a 1 in 10,000 failure rate, but if you're unlucky enough to hit that one, to encounter this kind of starfish that can't be detected, then the price you'd have to pay. Speaking to this point, he paused, tapping his fingertip on the identity badge pinned to his chest. Do less, make fewer mistakes. Do nothing, make no mistakes. Our inspector equipment hasn't been updated for over 10 years. We're still using that worthless 3-piece set, long since caught up to by other shelter cities. I know you want to mention those 2 gadgets in the box. Those are just toys the tech faction uses to comfort us. Infected entities that can be detected by them. I can identify with one glance. Station Chief Ding has applied for funding so many times without getting it, let alone support. Facing the increasingly numerous and strange infection sources now, we can only rely on inspector experience to handle things. The core of this work is to block infected entities from flowing into the buffer zone, not to give scavengers and caravans green lights to promote buffer zone economic development. That's not something we should be concerned with. I understand. Cheng Ye nodded. Actually, after using this method yesterday, he had realized the problem. If isolation inspections were too lenient, scavenger entry and exit frequency would inevitably increase. And the higher the frequency, the risk of parasitic infection would climb geometrically. The current strict rules actually acted like an invisible gate, both curbing the chaos of high-frequency comings and goings and indirectly warning those venturing outside to be careful, that once there were abnormalities, the consequences would be unthinkable. Also, Lee Mateo paused, his gaze glancing toward the distant isolation gate. That guy coming toward you is one of Harlan's people. If you don't want to pledge allegiance to the Westerners, I don't need to teach you what to do, right? Who? Cheng Ye followed his gaze and immediately frowned. He hadn't expected it to be the Western inspector who had relieved him yesterday. Scopy Raymond. Yesterday, he had been in a hurry to get weapons and hadn't bothered to chat. He hadn't expected the other party to actually come after him. Seeing Lee Mateo walking beside Cheng Ye, Scopy frowned. This old troublemaker was really like a persistent ghost. He had specifically come early today to block Cheng Ye, but hadn't expected Lee Mateo to also arrive early for once. Could this guy be doing it on purpose? I'm out of here. Handle it yourself. After the reminder, Lee Mateo picked up his pace. When passing Scopy, their eyes clashed hard for a moment. Then he went straight through the isolation gate. A qualified old troublemaker wasn't someone who avoided worldly conflicts. You had to know how to disgust people, make opponents feel apprehensive, so those inexplicable troubles would naturally decrease. Inspector Cheng. Scopy put on a smile and quickly stepped forward. I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. You go on duty at the front isolation buffer zone, and I'll take advantage of this morning to also do a warehouse release, trying to free up more isolation slots in our quarantine zone A. How about it? Question mark. Cheng Ye was stunned, not understanding what this guy meant. Could he be here to steal contribution points? No, that's not right. If that were the purpose, Lee Mateo had no need to mention it earlier. Sure, no problem. While thinking about Scopy's purpose, Cheng Ye's mouth wasn't slow, immediately agreeing. Meet force with force, adapt to circumstances. Since someone was happy to be a free overtime model worker, why wouldn't he take them up on it? Then it's settled. You go on duty first, I'll come over after I grab some breakfast. After reaching an agreement with Cheng Ye, Scopy watched him leave, then immediately stepped aside to call on his defense communicator, Lord Dario. I've agreed to the warehouse opening matter. I guarantee there won't be the slightest mistake. You'd better. Dario's dissatisfied growl came through the receiver. A trainee inspector dares to open warehouses. Damn it. Is he tired of living? Harlan had just instructed him to watch Cheng Ye closely, absolutely not letting the Easterners use the opportunity to kill him and frame the Westerners, stirring up united hatred. Who would have thought this kid would actively seek death? A trainee inspector getting involved in warehouse opening. Wasn't he crazy? Watch him closely when he's on duty too. He can die anywhere, just don't die at our North Station. Don't worry, I'll watch him every step of the way these next few days. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Cheng Ye clocked out with a strange expression on his face. It had to be said, today's work was ridiculously easy. Whenever there were vehicles waiting for inspection, Scopy would find an excuse to come take a look, saying something about how fourth-stage inspectors also needed to observe trainee inspector methods, lest they be left behind by the times. What? Fourth stage, observing trainees? I'll be damned if I believe that. But it was fine. According to the current situation, the North Station should be problem-free for the next few days. Even if he insisted on seeking death, Scopy would definitely stop him. This situation changed too quickly. He-Fei's death really stirred up too many variables. Walking out of the checkpoint, Cheng Ye couldn't help but sigh. The stand-in Starfish had temporarily suppressed the conflicts between the Eastern and Western factions. At least before this disaster was overcome, the opposing sides should temporarily set aside their disputes and weather the crisis together. This is good too. No one watching me, no one deliberately targeting me. Perfect time to quietly prepare. Getting on the bus, Cheng Ye quickly cast these trivial thoughts aside. Be bold when you should be bold. Be cautious when you should be cautious. Now, whether it was him or other inspectors, their minds had already wandered far. Before this disaster was overcome, no one should waste half a thought on power struggles. This medicine is truly miraculous. The recovery speed has indeed increased. Miao Yang stared at the gradually fading bruises on Cheng Ye's leg for a long while, confirming that this medicine's effects were indeed superior to the liniment he made. No, superior by several levels. The injury recovery speed was at least 40% more effective, almost catching up to the Blood Dragon Core special injury medicine. I'll leave you one bottle. Cheng Ye pulled out a bottle from his bag and handed it over. How much? 80. That's too expensive. Miao Yang opened the bottle cap to smell it carefully. Couldn't help but click his tongue. Scavengers generally use injury medicine around 10 coins. Like the Blood Dragon Core basic injury medicine I used on you. The cost is only around 18 coins. Sometimes it might be very useful. What use could it have? When we get injured, we could just go back and lie down. How comfortable. Miao Yang chuckled, completely missing the hint in Cheng Ye's words. From this reaction alone, he could analyze that with his current status, he still didn't know about the stand-in Starfish news. This injury is healing quickly. I feel in 3 more days it won't affect your activities. After helping Cheng Ye apply the ointment, Miao Yang began massaging with special techniques to ensure the medicine was absorbed. Taking advantage of this gap, noticing the cooperation level had reached 50%, Cheng Ye immediately initiated a search. The panel flickered. Lines of phantom text rapidly combined. Miao Yang. LV1 skills. Blood Dragon Core standard, training methods, combat techniques, killing methods, rapid medical treatment. Basic perception, tough physique, basic trap making, basic military training, iron lungs, basic camouflage, basic wilderness survival, basic weapon making, basic medicine making, basic command. LV2 skills, locked. LV3 skills, locked. 14 skills. Scanning the panel at a glance, Cheng Ye was somewhat dumbfounded. Miao Yang's LV1 skills were actually one more than Chu Yinfeng's? And before searching LV2 skills, he hadn't been clear about the collector's skill classifications. Now, judging by the names, tough physique and iron lung should be talent skills. For the current situation, LV1 standard combat techniques are enough for me to use. Miao Yang had mentioned before that while the Blood Dragon Core's standard combat techniques weren't particularly sophisticated, they were most suitable for laying solid foundations for beginners. Once decided, the panel flickered. What surprised Cheng Ye was that this search actually failed. Search failed, returning action points to LV.1. The panel displayed a notification. This was the first time he'd encountered a search failure. Could it be because the inspector position naturally comes with a hidden search buff that increases success rate? Glancing at the charge level that had dropped back to 2% in the upper right corner, Cheng Ye wasn't anxious. With a 50% probability sitting there, failing once was within reason. Moreover, Miao Yang wasn't like Chu Yinfeng, difficult to contact. Once the charge level was sufficient, he could come search anytime. All right, I'll demonstrate the Blood Dragon Core standard combat techniques. Inspector Cheng, observe the essentials first. When your injury heals, you can practice with me. Cheng Ye nodded, staring intently at Miao Yang, wanting to try if he could acquire the skill through his own ability. However, after just watching for a few minutes, he immediately abandoned this idea. Combat techniques required diligent study and practice, move by move. Even with his amazing imitation ability, it would take considerable time to figure out and practice. Currently still injured, he couldn't practice at all. Moreover, it was just a LV1 skill. If he came to search again tomorrow, he might easily acquire it. Peaceful times always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days later. Search successful. Civilization Collector has successfully recorded Blood Dragon Core Standard Combat Techniques, LV.1. Looking at the notification that popped up on the panel, Cheng Ye immediately perked up. Finally successful. Perhaps the previous 2 times had exhausted his luck, or perhaps his guess was indeed correct that inspectors had a hidden buff during duty. After failing twice in a row, it wasn't until the 3rd search that this Blood Dragon Core Standard Combat Techniques finally entered his skill slot. But it's not a loss either. The charge level still has 47%, so I can search again soon, and action points have accumulated to 5. Unloading the completely useless Dragon Force embryonic form, he replaced it with Blood Dragon Core Standard Combat Techniques. Cheng Ye stood up, his body trembled slightly, then quickly returned to normal. What's wrong? Miao Yang stopped, asking somewhat curiously. Come on, I've already learned it by watching. Let's practice together. Combat techniques usually aim to subdue opponents, emphasizing the application of skill and control force. Killing methods, on the other hand, pursue the efficiency of breaking through defenses with one strike, focusing on the instantaneous release of extreme explosive power. In the current Wasteland environment, killing methods were only popular for a few years at the beginning of the new era. After humans rebuilt their industrial systems, they were quickly marginalized and almost ignored. The fundamental reason was that close combat efficiency could never compare to drawing a gun. In situations where firearms could be used, killing methods had no place. And in scenarios where guns couldn't be drawn, combat techniques alone were sufficient to handle things. There was really no need to waste energy on being recklessly brave. Survival and staying alive were the main themes of existence. The Blood Dragon Core's standard combat techniques emphasized stability and solid foundations. The overall approach favored flexibility with fewer grand, sweeping moves. You learned it. Miao Yang was slightly stunned, but didn't immediately question it. Although these combat techniques are basic, even the most talented person I've seen took a full 7 days to learn them, practicing from morning to night every day. You just sat there watching me practice and learned it. When the mind learns it, the hands learn it. Cheng Ye moved his shoulders and hips a few times, grinning as he spoke. This wasn't him cheating or talking nonsense, but his genuine feeling after equipping the standard combat techniques. After all, even Liu Bai had praised his strong imitation ability. Sitting here, watching Miao Yang practice for 3 days, Cheng Ye had actually grasped 7 or 8 parts of it. What was missing was just the integration of muscle memory. And equipping the skill had perfectly completed this final piece of the puzzle. Almost no training memories came, only a strong habit of exerting force directly carved into the depths of his muscles, forming instinct. What about your leg? It's almost healed, doesn't affect movement. Cheng Ye rolled up his pant leg to take a look. For days had passed since the injury. Thanks to Master Tian's potent medicine, even without equipping Iron Body, although there was still slight pain when pressed, it completely didn't affect movement anymore. All right, you attack. I'll defend. Miao Yang stepped back 2 steps. Before his words finished, he subconsciously touched his ribs. Last time he said this, he was almost hit by Cheng Ye's whip kick and nearly broke a rib. This time he couldn't be careless again. This kid's talent was simply monstrous. Who had ever seen someone without complete 4 forces able to open 6 senses? Defend well. Cheng Ye took a deep breath, his footsteps moving quickly, stepping left then right, closing in. Come chase me. Miao Yang called out strangely, his feet executing similar steps, but deliberately slowing down a bit. Wanted to see if Cheng Ye could maintain steady step frequency while dodging and weaving. The result didn't disappoint him. The distance between them kept closing. Light jumping and vertical leaping. You've gotten the basics. Combat techniques emphasize footwork foundation most. Seeing that Cheng Ye had glimpsed the essentials, Miao Yang suddenly stopped and pressed close. Compared to the previous straight, swing, uppercut combination, this time after closing in, Cheng Ye raised his arm like a single blade, striking down at a diagonal angle. Thud! Miao Yang brought up both hands, colliding together. Solid force transmitted, both stepped back 1 step. Splitting hammer, you've got the basics too. Again, Cheng Ye growled low, stepping forward again. Both hands gathered like a battering ram, smashing forward. Another muffled sound came. Crushing hammer, you learned that too. Miao Yang called out repeatedly, but his voice carried twisted emotions. Listening carefully, that emotion was called jealousy. For major fist paths, crushing, smashing, splitting, hanging. For types of footwork, light, jumping, lifting, vertical. Cheng Ye used them skillfully, fought smoothly. Miao Yang even felt Cheng Ye's execution was identical to his own. Looking more closely at both, their understanding of this standard combat technique said they were actually on the same level. Then what the hell had he been practicing these dozen years for? Stop, stop, don't fight anymore. If we keep fighting, you should be teaching me. Miao Yang lightly pushed away Cheng Ye's incoming right fist, borrowing the momentum to retreat 4 or 5 steps, quickly waving his hands. He had seen transcendent geniuses and diligent people willing to work hard. But this was truly his first time seeing someone like Cheng Ye. If forced to describe it, he could only use 2 words. Monster. Gym Master Miao, what do you think of my combat techniques? Cheng Ye settled into a resting stance, a thread-thin column of air escaping from his nose and mouth. The essence of combat techniques lay in mobilizing internal chi and momentum. Only by stirring internal breath could each punch and move generate additional power from nothing. In ancient martial arts terms, this was called the tiger and leopard thunder sound. In understanding of standard combat techniques, there's already no difference between us. Miao Yang's jealous eyes blazed with fire, but he sighed, it's a pity this teacher's strength is too low. If it were a blood dragon warrior from within the blood dragon court teaching you, you might now far surpass me. Then for future advancement, what combat techniques would be good to learn? Cheng Ye pressed further. Or are standard combat techniques already sufficient? You'd have to ask Inspector Liu about that. See which school of combat techniques he wants you to inherit. Miao Yang shook his head, speaking honestly. I won't hide it from you. The new martial combat techniques from the former Transcendent era could indeed channel some transcendent power and produce miraculous effects. But in this era, new martial arts ultimately centers on realm. Rather than pursuing advanced combat techniques, it's better to first solidify your control of the four forces. This is more useful than learning any moves. With your complete four forces, if you could control yourself to enter the clear mirror state, even I might not easily defeat you. But conversely, if your realm can't keep up, even if you understand exactly the same combat techniques as me, I could easily catch your flaws. This is the fundamental gap that realm brings. Realm was stats, combat techniques were skills. When basic stats weren't enough, even if skills could double attack power, actual damage would still be limited. But if realm improved, then doubling that would greatly increase power. As for reaching transcendence, Cheng Ye couldn't imagine that realm, and Miao Yang only had hearsay rumors from others. That's good, I thought. Cheng Ye smiled. Before he finished speaking, the unlit training hall suddenly filled with light, as if endless brightness was shining in. Boom! A muffled thunder suddenly exploded, making the entire training hall hum and tremble. Looking out the window, the bole-thick roadside trees seemed grasped by invisible giant hands at their branches, leaves rolling and swaying in the fierce wind, even the bark rustling as it was torn. Taking a deep breath, the scent of moist earth rushed over, clearly a sign of approaching torrential rain. How is it that after just 2 or 3 clear days, it's going to rain again? Miao Yang curiously bent down, his gaze passing through the window. A bolt of lightning spanning the sky skimmed along the clouds, splitting the entire sky in half. Obviously, this rain would again be sudden rain, torrential rain, probably no smaller in scale than the previous night. Cheng Ye, if you didn't bring a raincoat, just wear mine back. Miao Yang turned around, originally wanting to say he'd simply spend the night at the training hall to prevent rainwater from flooding and soaking the equipment. But when he turned back, he saw Cheng Ye's face was unprecedentedly serious, his brow furrowed into a deep character. What's wrong? Just a torrential rain. Surely not worth being this tense? Gym Master Miao. Cheng Ye pondered for a moment, deciding to reveal part of the news about the imminent stand-in starfish outbreak. But unexpectedly, his defense communicator vibrated twice. Opening it, it was actually another message from the broadcast station. And this time it wasn't encrypted, sent directly as a normal message. Happiness City Broadcast Station, disaster level infected tide incoming. Time remaining until stand-in starfish outbreak. 5 hours, 41 minutes. To all inspectors, when you receive this message, it means the infected tide has entered the first level information declassification stage. Please use your defense communicator to scan your identity badge and activate the disaster module. We will provide you with real-time disaster monitoring and dynamic tracking of buffer zone outbreak points. Currently deployed monitoring drones in buffer zone, 875 units. Current coverage range, A1, F21. Happiness Supercomputing System has connected to your defense communicator. You can actively enable the warning module. When large-scale stand-in starfish infected entities are detected approaching within 500 meters of you, the system will automatically issue warning alerts. Happiness City Monitoring Drone Control Authority has connected to your defense communicator. You can actively apply for control permissions to assist in action monitoring and provide real-time information capture. Emergency Defense Squad Creation function has been activated. You can use this function to form squads and recruit personnel to participate in missions. Please note, this function is not mandatory. You must ensure recruited targets join voluntarily. After targets agree, they cannot withdraw before the disaster ends. Contribution Calculation System has been activated. You can control drones to enter follow mode. Any infected entities killed during this period will automatically be counted toward contribution points, while assisting in calculating team member contributions. Specific data will be processed by the supercomputer and fed back to your defense communicator. Happiness City material and ammunition emergency supply point locations have been distributed to your defense communicator. Happiness City level defense mode has been activated. Steel tooth barriers, 100 sets of hydraulic lift barriers being deployed at key intersections, can withstand 50-ton impact force. Happiness Defense Line entered full combat readiness mode. 150 riot armored vehicles on standby. Ground network system, 50 sets of anti-armor mine arrays. Completed covert deployment outside the defense line. Medical ARC, 18 mobile medical vehicles in position. Emergency medical supplies fully stocked. Energy. Fortress, backup generator sets fully activated. Core city facility power supply switched. Skynet barrier. Core communication base stations running at full power. Military-grade anti-interference frequency bands activated. Hedgehog air defense. Enter monitoring mode. Air defense missiles preheating and loading. You can assist in activating this disaster module by scanning others' identity badges. Current declassification quota, 5. Is this the true strength of Happiness City? Cheng Ye looked at the scrolling text on his defense communicator, utterly shocked. Although he had raised his expectations of Happiness City several times over these past days, only now did he truly understand the foundation that allowed Happiness City to dominate Shur Province and become a super sanctuary city. The stand-in starfish, capable of easily destroying medium-sized sanctuary cities, had already spread completely, yet the higher-ups only classified it as A level rather than a more serious S level. What did they rely on? It turned out to be not just the transcendent powerhouses in the inner city, but also the defensive network that had been deployed in advance. Roadblocks divided the city into districts, locking down infection pathways like a chessboard grid, eliminating the possibility of concentrated attacks on any single area. The Happiness defense line was the iron mesh barrier at the outermost edge of the buffer zone. The 150 armored vehicles could be deployed with 200-meter intervals between each, not to mention the minefield buried outside the city. This was designed to prevent mutant beasts, infected entities, and other forces from taking advantage of internal infection outbreaks to launch opportunistic attacks or muddy the waters. Meanwhile, the medical ARC, Energy Fortress, and Skynet Barrier, these three major modules combined, completely blocked all potential accidents that the infection tide might trigger. As for the Hedgehog air defense, it was better left unmentioned. Just hearing the name made Cheng Ye's scalp tingle. Sky, perimeter, interior. All three had been deployed. It felt less like preparing to deal with infected entities and more like preparing for an internal coup. Moreover, this was only B-level defense mode. What about A-level? S-level? He suddenly understood that Happiness City's ability to allow the three inner-city factions and the east-west inspection stations to constantly fight among themselves represented the power to shelter several generations for reproduction and survival. Inspector Cheng? Noticing Cheng Ye standing there in a daze, his expression changing constantly, sometimes grave, sometimes delighted, sometimes shocked. Miao Yang's heart skipped a beat, also realizing something was wrong, considering the changes in the buffer zone over the past 2 days. Could it be? Director Miao, give me your identity badge. All right. Miao Yang hurriedly took out his badge, and Cheng Ye took it and swiped it on his defense communicator. Ding! Miao Yang's defense communicator immediately showed a notification. Opening it, this veteran who had crawled through infection tides for over a decade turned pale instantly. Inspector Cheng, I'm afraid I have to go. My wife and child are still at home. Miao Yang's voice trembled, his hand gripping the defense communicator, showing bulging veins. Go, 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 let's go together. Without another word, Cheng Ye grabbed the backpack from the floor, and both rushed toward the door. Leaving the venue, he glanced at his defense communicator. The time on screen had just passed 6 o'clock. According to Happiness City's predicted outbreak time, the infection tide would descend in the storm at 11:41. The first wave of information was only being released to those near inspectors and in key positions. Clearly, Happiness City was releasing information in stages. Cheng Ye knew in his heart that as time approached the outbreak point minute by minute, the second and third waves of warnings would explode like thunder, layer by layer, dragging the entire city into the true center of the storm. "Inspector Cheng, my bus is here." Before he could finish speaking, Cheng Ye pushed him through the rear door. "Go quickly, don't dawdle." In the face of such catastrophic disaster, knowing the news even 10 minutes early could mean the difference between life and death. Being able to know 5 hours in advance would infinitely increase the probability of surviving safely. The bus slowly drove away in the fierce wind. Through the blurry bus window, Cheng Ye could still clearly see the surging emotions in Miao Yang's eyes. 80% gratitude, 20% relief. Perhaps at this moment, he was immensely grateful for that afternoon 4 days ago, when he had anxiously asked, "Can I make it?" "Master Tian, I'm at the training ground station. Come at full speed." "What bullshit works department regulations? If there's any problem, tell them to come find me." "Hurry up, there's no time to waste." More than 10 kilometers away, Master Tian, who was still waiting for 5 passengers, suddenly changed expression and walked straight to the rear door to tell the 2 passengers who had just boarded, "Sir, the bus is ending service early. Please take the next one." "Ending service?" The 2 people got off through the rear door, with confused faces, their feet not yet steady. The bus behind them shot out like an unleashed beast, tires spinning wildly on the ground, making an extremely piercing screech. What the hell? Buses could be driven like this? Facts proved there were no slow vehicles, only drivers who didn't dare step on the gas. A route that usually took over 20 minutes was completed in less than 4 minutes, stopping in front of Cheng Ye with a sharp braking sound. "Take me back to the main city area, then go home. Also, give me your identity badge." In the buffer zone, every resident with formal employment had a corresponding identity badge. Taking Master Tian's badge and swiping it, the defense communicator sounded another notification. Holy shit! Master Tian glanced at it and was so shocked he nearly bit his tongue. "It's going to break out tonight? Let's go quickly. There's still 5 hours. Enough time for you to go back and prepare." Actually, Cheng Ye didn't need to urge him much. After Master Tian's moment of shock, he immediately stepped on the gas, and the vehicle shot forward. "Inspector Cheng, thank you." Unlike before, this thank you contained much more. "Don't thank me. Just stay alive and repay the favor." Hearing the complexity in Master Tian's tone, Cheng Ye responded without looking up, then quickly called Luo Xiaoxue. After being busy for over 10 seconds, the other side finally answered. "Luo Jia." "Cheng Ye, I received a notification. Home is very safe. You take care of yourself. Call me anytime if there's anything." Okay. Before the infection-tide outbreak, there might have been thousands of words to remind each other. But at this moment, with great chaos approaching, anyone would lose other superfluous thoughts. Only one thought remained. Survive to see the sun rise the next day. Reaching the main city area, the bus began to slow down. Checkpoints were being set up at intersections. Cheng Ye saw the so-called steel tooth barriers. They were somewhat similar to the retractable fences at compound entrances, but much more robust. Each outer fence had a diameter exceeding 40 centimeters, with the base being fixed through special methods, deeply embedded 2 meters underground. The movable posts in the middle hadn't been driven down yet, leaving just enough space for a bus to enter. "Documents." Armed guard approached and stopped the bus. Master Tian said nothing, turned to look at Cheng Ye, then handed over a badge. After verification, the guard let them through without a word, simultaneously entering the license plate number into the system through the terminal, directly syncing it to other checkpoint guards' defense communicators. What was privilege? It wasn't respect or unspoken rules. It was the ability to ignore any rules, even in such extremely critical moments. That was what deserved to be called privilege. Ding! The defense communicator rang again. This time, it wasn't a message from the broadcast station, but a public message from the inspection station. "Happiness City Inspection Station, Ding Ishan. Fellow inspectors, this is now a moment of life and death for Happiness City and the buffer zone. As station chief, I know everyone is fearful, but please believe we still have sufficient strength to resist this infection tide. Now, I will issue the following orders to everyone in my capacity as General Station Chief. 1. All inspectors return home immediately. Do not go out without receiving instructions from the inspection station. Please ensure your absolute safety before considering helping others. Inspectors in central outbreak areas A1, A17, B1, B17, C1, C12 are strictly forbidden from going out for any reason. 2. Immediately check supplies. Prioritize ensuring 72-hour survival needs. If inadequately prepared, please report to the inspection station immediately. The inspection station will activate emergency allocation plans, prioritizing supply of protective equipment and basic provisions. 3. All communication devices on 24-hour standby. The inspection station's internal communication system will open dedicated channels, providing real-time updates on infection tide dynamics and response strategies. 4. Inspector-exclusive medical warehouses have been established at the following locations. If infection symptoms or emergency medical needs arise, please proceed there immediately. 5. Unauthorized departure from a zone is forbidden. Before the alert is lifted, any behavior of leaving the buffer zone will be considered desertion, and Happiness City will issue an unlimited A-level kill order. At the end of the message, 2 files were attached. The first was a more detailed infection entity report. Cheng Ye opened it and glanced, immediately feeling his scalp tingle. The value of Brother B's statement was still increasing. The attack methods and development patterns of infected entities truly would not evolve according to human expectations. As sample data further increased, stand-in starfish infected entities had now developed 2 new attack methods: spitting bodily fluids and extending tentacles. The former had a spitting range of about 6 meters with moderate corrosiveness. The latter was similar to Dr. Octopus, growing tentacles on the back for movement and attack. If infected entities can mutate, what about fusion entities? Cheng Ye's heart sank heavily, once again glimpsing the great terror hidden beneath this wasteland. No wonder Happiness City's higher-ups had developed independent, transcendent factions. Faced with these monsters, humanity's nearly stagnant technology of recent decades was stretched thin. Unless a new industrial revolution could burst forth to drive technological leaps, the transcendent faction's influence would only grow stronger. Opening the second file, it was the latest simulation results from Happiness Supercomputer based on current conditions. It clearly listed areas and buildings in the buffer zone where infected entities might have major outbreaks. Cheng Ye quickly located the B7 area where the electronics factory residential complex was situated, finding that the nearest outbreak point was 450 meters in a straight line from the complex, precisely the 5-story Tianyuan shopping center where Chu Yunfeng had previously worked. Its internal area was about 10,000 square meters, packed with nearly 4,000 people. It wasn't hard to imagine how many infected entities would rush out after the outbreak, with person-to-person transmission. Closing the defense communicator, Cheng Ye looked worriedly out the window at the panicked faces lining up to receive stand-in starfish epidemic powder. The distribution of epidemic powder in the buffer zone was bumpy and not smooth. Due to the mortality rate being too high, at least 2,000 people have been carried out over these past days. While many were indeed infected entities with infection times exceeding 48 hours, where infection sources were deeply parasitic, and the epidemic powder killed both the infection source and the host in its AoE effect. But the serious side effects still couldn't be ignored. Anyone with low immunity or already ill would have a near-death experience after taking it. However, as the outbreak time approached, more and more people sensed the approaching storm, and with the mentality of having it is better than not having it, long queues formed at every distribution point. But this invisibly increased the probability of contact infection. Every meter of the winding queue was laying a breeding ground for stand-in starfish spread. Inspector Cheng, noticing Cheng Ye staring blankly at the roadside distribution stand, Master Tian called softly, do you remember the infection tide from 13 years ago? 13 years ago? Cheng Ye paused, then shook his head. The original body was only 19 now, having been just a 6-year-old child 13 years ago. There were scattered fragments in his memory. Everyone in the inner city huddled in their rooms, with someone regularly placing supplies in non-contact areas, waiting a full 6 hours before retrieving them. Until over 2 months later, when Happiness City announced the lifting of martial law, life quickly returned to normal. As for what actually happened during that period, he knew nothing. Is there any connection between now and 13 years ago? If there's a connection, there is one. 13 years ago was also a contact-based infection source, named Nightmare Parasite. Mentioning this name, Master Tion's hands gripping the steering wheel turned white at the knuckles from strain. As long as you slept for more than 3 hours, the infection source would activate. If you didn't wake up then, you'd be trapped in endless nightmares, eventually becoming a walking corpse. But if you could tough it out for 28 days, sleeping no more than 3 hours daily, the infection source would deactivate itself. Doesn't that sound easy to deal with? Cheng Ye frowned. Weather phenomena couldn't be controlled by humans, but sleep could be completely self-controlled. And 3 hours daily was enough for humans to recover some energy. Persisting for 28 days shouldn't be difficult. Yes, it was easy to deal with. Master Tion forced a stiff smile, but this easy-to-deal-with infection source killed 170,000 people in the buffer zone that year, with another 80,000 escaping in the chaos, eventually evolving into a plague-level infection tide that completely wiped out a nearby, small sanctuary city. Cheng Ye was stunned, instinctively somewhat disbelieving, but would Master Tion deceive him about such matters? On the first day, everyone knew about the Nightmare Parasite outbreak method. Everyone was very optimistic, thinking they could easily get through it. But sleep deprivation-induced, emotional fluctuations accumulate. Usually kind neighbors might suddenly grab guns to vent their anger over small conflicts after 10 consecutive days of poor sleep. Guards on duty would also lose emotional control, treating residents with increasingly harsh attitudes, escalating various conflicts. The closer to the 28-day deadline, the harder it became. More troublesome was that everyone had different infection batches. Some got through 28 days, but others were just infected, then encountered secondary infection, having to restart the 28-day countdown. Master Tion sighed. Inspector Cheng, you should be able to guess what happened next, right? Actually, before Master Tion finished speaking, Cheng Ye was already shocked in a stunned silence. When he heard about secondary infection and repeating 28 days, goosebumps instantly rose on his arms. No wonder they named this infection source Nightmare Parasite. As long as everyone couldn't maintain the same progress, this nightmare would continue endlessly. One 28-day round would begin, one would end, and a new one would start. Sleeping only 3 hours daily, even someone made of iron couldn't last half a year. What was the result? The result was a free-for-all battle. People who survived 28 days shot at newly infected people. Those nearing 28 days desperately fled to buy time. The buffer zone became a complete battlefield, with everyone hiding behind building cover and shooting at each other. Because they could only sleep 3 hours daily, infected people couldn't withstand the firepower of recovered people. After struggling for 3 days, they were already exhausted, ultimately having to accept the forced isolation plan proposed by the inner city, entering isolation chambers one by one until everyone confirmed they'd completed 28 days. Only then did this disaster end. Master Tion smiled self-mockingly. I know you want to ask why everyone didn't accept forced isolation from the start. Actually, in this vast wasteland, not everyone is willing to shine for the collective. There are always parasites sucking blood from the collective body. I was one of those forced into isolation chambers back then, so I know those people's thoughts too clearly. Some people didn't want the nightmare parasite to end. They wanted this disaster to continue indefinitely. I remember there was something that cost only 5 happiness coins, but was nearly fought over. What was it called? Right, powerful sleep elixir. Just drinking this stuff would put you into deep sleep within minutes, quickly restoring energy. The nightmare parasite was clearly about to end, but every few days, new batches of infected would mysteriously appear, driving new infection outbreaks. Don't you find that strange? Until the final free-for-all broke out, and everyone stopped caring, preferring to die rather than rely on sleep elixirs to struggle through each day. Only then did the nightmare parasites suddenly disappear, and the resistors agreed to enter isolation chambers. Inspector Cheng, I'm telling you this to make you understand. Don't think you can fight against the tide with individual strength. This isn't the fault of you inspectors, but an inevitability of sanctuary city development. Even if you really had the ability to end this disaster early, without solving the parasite problem at its root, the next internal infection tide would only come faster. It's like a sieve, screening out those parasites for Happiness City every few years. Once they're all screened out, our buffer zone, our Happiness City can welcome a new round of development. And you don't need to worry too much about this disaster. This is something all of us need to get through together. Standing with you, there will definitely be many people, including me, parking the bus steadily in the Works Department parking lot. Master Tion checked his attire once more, confirming no parts were exposed, then quickly got off to complete the handover procedures and headed straight home. As a formal employee of the Works Department, he had been allocated a house long ago. Though it was also a two-building, the area was slightly larger than Cheng Ye's room. Later, when his daughter also joined the Works Department, the adjacent room happened to be vacant, so the higher-ups allowed him to break through the non-load-bearing wall between the two rooms, converting it into a two-bedroom unit. Walking onto the main road, Master Tion looked up at the rolling dark clouds in the distance, unconsciously quickening his pace. But miraculously, despite the bustling crowds on the roadside, his figure moved through the crowd like a swimming fish, making no contact with anyone. Occasionally, when pedestrians reacted and turned to look, they only glimpsed a black shadow hurrying along with head down, unable to even see his face clearly. Soon enough, just past 6:45, Master Tion slowed his pace and turned into the Tianya Minerals Phase 3 family compound. Old Tion, getting off work so early today? So envious. Your job is both comfortable and stable. Two middle-aged men approached and greeted him. Master Tion looked up and nodded cheerfully. Rain's coming. No one's taking the bus, so I just knocked off early. Hey, you've got it easy. I just received orders. Tonight's probably going to be a sleepless night. Tell me about it. I got to work until dawn, too. What a coincidence. I also got word. Tonight's going to be a struggle. The three men passed each other sideways, tactfully maintaining some distance between them. When he reached the stairwell entrance, Master Tion couldn't help but turn back and shout, "Old son, old Lu, you better stay alive. Don't worry, we won't die." Old son didn't look back, chuckling as he left. Old Lu did pause his steps, waving his hand. "I'm a bachelor with no attachments, but you've got family to worry about. Don't go doing anything foolish." Foolish? Master Tion didn't respond, watching the two men's hurried departing figures before turning to go upstairs. Reaching the third floor, he lightly knocked on the door in a rhythm of three long, one short. Swoosh! The door opened immediately, revealing a middle-aged woman's very nervous face. "Old Tion, why did you suddenly come back at this hour? Let's talk inside." Glancing at the other rooms in the hallway, Master Tion entered and locked the door behind him. Cough, cough. Coughing sounds mixed with Tion Lei's voice came from inside the room. "Dad, you're off work?" Off work," Master Tion replied, opening his defense communicator and switching to the disaster module before handing it to the middle-aged woman. In just an instant, the woman's face turned deathly pale, her hand holding the defense communicator trembling slightly. "Shoo!" Making a silencing gesture, Master Tion lowered his voice. "Cheng Ye, I need to go out later. You watch our daughter, don't let her go out and take risks." "What about you?" Master Tion waved his hand and walked into the adjacent room. 3 days had passed, and though Tion Lei's high fever had broken, she still seemed listless. Seeing Master Tion enter, she struggled to sit up from the bed, forcing a faint smile. "Dad, going out again later?" "Not going out. You're still pretending with me?" Tion Lei patted the bed, indicating for Master Tion to sit beside her, These past nights, I may have been sick, but I wasn't deaf. I heard clearly every night when you snuck out. Master Tion fell silent, looking down at his calves that had already begun to show muscle atrophy. Had the former unity of man and heaven realm top assassin, barely past his 50s, already aged to this extent? Even his daughter, who had never practiced martial arts, could already. I was tricking you. Tion Lei burst into giggles, pointed to her head. Dad, it's not that your martial arts have declined. It's this that's declined. I always told you to read more books while waiting for passengers, but you always made excuses. Now you see, right? Master Tion was stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile. My daughter worked herself to death, dedicating her heart and soul to the sanctuary city, but there are always parasites who want to destroy my daughter's achievements. His eyes suddenly grew cold. You think I can tolerate that? Can't tolerate it. Tion Lei still smiled faintly, but her words carried killing intent. Dad, you must kill them. Kill them all. Don't miss a single one. Can't let these parasites continue harming our buffer zone after tonight, ruining Inspector Cheng's efforts, ruining everyone's hard work. Don't worry, after going out these few nights, Dad's got it figured out. Master Tion nodded, then stood up. He reached under the bed and pulled out a black backpack. Unzipping it, inside were neatly arranged over 10 daggers gleaming with cold light, a short sword the length of a forearm, and 3 identical-looking defense communicators. The overhead light shone directly down, yet the short sword cast no shadow, only a faint purple gleam flowing along the blade. Tian Wuying. The middle-aged woman, Su Jingyun, walked in carrying a stack of pure black clothing, her gaze falling on the short sword in his hand. 13 years. Everyone else is playing with guns now. Can your swords still dance? Guns are for protection. Swords are for killing. Master Tion smiled as he took the clothes, changing while speaking. Don't worry, I'm long past doing reckless things. Smart people play with sharp words and wit. You and your talk. Watching her husband shed his usual thin and kindly middle-aged appearance and don tight black assassin's garb, Su Jingyun's eyes grew slightly dazed, as if she had instantly fallen back to years past. I'm leaving. Clipping an anonymous defense communicator to his waist, Master Tion took a deep breath. If you're not home by 11, I'll come find you. Forget it, you third-rate assassin. No improvement after all these years. You'd scare me to death going out. Master Tion waved dismissively, not bothering to bicker. When he closed the door, his figure still seemed somewhat bulky and clumsy, but the next second he leaped directly from the corridor window like an ape. 3 stories high, nearly 10 meters. His fingertips barely borrowed force from the drainage pipe, and his entire body floated down to the ground like a feather. Then, at a terrifying speed incomprehensible to ordinary people, he began running along the wall corners. Strangely, when he ran through building shadows, even when brushing past pedestrians, they remained completely unaware, as if his figure was completely hidden in the shadows. Huff, huff. From a city district to the northern suburbs, Master Tion was running somewhat breathlessly. He was getting old after all. After just about 10 kilometers, he could already feel his stamina rapidly declining. Looking at the time on his defense communicator, exactly half an hour had passed since departure. Looking around, the northern suburbs under the dark clouds carried a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Dilapidated flat houses, winding alleys, like a maze that seemed impossible to escape once entered. Master Tion caught his breath momentarily, casually plucked a handful of leaves from a roadside tree, then leaped onto a flat roof, moving nimbly between the shantytown rooftops like a wildcat. Soon, reaching the left-center area of a shantytown, he suddenly stopped, squinting down below. In front of an inconspicuous small flat house, someone was pulling a cart over. On the cart were stacked 4 burlap sacks. Master Tion reached into his pocket, pulled out the leaves he had just picked, and with a flick of his fingertips, the freshly picked leaves shot out like throwing knives. Rip! The 2 rear burlap sacks were slashed open, and dark brown powder poured out. Damn, how did the bags tear? The young man cursed loudly, quickly shouting toward the flat house ahead. The bag's tore. Come help quickly. We'll withdraw after finishing this job. Whoosh. The previously dead silent shantytown suddenly disgorged over 10 young men. Pots, bowls, ladles, basins, anything that could hold powder was brought out, frantically collecting the dark brown powder on the ground. Parasites! A flash of terrifying killing intent passed through Master Tion's eyes. A special crystalline powder had been added to the stand-in starfish epidemic powder. Red bloodworm powder. This was one of the main ingredients he used to prepare life elixirs, capable of slightly boosting human immunity. According to market prices, every 5G of red bloodworm powder cost 3 contribution points. Through distillation processes, 20 kilograms of epidemic powder could extract nearly 100 grams of red bloodworm powder. A total of 60 contribution points. What these parasites did was purchase epidemic powder, convert it to red bloodworm powder, then smuggle it to other sanctuary cities in exchange for large quantities of supplies. Damn! Master Tion cursed under his breath, reaching for his side. He took out his defense communicator and opened the camera function, recording the young men collecting powder below. Then his body flew backward, fingers quickly tapping out numbers. Hello, Emergency Epidemic Prevention Department. I've discovered a den selling epidemic powder in the North City District. The video has been sent over. The location is in the 4th row of flat houses, units 6 through 9. I don't know if they're sent by neighboring sanctuary cities. You investigate yourselves. No need to thank me. I'm just an enthusiastic resident. Hanging up, Master Tion sneered coldly. After waiting less than 10 minutes, several vans came charging from the city district. At least 40 armed guards got out, surrounding the shantytown with lightning speed. After waiting about 10 more minutes, intense gunfire erupted from within the shantytown. Unfortunately, the resistance lasted less than 10 seconds before being suppressed by overwhelming firepower. All the parasites involved in the reselling were dealt with on the spot without need for arrest. Old buddy, this era doesn't need you anymore. Touching the sword at his waist, Master Tion smiled freely and hurried toward the next den. These past nights, he had secretly scouted many locations. Those trading posts hidden in shantytown shadows, workshops distilling red bloodworm powder, even channels for transferring supplies. He had figured them all out clearly. He couldn't handle the parasites higher up. There had to be more capable people to deal with them. But the ones below, he wouldn't let a single one escape. I'm an enthusiastic citizen. I'm reporting. West City District, 4th warehouse, secret compartment under the floor. Video sent over. I'm reporting. One den after another was exposed, and time quickly reached 8:30 in the evening. Strong winds were already howling, scattered raindrops pattering down, and the air humidity was rapidly climbing. Faintly, gunshots were already sounding throughout the buffer zone, as if blowing the horn of approaching chaos. Master Tion hurried forward, looking at the distant survival library. He had just pulled out his defense communicator when his body suddenly flashed backward, and the sword at his waist automatically slid into his hand. Clang! A crisp collision sound rang out as the purple gleaming short sword clashed hard with the tool axe. Tricky force transmitted from the axe blade, and Master Tion nearly couldn't grip his shadowless sword. However, the material quality difference was immediately apparent. The axe blade was instantly shattered by the sword edge, wood and metal shavings flying everywhere. Unity of man and heaven. You're also unity of man and heaven. Both men stepped back several paces, their eyes full of wariness as they looked at each other. With this examination, Master Tion immediately noticed some clues. Though the middle-aged man opposite had his face covered, he wore unremarkable coarse cloth short sleeves, his muscles bulging like rocks all over his body. Whether from his dress or the strength he displayed, he didn't seem like one of those sneaky parasites from the buffer zone. Didn't expect this buffer zone to be truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You new here? Indeed, haven't been here long. The middle-aged man paused, cupping his hands. Big brother, I've been watching this place for several days. How about you try somewhere else? Just change like that, You're old. Even with that sword, you can't beat me. The middle-aged man spoke bluntly, casually unbuttoning his short sleeves, preparing to use his fist to explain why he was so confident. However, the next second, cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Continue talking. Pointing a Buffalo combat pistol, Master Tion looked strange. What era is this? Running around playing these fighting and killing games without even bringing a gun. What? What's your name? Master Tion hooked off the safety with his little finger, his body slightly twisted. Though there was no major movement, his entire person seemed to merge with the wind like a falling leaf, instantly losing all sense of presence. Come on, let's test whether within 7 steps your fist is faster or my bullet is faster. The middle-aged man stood frozen, stunned for a while, then slowly rebut-toned his open short sleeves. If it were an ordinary person, he was confident his fist wouldn't necessarily be slower. But the opponent was also a unity of man and heaven expert. His sixth sense told him that any slightly excessive movement would definitely result in a headshot the next second. Speak up. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, slowly squeezing out 3 words from his mouth. Chu Yunfeng. Where do you live? My patience is limited. Be honest or wait for me to shoot. The shanty town. You newcomers always think about crooked ways to make money, not finding proper jobs to earn money and support your families. You really think having unity of man and heaven strength means you can swagger around this buffer zone? Master Tion shook his head coldly. Get lost immediately. I don't want to say it twice. No way. Chu Yunfeng said urgently. I need the reporting reward, and I need the weapons they have. Without these, in this infection tide, my family won't survive. Reporting reward? Master Tion was suddenly stunned, thinking he had misheard. You also? Times have changed. The mechanisms in Happiness City are very comprehensive, far more advanced than many sanctuary cities I've been to. Money from fighting and killing comes from questionable sources. Without connections above, you can't even spend it. I've been watching for several days. This group uses the library as cover, smuggling at least 500 kilograms of epidemic powder hidden inside. There's another 300 kilograms coming later. The reporting reward is at least 200 coins. How do you know about the infection tide news? I asked it from them. They all know. Nodding toward the library, Chu Yunfeng sighed. Only ordinary people don't know. This sanctuary city is already rotten to this extent, and it still deserves to be called comprehensive and advanced. Rotten? Chu Yunfeng shook his head slightly. Somehow, his mind suddenly flashed to his first day arriving at Happiness City. Rotten, indeed rotten. Even the inspectors at the top of the buffer zone hierarchy were squeezing oil from ordinary people. Good, also indeed good. There were also inspectors willing to help them without compensation, helping without any purpose. Moreover, these past days he had encountered too many good people, all doing their best to help him take root in this sanctuary city. Unfortunately, his luck was really too poor. Just as he had prepared to work hard, he learned about the contact-based infection source outbreak. Big brother, you may not have been to other sanctuary cities in recent years. Compared to those places, this is truly already a paradise. At least, the adults here and some inspectors, they really treat us people as human beings, not as tools, numbers, or sacrificial victims for testing mechanisms. As his words fell, Chu Yunfeng wanted to say more, but saw Master Tion's hand tremble as he directly threw the gun over. After he numbly caught it, the other man tossed over his defense communicator as well. Big brother, what's this about? Remember what you just said. Coming here, consider yourself human. Don't say those tool-like words anymore. Lie with your head held high and dignified. Master Tion smiled freely. This gun is for you, and this defense communicator, anonymous. I've already reported 6 dens, haven't claimed any rewards. You understand what I mean, right? This? Chu Yunfeng was stunned, his eyes full of incredulous realization. No matter what happens, remember to go home before 11. Your family needs your protection more than the buffer zone does. But don't argue with me. Eliminating pests. It's not the turn of you newcomers who just joined. Staying alive is your task. This place. Master Tion paused. At least for now, it's still us old guys' territory. New Era Year 35, July 11th. Night 8:03. The wind gradually subsided, but the rain curtain became increasingly torrential. Bean-sized raindrops smashed down from high altitude, creating ripples of water on the ground. The vast North Station was now completely sealed, with heavy steel tooth barriers deployed at all exits. In the F District clearing, two 9.6-meter cargo trucks were quietly docked in front of a two-story building. Over 10 staff members were busily but orderly moving containment boxes of various sizes and materials from inside the building. Opening the truck's rear compartment, a cold air rushed out. The compartment was divided into dense grids, specially designed spaces for storing infection sources. Everyone handle with care, don't bump them. The infection sources inside aren't that stable. Chen Feng stood guard at the door, occasionally calling out reminders while directing the staff to load the trucks in order by number. Regardless of how many days this infection tide lasted, the inspection station had to close down for a week according to regulations. To prevent accidental spread of contained infection sources, they all had to be loaded onto trucks and taken back to the Inner City Research Institute. I'm talking to you. The armor vine inside here was specifically requested by Director Liu. If you damage it, you'll pay with your life. Seeing two of the 4 staff members slip underfoot, nearly dropping the containment box holding green vines, Chen Feng's brow furrowed sharply as he stepped forward and steadied the box. However, upon grabbing it, he was shocked to discover it wasn't the staff slipping, but the vines inside the box restlessly writhing. With the constant shaking from transport, they were actually trying to break through the box and escape. Enter this containment box and still want to leave? Really think Happiness City is some city ruins where you can come and go as you please. Chen Feng reached out and pressed a button on the box, instantly triggering a hissing sound from inside. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the struggling vines suddenly stiffened, completely settling down and no longer moving. Old Chen, your inspection station has quite a few good things. The 2 researchers at the door immediately stepped forward upon seeing this, their faces full of curiosity as they examined it. Even our Infection Source Research Institute doesn't have such good stuff. You're just some small gadgets. My equipment here is limited, so I have to figure out some methods myself. Chen Feng couldn't help but shake his head. The Research Institute didn't use such archaic methods. They all use special sound waves to suppress infection source activity. This time when I go back, I'll see if I can apply to come try working at the inspection station. You? Chen Feng shook his head with a wry smile. In this place, the benefit was encountering new live infection sources for research every day or two, but the drawbacks were also obvious. Like the inspectors, researchers who chose to work in the buffer zone also couldn't enter the inner city normally, only able to apply for return permissions when infection tide struck. At the same time, research equipment had to be applied for through the inspection station budget. Most of his equipment was sponsored by Director Liu from the inner city. Otherwise, it would just be an empty shell now. What, looking down on me? I'll be level 2 next year too. All right, then you guys come out and help me. This place is quite lively every day. Chen Feng was too lazy to explain the pros and cons to them, waving his hand as he continued supervising the loading. About 20 minutes later, the last infection source was carried out. After double-checking to confirm everything was correct, the cargo doors of both trucks slowly closed. Station Chief Hallen, I've finished loading. Taking out his defense communicator, Chen Feng called the nominal highest authority of the North Station. Funding? That's not a problem. It's completely sufficient now. Don't worry. I'll come back after the infection tide passes. I won't leave this place empty. Harlan's pie-in-the-sky promises were as straightforward as always, telling him that after the infection tide passed, the North Station branch would be allocated 30,000 contribution points. But given the current status of inspection stations in Happiness City, how easy could that be? Never mind allocating funds to research institutes. Even renovating internal inspection station facilities was stretched thin. All right, let's go. Qin Feng dismissed the staff and beckoned the two researchers to board the lead vehicle. The interior was quite spacious, with 8 seats, even more roomy than a large van. The soldiers responsible for escort didn't board the vehicles. 10 per truck, they used hook locks to attach to the cargo hold latches, hanging from the vehicle exteriors like flying tigers. Armed to the teeth, with the 4 prominent characters' Happiness Legion on their chests. Anyone who wasn't tired of living would quickly dodge away upon seeing such a formation from afar. The 2 trucks drove out of the North Station, one after another. The last time I came to the buffer zone was 13 years ago. Back then, I came to help clean up the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. This place has really changed a lot. Lu Jian, sitting beside Qin Feng, looked out the window with curious sentiment. Large vans on patrol duty occasionally roared past on the roadside, charging straight into alleys before intense gunfire erupted. For him, whose impression was still stuck in the resident conflict period, it was like visiting another place entirely. 13 years, there should be some changes. Qin Feng sighed lightly, his eyes showing emotion. Back then, to exchange for control of the buffer zone, the idealist faction completely gave up part of the inner city's power, investing all their ideals in this area. Looking at it over these years, the results really aren't bad. Now more and more buffer zone veterans have developed a sense of belonging here, and various strange community rules have emerged. Some sound incredible when you hear them. Oh, tell us about them. Nothing much to say. Whether it works or not still needs to be verified by this infection tide. The cargo truck entered the city district, and Qin Feng immediately lost some interest. With only 3 hours left until the infection tide outbreak, the epidemic prevention stalls on the roadside hadn't closed yet, still distributing epidemic powder to pedestrians. Some people drank it on the spot, immediately vomiting black blood, then collapsing on the ground, convulsing within seconds, frightening the surrounding crowd into retreating. At this point, staff in isolation suits would step forward and directly put the person into a body bag. Terrifying? Indeed shocking. But not a single person in line to receive epidemic powder retreated. Clearly, by now, everyone realized what was about to happen in the buffer zone. It's just that no one dared say it out loud, with no official information to verify their judgment or dare to pierce through this layer of pretense. When the truck passed through an intersection, Qin Feng's gaze suddenly fixed on something outside the window, unable to help exclaiming in surprise. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," saw an acquaintance. Near the building with the Tianyuan shopping center sign, he saw a familiar figure. What was this guy doing here at this hour? Qin Feng took out his defense communicator, pressed it twice, and couldn't help shaking his head. This building housed over 4,000 people. Right now, it was a powder keg, and the probability of infection by going there was nearly infinite. Should I remind him? After thinking, Qin Feng composed a text message, but before sending it, he deleted and revised it several times. What had originally been over 300 characters of reminders, including how to deal with stand-in starfish-infected entities and how to escape when facing fusion entities, was ultimately reduced to 4 characters. Go home early. What kind of person is worth researcher Qin's reminder? Lu Jian leaned over to see the message content and immediately found it curious. Though Qin Feng was only a level 2 researcher, everyone at the Research Institute knew that if his research philosophy hadn't been completely at odds with the technology faction, his professional ability alone should have earned him level 3 researcher status long ago. This was quite awkward. The Infection Source Research Institute was the core of the technology faction, yet it contained researchers with opposing ideologies. Deal with it? Qin Feng's professional ability was there, and nitpicking would inevitably cause panic. Don't deal with it? He was like a thorn stuck in the Research Institute, making everyone in the technology faction uncomfortable. So they simply calculated and exiled him. Everyone was out of sight, out of mind, and Qin Feng himself was comfortable, enjoying freedom at the inspection station branch. An inspector, trainee. A trainee is worth your reminder? He might well die in there this time. Lu Jian couldn't help clicking his tongue, then slapped his forehead. Could it be Cheng Long's son? TSK, then I won't ask anymore. No one in the Cheng family is cowardly. Cheng Wu was like that, and Cheng Long was even bolder than Cheng Wu. Our happiness city almost had to change city lords. He's different. Qin Feng hesitated. Cheng Wu was a firm idealist, but forcibly applied parts of the technology faction's ideology, wanting to transform the buffer zone into isolated island prisons according to his ideas. In the end, he was abandoned by everyone. Even his most trusted subordinates were unwilling to implement this ideology. Cheng Long, he wanted transcendence, but went mad, daring to target the city lord. His death was deserved. Fortunately, Ding Yishan cut ties quickly. Otherwise, the inspection station would now face pressure from 3 factions simultaneously. Even with Director Liu's support, the security department would have to restore its organization and implement power division. But this Cheng Ye, that's a good name. Dragon battles in the wild. Did Cheng Long want to pass his ideology down to his son? No, he's the only idealist I've seen at the inspection station in my 3 years of duty. Idealist? Lu Jian couldn't help laughing. Who didn't know what the situation inside the inspection station was like now? A trainee inspector being an idealist was simply like a joke. Is he still holding on to some fantasy expectations? Like his grandfather, talking about giving people sufficient human rights on the surface, but actually wanting to strip everyone of their rights and make them marionettes according to his ideas? I don't know, but at least he hasn't given up struggling. Recalling these past days of contact, Qin Feng smiled. Anyway, he's very simple. Compared to dealing with those old foxes, I'm at least willing to talk to him and say more. Of course, Researcher Qin is our research institute's idealist. Strong people always recognize each other. Jeremy Paul, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, his tone somewhat sarcastic. However, both Qin Feng and Lu Jian were too lazy to pay attention to him. No one followed up on his comment. The truck continued forward, reaching the Great Wall Station. As the most densely populated area of the buffer zone, both Lu Jian and Paul simultaneously tensed up. With less than 3 hours until the infection tide outbreak, if there was one safest place in the entire buffer zone, it would be near the Great Wall. The strongest happiness legion was stationed here. Even if they truly encountered a disaster-level infection tide, as long as no transcendent earthbound spirits were mixed in, the infection tide absolutely couldn't break through the Great Wall defense. But conversely, this was also currently the most dangerous place in the buffer zone. Dense population meant infected entities were also clustering. The dense crowd would instantly become a breeding ground for stand-in starfish spread, with unimaginable chain reactions. The truck slowly moved forward through the crowd. Soldiers hanging from the cargo hold occasionally fired into the air to force back the surging crowd, clearing a narrow passage. Fortunately, even when the truck reached the happiness gate, no one dared launch an assault on the vehicles. Lu Jian patted his chest with lingering fear. 13 years ago, nearly 50,000 people launched an assault on the Great Wall. This time, it really has changed. Paul cursed along, finally learned to be afraid. These bastards have eyes like antwolves, always thinking about getting something for nothing and reaching the sky in one step. Had it changed? Or were they afraid? Qin Feng pursed his lips, looking at the cold, gleaming alloy gate ahead, looking at the world of bright lights and wine inside the gate, suddenly feeling somewhat dazed. The longer he stayed outside, the more he could feel the division between these two places separated by just a wall. Which was real. Outside the Great Wall was the storm-tossed buffer zone, with infected entities lurking in every corner, rules crumbling before survival instincts. Inside the Great Wall was Happiness City, built with steel and order. Under the flashing neon lights lurked factional struggles and ideological conflicts, more deadly than sword and shadow, though they lacked visible violence. He suddenly couldn't tell which was more real, the bloody cruelty outside the wall, or the stability inside the wall disguised by rules that seemed more like a dream. Comrade Qin Feng, please exit the vehicle for inspection and disinfection. The soldier standing guard of the Happiness Gate stepped forward and knocked on the car door, interrupting Qin Feng's wandering thoughts. All right, the car door opened, and under the watch of countless gun barrels, Qin Feng stepped across the Happiness Gate. In the fantasies of buffer zone residents, crossing this threshold meant entering a new world. But the reality was the opposite. After passing through this gate, one still had to go through the isolation and disinfection station built within the wall structure. 16 procedures in total. Failing to meet standards in any procedure would result in being sent back to the buffer zone. Stand-in starfish infection test passed. 4,107 infection source comprehensive detection passed. Organism vital response meets standards. Respiratory circulation toxin filtration meets standards. Blood analysis data meets standards. Immune system stress response successfully activated. One after another, test indicators passed. Cold mechanical announcements sounded. But Qin Feng paid no attention, only raising his head, his gaze fixed on the fire-red ivy clinging to the disinfection station ceiling. The red leaves wrapped around metal pipes were scanning humans through special methods, while station staff compiled and announced data based on the leaf reactions. By the standards of humanity's old-era technology, this would seem like fantasy. But in the new era, just after transcendent plants had run rampant, it seemed perfectly ordinary. Now, every super sanctuary city basically employed special transcendent plants as gatekeepers. Even when facing new infection sources not recorded in databases, these plants could reject 99% of threats through special physiological reactions. Of course, compared to those transcendent plants that once caused catastrophe, the plant before him, crowned with the name Transcendent, had long lost the ability to allow humans to achieve transcendence through symbiosis. A fire-red leaf fell. Qin Feng raised his hand to catch it, and two streams of dark red nosebleed immediately gushed out, landing on the leaf. A faint golden-red light flickered, the leaf's veins clearly visible, gradually forming two Chinese characters. Qin Feng. Biological gene authentication passed. The wind had stopped. Rain was pattering down. The deep corridor of the tube building seemed to echo with ghostly wails, wave after wave, each cry higher than the last, filled with mournful resentment. After switching the power supply, the voltage began to fluctuate somewhat, causing the light bulbs to flicker faintly, alternating between bright and dim. Cheng Ye sat upright on his small bed, but at this moment he had no mind to pay attention to these sounds or changes. The panel opened. Collector, Cheng Ye. Current rank, LV1 trainee, 7.1/100. Life level, 0. Skills, mobile shooting, beast instinct, iron body, talent. Temporarily locked. Evaluation. You're only one step away from the minimum standard of a civilization collector. Deep development of your life level will help you resist parasitic contamination from native organisms. Life level can resist parasitic contamination. His gaze lingered on these words for a long time. Cheng Ye exhaled softly and closed the panel. Within his sight for weapons, too long and too short, were now placed on the bed, while the floor was piled with opened cardboard boxes. The short ones were a Buffalo combat pistol and an Inspector defense pistol. Both used 9mm ammunition, and he had already stored 40 boxes in advance, 24 rounds per box. The long ones were enhanced versions created by Happiness City, modeled after the modern AA-12 automatic shotgun. Thunder 1 automatic shotgun. It fired 12-gauge shotgun shells and could be fitted with micro-grenade launchers. With a firing rate of up to 370 rounds per minute. Due to its extremely fierce firepower, it required E-level clearance to purchase, with a price as high as 120 contribution points. If ordinary residents wanted to buy its ammunition, due to its truly terrifying lethality, they would also need contribution points to purchase it. But inspectors were different. They could buy it with happiness coins. He had purchased 1,500 happiness coins worth of ammunition at once. This included 25 boxes of buckshot, 12 rounds per box, designed to destroy targets with area effect strikes. 2 boxes of high-explosive rounds, for rounds per box, with fuses installed in the warheads. The safety would disengage 3 meters after leaving the barrel, with an effective range of 200 meters, capable of penetrating 8 millimeters cold-rolled steel plates before exploding, with a blast wave kill radius of 2 meters. Never mind stand-in starfish fusion bodies. Even corrupt vine fusion bodies would have to avoid its edge. Placed beside the Thunder, one was a bullpup assault rifle modeled after the August A3 Ranger, one assault rifle. Due to its modular design, it could change barrels and other accessories at any time, making it extremely adaptable. It was one of the excellent individual equipment pieces in Happiness City, priced at 45 contribution points. Theoretical firing rate of 700 rounds, using 5.56 ammunition. It also stockpiled 20 boxes of bullets, 50 rounds per box. The 2 weapons alone cost a total of 165 points. The bullet expenses reached 2,700 happiness coins. Fortunately, the heavy rain in recent days had suppressed convoy traffic in and out. After the weather cleared, convoys entering and leaving Zone 8 came in an endless stream, generating nearly 50 points of terrifying income daily. In addition, when Scopy had opened the warehouse to release people earlier, a total of 4 infected bodies had been discovered during inspections. According to regulations, this income should be credited to the currently duty inspector. However, Cheng Ye had not kept it all for himself, only taking 80%, which still netted him 52 points. Adding everything up, in 3 days' time, he had earned a net profit of 157 points. Following his usual pattern, he had shamelessly taken on another debt, finally managing to optimize his weapon configuration to the extreme. In terms of pure equipment, I'm not weaker than anyone. As for courage, even less so. Cheng Ye took a long breath, countless emotions intertwining in his chest. He couldn't quite describe what they were, perhaps anxiety, maybe excitement, or possibly agitation. From that ordinary person who had been so scared his hand shook when firing a gun for the first time, to the inspector whose heart now surged with passion at the sight of firearms. He had completely forgotten why he had been afraid back then. As he consumed more bullets, something deep in his genes seemed to be completely awakened, making his heart race whenever he saw a gun, wishing he could pull the trigger and unleash a barrage. Could this be something inherited in the bones of Eastern people? Cheng Ye squeezed out a slight smile and turned to look beside the bed. The protective suit custom-made by Great Wall Rapids Equipment Store was composed of flexible alloy armor plates for different body parts. With just a light spray of the included special aerosol, the armor plates would tightly conform to the body, never falling off no matter what violent movements were made. To remove it, another matching spray bottle had to be used. While fusion bodies could withstand kinetic energy below 400 J, his battle armor was no slouch either. Each section could withstand 240 J of kinetic impact 16 times. Although it wouldn't hold up against high-powered guns, at least stray bullets from ordinary small pistols would find it very difficult to harm him in the slightest. It could be said that except for his head, he now had comprehensive protection with no blind spots. As for the head, Cheng Ye had also acquired suitable equipment, a protective helmet similar to a motorcycle helmet. But after trying it on, he felt somewhat hesitant. The helmet would severely limit his field of vision, especially peripheral vision on both sides, making it very difficult to watch all directions. Moreover, after putting on the helmet, the mobile shooting technique he had obtained from Master Tian would also see a noticeable decline in effectiveness. Let's see how things go first. If they're easy to kill and pose little threat, I won't wear it. But if there's danger, I must put it on. Cheng Ye calculated in his mind, but his hands didn't stop moving. He reached over to grab the cyclone spike beside the bed. Orange-red light glowed faintly, flashing briefly in his pupils. If dealing with large plant-infected bodies, such as corrupt vines, the cyclone spike's effectiveness would be minimal. But from the beginning, his purpose in choosing this weapon had been very simple: to kill people. Just one strike would be enough to make the opponent lose combat capability. When dealing with humanoid infected bodies, this cyclone spike remained useful. Whether puncturing starfish tumors or causing fatal wounds, it was much safer than hacking and slashing with a blade. Later, when I'm stronger, I can switch to a more powerful cold weapon. Through threaded rotational connection, the cyclone spike had been joined with the spear shaft forged from black stone, becoming a triangular spear about 1.45 m long. The spear shaft conveyed a warm, smooth sensation, but when gripped firmly in his palm, it provided just the right amount of friction, bringing immense peace of mind. Ding! The defense communicator suddenly rang. Cheng Ye immediately grabbed it to look. Time, 2000 hours sharp. As expected, the second wave of message restrictions for some residents had finally been lifted. 3.5 hours left. Cheng Ye murmured as he stood up, moving sideways to the window. The street outside still maintained its surface calm, with no signs of chaos erupting yet. Even when occasional gunshots rang out, they stopped abruptly and were quickly drowned out by the sound of rain. No chaos. This is the best possible situation. Crazy thoughts surged in his heart. Although Ding Yishan had already explicitly forbidden inspectors from Zones A, B, and C to go out through the defense communicator, and the inner city's broadcasting station had also sent a second message strictly prohibiting personnel from wandering between the three zones to prevent infection spread. But whether it was Liu Bai's instructions or the experience he had obtained from Li Mateo and Miao Yang, all three had clearly told him that if there was danger nearby, such as infected bodies in the tube building, proactively attacking to quickly clear them was the best choice. Hiding at home would only allow the infected bodies to spread further, ultimately brewing into a small-scale infection tide. Liu Bai and Miao Yang might be hotheads, but even Li Mateo, that slacker, had said so there must be truth to it. But the reason it was called crazy was that at this moment, what he was thinking wasn't about proactively attacking within the tube building, but rather go to Tianyuan Mall, as the place most likely to erupt into an infection tide in Zone B7. If he could scout the threats in advance, it would be of great assistance to his actions after the infection tide broke out. In his plan, if the buffer zone fell into chaos after the second wave of message lifting, he would immediately abandon this idea. But now, the streets remain calm. So before the third wave of complete message lifting, when everyone returned to their buildings. Right now, with sparse foot traffic on the streets, the infection probability was actually at its lowest. This was the optimal window of opportunity for action. Let's go. Cheng Ye turned back to the bed and began putting on his battle armor. Special spray adhered evenly to the inner lining of the armor plates. With just a light press against the skin, the plates stuck like magnets, their flexible material perfectly conforming to every joint. When the last armor plate was fastened, the cold metallic touch immediately brought a heavy sense of security. On the back, the battle armor came with 2 clips for mounting long guns. He placed the weapons up and pulled, and the 2 long guns were firmly secured in an X shape. The 2 short guns were smoothly tucked into waist holsters. Then he took out a custom black hood and wide raincoat. Under the hood, only a pair of eyes remained visible. Looking at the reflection in the glass, although it appeared bulky, it had completely shed any sense of normal humanity, adding several degrees of lurking behemoth power. If walking through the rainy night, it would truly have the feel of a rainy night killer. Opening the door, he happened to run into the middle-aged man who had brought him water that day, discovering a black shadow looming in front of him. The middle-aged man was startled. Looking up, he felt his breathing stop for 2 beats. You're going out? Cheng Ye nodded with a hoarse voice. As he walked past, his gaze glanced at the middle-aged man's trembling hands. The other party had already gripped the most common defense pistol in the buffer zone, clearly startled. However, just as the two were about to make contact, the middle-aged man steeled himself and reminded, "It's not very safe outside now. The message, did you receive it?" Cheng Ye was stunned for a moment, said nothing, and as he walked past, reached out to pat the middle-aged man's shoulder. "Don't go out tonight. You're good at enduring hardship, but this kind of thing, leave it to the young people."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.